to speak on national issues.
I know you're not happy with me because of the way I sent Ezolu and his poverty-stricken father away from here. But you see, as your father, I have to protect your interest at all times.
He's not just an actor. He is a brand, a symbol of African dignity on screen. Young actors study him. Directors cast him when they want a scene to feel real. Audiences watch him when they want to feel rooted. An industry that changes every year, Pete Edochie is constant. He reminds us that storytelling in Africa isn't just entertainment. It is memory. It is identity. It is power. From Enugu to the world, his voice still echoes. Deep, measured, unforgettable. Pete Edochie is the elder, the legend, the voice of Nollywood.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EVI premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EVI premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl filled with storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EVI premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television.
TV.
Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arike of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
The people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a TV. Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. It's a beautiful Monday morning, and we welcome you to VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and the crew very much is in the studio, and we're ready to take you on the ride as you come along with us. Of course, we do have trending stories to talk about. One of them is the rescue of the sister of former Power Minister Adebayo Adelabu. Well, security forces freed kidnapped victims in Oyo and Borno State as well. Well, in Oyo State, police rescued the ex-minister Adebayo Adelabu's sister, Mrs. Busayo Adelabu John Paul, and her 12-year-old twin sons. Now, well, it didn't stop there because video came out, trended on social media, and that's the video that you can see showing the rescue of the victims. Well, DSP Olayinka Anyolade said they were released unhurt. Now, let's take you to Borno State. In Borno, Operation Hadinkai rescued 360 women and children from Ngoshe Gwoza, where they were taken in March. So it's just about almost 100 days in captivity. That's for those rescued in Borno. Well, some reports say 416. Another report says 360. Well, Senator Aline Dume praised the military, Governor Zulum, and NEMA for freeing 416 captives, but called for more rescue, including pupils in Askira Uba. So, talking about the rescue of these individuals, quite well for the Borno 360 or 416, whichever one, it's quite a number. Quite a number. And the part that got me thinking was, the fact that the Mandara Mountains where they were kept, we learned that there are villages there. So it wasn't like they were kept in the forest or in isolation. There were villages there. So they had huts to each person. That's like a community brewing in that area, cut off from Nigerian government's sphere, as it were. And we have a lot more of such communities, isolated communities here and there, what we have now called ungoverned spaces. So they are just there. And insurgents take advantage of the fact that these communities are cut off and they thrive over there. They kidnap people, they take them there, they start out a community, and it just continues. Now, I know some Nigerians are saying, how was it possible to rescue that much number of people without casualties from their abductors and the rest of them? But I'll leave that to my colleagues to decide.
Why do you want to put us on the spot?
I'll leave that on the spot.
You can't put us on the spot.
Good morning, Nigerian. I'm Chukwuma Okoro. When Moses was reading out of this, and I was just chuckling, I was chuckling, and I'm like, oh, okay. So let me start with the Adelabu story, the Adelabu sister and her twin boys, how they were rescued. It's a good thing they've been rescued. But unfortunately, we also have a good number of people, one-off cases, isolated cases, who have been in kidnappers' den for as long as 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months or so. And yet, we've not heard anything about them. In some of them, ransom is paid. At the end of the day, they are killed. When these people were kidnapped, Nigerians were like, well, because their sister, the woman herself, worked formerly with Central Bank of Nigeria, highly placed, as a matter of fact, and being a relation to a former minister. Some Nigerians were like, well, it wouldn't be difficult to rescue her and her children. And we have seen that happen. And I recall that a friend of mine says, well, it's a very bad thing to be Mr. Nobody in Nigeria. Our society is highly, highly stratified according to classes. Unfortunately, we just have two classes, the political class and the rest of us. We have ordinary people who have been kidnapped, you know, and for months, nothing. The kind of effort, you know, we saw the police and the security agencies put in to rescue the Adelabu sister and her twins. We don't see that happen all the time. So it tells you that our society is very classy. We have the upper class and the lower class. And whenever it happens to the upper class, we are quick. The federal government is quick too. The security authorities agencies are quick too, you know, swoop into action, do the rescue and all of that.
Like
so,
they did, they swung into action.
And they swung into action. In fact, they said they will, and they did that, and we have seen it happen. But what happens to the mass, you know, that are kidnapped daily on 2-3 people? If you go to Edo State, Edo has become a kidnappers, you know, heaven. Yeah. It's more like a hub. Yeah. And just in other parts of the country. So it's a good thing. Congratulations to the police. But I would like for them to extend, you know, that gesture, because I call it gesture now, you know, to other people who are in kidnappers then, you know, in all parts of the country. That said, I want to touch up on the Borno rescue. When I heard that 416 people were rescued, and I was like 416 of them, is it that the terrorists that were guiding them just left them, abandoned them, and the police went and people file back, let's go back to town, let's go back to safe ground and all of that. They are yet to, I've not read or I've not seen where they gave an account of how the rescue operation was conducted. Yes. You know, but some people are saying, Nigerians, you know, if you go to pubs, if you go to bars, sit-outs and all of that, Nigerians, forget, they don't pay ransom. Ransom has been paid.
You can't rule that out because, I mean, when you see how the kidnappings take place, you see people packed up in trucks, taken away, and we hear that, security agents confront them, but decide not to shoot so they don't hurt the abductees. Yeah. They let them go so as not to hurt the abductees. And then you now rescue them, and then you start to ask yourself, how?
Yeah. How? That's what I'm asking. Is it that they just let them go? Maybe the kidnappers or the terrorists just said, okay, let's abandon this so that government will come and take it. It doesn't happen.
There are so many questions, you know, begging for answers. But I think the first thing that just struck me when I saw Adelabu's sister's rescue video was, it's so sad that in this under this administration, a lot of lies have been peddled, a lot of propaganda goes on, such that even when something is real, Nigerians, the first thing, the instinct of an average Nigerian saying a lie, then they act. Where did they shoot this film? Meanwhile, if you look at it again, it might be real, but you know, in Nigeria, the more you look, sometimes the less you see. So there's a lot of rumor peddling, there's a lot of lies, you know, being peddled. And I also think that we have a VIP-focused defense strategy in Nigeria. And that's why you see everybody swoops in. I remember when the news of her abduction broke, the governor paid a courtesy visit to Adelabu in Ibadan. And there was a lot of media coverage and all of that. And I just knew within me that in the next few days, they'll be rescued. And indeed, that played out. But we should also not forget the fact that this Adelabu sisters incident is kidnap, while the Oyo school incident is more of banditry and terrorism. However, it still boils down to security. So we should, the intelligence of our military is not in doubt. We just need them to be proactive, because we've also realized that high-profile abductions, they always get high-profile attention in Nigeria. And so I was just thinking, what would those teachers, relatives of the teachers in victims, I mean, whose relatives, you know, I'm just thinking about how they'll be feeling, because we don't know somebody. You know, it's so bad not to know somebody in Nigeria. And it cuts across every sphere of our national life. You have to know somebody sometimes for things to happen to
work for you. Because
I think merit is almost dead in Nigeria to a large extent. Because to even get your file to be moved from one office to the other, you need to know someone. If you don't know somebody, you need to you need to wet the ground for things to happen for you. I just hope and pray and wish that the children in the forests in Oyo State or wherever they are right now are found hale, hearty, in one piece. Because anytime they're rescued, those lives, both the children.
Because we know that some have died. Yes. And anytime it rains, my mind just goes,
Yes. And anytime it rains, my mind just goes, 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 my mind my mind just goes to them, and I'm like, how are they even faring? Because I know that they won't be in one place, we're moving them. And if terrorists can actually keep over 300 people in an area surrounded by villages, then it means we have a lot on our hands.
Oh, yes, we do have a lot on our hands.
We do have a lot on our hands.
And we have a lot of work. The government can say they don't pay ransom, but AFP brought out a report the other day alleging that Nigerian government has paid about $7 million in ransom to, so it's, I know you wonder why Nigerians doubt the government.
Yes.
Unfortunately. Well, let's move on to our conversation proper this morning. We're talking about politics now. ADC. Yes. So the ADC presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, has criticized ex-secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, for saying Atiku's presidency will be synonymous to a Fulani presidency. Now, in a statement on Sunday, it's via his spokesman, Frank Shaibu, Atiku called the comment dangerous ethnic profiling that threatens national unity. He noted that Lawal was appointed SGF by former President Muhammadu Buhari, who is, of course, a Fulani man, and questioned Lawal's contradictory claim that governors want him back in APC. Atiku defended his record on insecurity, citing his visits to Kaguru, Southern Kaduna, and scholarship for Chibok girls. Well, he's quoted as saying that Nigeria needs leaders who unite, not divide. He said, describing Lawal's remarks as driven by bitterness, not evidence. Oh, well. To help us make sense of it all, we have engineer Oluwadamilola Adeshoka Nuyi join the conversation. He is a Lagos State governorship candidate for the AAC. We will also be joined by Dr. Kayode Dayo, who is a socio-political technocrat and, a public affairs commentator. Well, he joins the conversation as well. From Benin, we'll be joined.
Good morning, Mr. Moses. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Very well. Good to have you join the conversation this morning. Interesting times. Interesting times we're in Nigeria's politics. Now,
seriously, my brother.
Now, talking about Buhari's legacy, Buhari's a Fulani man, of course, and then Babachir Lawal serving under that administration and now saying, Atiku's administration will be like the Fulani, taking over. Ethnic profiling, basically. That's basically what it is. In the previous election, in the 2022 build-up to 2023 election, we had such ethnic profiling, but this time around, that time it was targeted at the Southeasterners, how Southeasterners, how those within the Southwest would say, oh no, we don't want Southeasterners in government and the rest of them. Now, how can we move away from such politics, ethnic profiling, how it affects our politics, and what are the dangers of such ethnic profiling as we build up to 2027 election?
You see, Mr. Moses, let me sincerely appreciate your platform for yet another opportunity. I think the subject matter is very germane at this very trying time. I would love to take you back to history, because since 1966 to be very precise, if you can still remember the coup and the likes, the issue of ethnic, division, ethnic, profiling and all of that has conspicuously from the political lexicon. That is the gospel truth. If you look at us in all facets of our daily lives, the ethnic profiling has the dominant role in determining who will take what, when, and how. That has put us in this quagmire across the length and breadth of human existence. You see, the issue to me, it is beyond our own comprehension. Please underline when I say beyond our own comprehension. If you want to uproot or terminate, you must go to the root. That is why I underline. We must go back to the drawing board.
Go back to the drawing board. All right then.
Yes.
Okay. I thought you wanted to land on your thoughts there, but if you have, let's. All right. So I think there's a struggle to hear us there. If we have Dr. Dayo Kayode online, let's bring him up. Well, we have Adedamola. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Engineer Adedamola Adeshoka. Good morning to you. All right, I understand that we have a bit of a network problem there, unable to reach other guests, so we'll have to stay with Comrade Destiny and Abulele for a little longer. Now, Comrade, are you still with me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Now,
okay.
Babachir Lawal raised issues about Atiku's alleged failure to strongly condemn insecurity, the kidnappings and killings, especially in northern communities. You know, he said that he hasn't strongly come out to condemn that. Now, to what extent does these criticism hold merit based on Atiku's public record, and how do they intersect with Atiku's Fulani identity?
Moses, my dear brother, that such a comment is coming from Baba Chair. This is a man that played a very dominant role in the evolution of Buhari's administration. And he was very conspicuous of being in the SGF. So for me, it is satisfying. Just laugh. It is laughable.
What do you make of it? What do you make of it? Is this just politicking? Do you think this is just politicking, trying to make
Exactly. It is. It is. It is. You see, I sympathize with Baba Chair, and that is the gospel truth.
Comrade Destiny.
Because these persons.
Comrade Destiny. When you say that it is laughable, you know, what will you have made of, considering how Nigeria is structured, you know, the kind of ethnic politics that we play, our fault lines, you know, that keep widening every other day. What will you make of a Fulani man succeeding another Fulani man in the presidency? If you say that Babachir Lawal's comments are laughable, is it appropriate if you consider our multi-ethnic nature, the multi-ethnic nature of Nigeria? Is it appropriate for a Fulani man to succeed another Fulani man in Nigeria?
Mr. Okoro, you see, I'm an African. I'm a very proud one at that. There's a saying that a meat you don't want to eat, or perhaps you don't eat, you don't share with your teeth. You see, Baba, when I said it's quite laughable, this is a man that was very prominent in Fulani administration. A man, Buhari, as he then was, who said that if he's ringed out, or if he fails to win the election, that blood will flow in this country. Then till now, Nigeria has never seen sleep. And this is a man that was a lieutenant of Buhari. That's why I said it's laughable.
Exactly his point. If you are opposition, is that under Buhari, Nigeria more like
a scenario here. I was just barely 4 months or 6 to 7 months. There was certain revenue generation issue that happened. I took my state government to the media. I was live with one of the. You can ask your representative here. And I was summoned to the government house, and I explained myself that I'm representing and the people through me must be able to get a voice and get a representation and get what due them. You can do your findings.
Okay, all right, comrade. I understand your position. I understand your position, but I do know, as far as this issue is concerned, Babachir Lawal was not running commentary on the Buhari administration. He was simply saying it is not proper. I don't speak for him. I'm just telling you what he said, his position, that it is not proper for a Fulani man, Atiku Abubakar, to have succeeded another Fulani man, Buhari. It would have been an extension. Well, let's talk about the personality of Atiku Abubakar in terms of, well, wouldn't it have been good if he, as a Nigerian, do you think that Atiku is detribalized enough, to have continued as Buhari's successor? Is it detribalized enough? Is he a nationalist? Is he a nation builder? What is his personality?
You see, I'm a little bit not very disposed to. I have my reservations. Oftentimes, I've heard him saying that he's married to this from across the geopolitical zones of this country, that he's more positioned in terms of being detribalized. You see, the issue we have as we speak very just now is not whether detribalized. I'll be very frank with ourselves. What Nigeria need now is a man that can give Nigeria needed voice and do away with this dichotomy of this elitism.
Now the question is Atiku Abubakar that man? Do you think that he's that man that we need at the moment?
My brother, to be very frank, I'm not a fan of Atiku Abubakar. I respect him as a stakeholder in the Nigerian project. You see, I'm a realist. I'm not his fan. I have my reservations. Because, to be very frank, with the little dose that I have of him, for me, it's not at this particular point in time that kind of person that we want now. We need someone that can be able to sacrifice.
All right then. Okay.
To sacrifice for Nigerians.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Because let me land with this thought.
Okay, quickly, sir.
Let me land with this thought. What is happening in this present administration? They are living a life larger than life. They are living a life a boy that just find a new law, spending our collective patrimony in buying yachts, all those things that cannot put smile in the
all right, we need a man that can make sacrifices. Of which
Atiku Abubakar falls into that.
Okay.
That is.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Nabulele. We'll come back to you in the course of the program. In the meantime, let's quickly run to Dr. Dayo Kayode, who has joined us virtually. Good morning to you, Dr. Kayode, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
On your program this morning.
Good morning, Doctor. Good to have you, sir. All right. I don't know how far you have followed this conversation, but the issue on the table is that, well, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, has said that, well, it would have been inappropriate for Atiku Abubakar, a Fulani man, to succeed Muhammadu Buhari, another Fulani man. How do you react to that comment, broadly?
You see, let me first of all profile Babachir Lawal for you. Vis-a-vis is cutting grass money. In Yoruba, there is an adage that says, ẹni tó bá ti jalè lẹ́ẹ̀kan, tó bá dàrán borí, aṣọ olè ló dàbúrà. And I will interpret. Whoever has stolen once no matter what that person becomes or no matter what that person is having later, is a produce of stealing. So what I'm saying is this: Babaka Lawal is not supposed to be somebody that will be portrayed to the youth, because I don't know why they have allowed Babaka Lawal to take over the media space in recent times. He's a thief, a liar, confirmed one. Because how can somebody be telling Nigerians that he has cut grass with how many millions now, and he cannot show us where he has cut?
Dr. Kayode.
Now, let me now come back again.
Okay,
Just hold on for me, please.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Now, for Babaka Lawal to now be talking of Abubakar Atiku, he doesn't have that temerity to be doing that. Talking about Atiku now, whether detribalized or not detribalized, whether he's qualified to rule us or not, I want to tell you this. The major problem we are having in this country is our ethno-religious bigotry. We don't need that. For goodness sake, who gives a root where Trump comes from in America? What we are looking for is capacity. It's not about whether you have married this or you have so many children or whatever. It is choice.
Thank you very much. Well, you just touched on the question I was going to ask you.
What we are
I was going to ask you a question, Dr. Dayo.
Our next president is somebody with capacity, somebody with character, somebody with compassion, and somebody who understands the territorial integrity of Nigeria in terms of security.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was going to ask you a question bordering on the dangers of ethnic profiling in governance, which is a line that we seem to have told that basically came to the fore in the build-up to 2023 election. And now we are towing that same line. If you recall, which I'm sure you do, 2022, there was a lot of ethnic profiling of candidates and voters themselves, especially around the Southwest, about Southeastern voters. And, some have said that profiling has followed the people after the elections into the years that followed, with some people, some traders complaining that they are targeted, those around Ladipo market area, in other markets, traders have complained that they are targeted because they are from a particular ethnic stock. And here we are again, as we work towards 2027, another election year, we are towing the line of ethnic profiling again. How dangerous is this really to us in Nigeria, where we move away from the ability of one to govern and give people the dividends of democracy to, where this person is from. These ones are associated to cattle rearers and terrorists, and these ones are destroying communities. And, what are the dangers, especially as it concerns us here in Nigeria, and how can we move away from it?
Yes. You see, both religion and tribalism, they are height of antithetical tendencies to democracy. And it's more pronounced in Nigeria. And that is why each time during our election cycles, we see what we are seeing now. Series of kidnappings, killings, and all that. Now, let us come to that of Lagos State you mentioned. Yes, Immediately after 2023 elections, we found out that a lot of people's this thing, their shops and all that were burned, were pulled down, and all that. In fact, yesterday night was my very first day of passing through that coastal road, and I was asking my friend where we have that estate that was burned down. You see, it is really appalling for somebody to be using politics to destroy somebody's investment. Because before that guy could put up that edifice there, where they claim that coastal road has passed through, somebody must have approved it. The coastal road was not just planned overnight. That place must have been a government reservation area for developmental purposes. So how come now after election, because it belonged to a particular region of the country that did not support another person from another region, you are now destroying the business. Now imagine where those people that have been working there, where will they be now? What effect such have on the economy of the state? Not only that, so many of them like that. Talking about religion, tell me, to what extent has religious tendencies assisted us in getting our democracy right?
Well, I was hoping you would tell me.
I will give you this example.
Okay.
I didn't want to mention name, but I have to mention name now.
Okay.
Imagine a pastor of a big church. Pastor of a big church. Now first lady of the country. Now first lady of the country. Regarded as mother of the country. Children were being kidnapped. 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 8-year-old were being kidnapped in Oyo State.
Okay.
You cannot afford to pay a visit, whether you were going to Ekiti and be distributing vehicles, rice, garri, and all that.
All right then.
To what extent have you been able to go there to go and commiserate to the families of those people?
All right.
And you claim to be a pastor.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Dayo Kayode.
Help us now.
Well, thank you very much. Let's move away. Let's go to Port Harcourt, where we have Darlington Nwoju, I beg your pardon, Darlington Nwoju, spokesperson APC in River State. Good morning to you. Let's establish communication with you. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Good to have you. Good to have you join the conversation this morning. My quick question to you is talking about Babachir Lawal and the statement that he made, describing Atiku's presidency as synonymous with Fulani presidency, comparing it to Tinubu's Yoruba associated leadership. Now, and he also used the term Kachala. Now, how should we interpret these statements? Is it as legitimate ethnic concerns, political strategy, or inflammatory tribal rhetorics? What risk do these pose for national cohesion?
Well, for me, even if I've not actually chewed on Babachir Lawal's comments and responses given by the former Vice President of the Republic, I would like to say that because of my own personal trajectory, I do not, there are certain commentaries I do not take my time to look at or to even analyze, especially when it's coming from whom I believe that their integrity index, if you are to weigh it on the balance, does not actually fit into my own idiosyncrasies when it comes to the integrity quotient. Because I believe, by and large, that we must bring and respect morality in a public sector. I wouldn't want to waste my time analyzing
But the
those commentaries.
concern here is the ripple effect this might have in the polity on Nigerians, you know, as we walk towards 2027. If narrative about, oh, this is Fulani presidency, and like my colleague pointed out, when you start to look at certain things happening around the country, unfortunately for those of the Fulani stock, they are largely being profiled, all right, along the lines of headers, and then you have the you have the Fulani headers that some have said bandits and the rest of them, terrorizing farmers and the rest of them, and pushing out that narrative and say, oh, if this person comes into power, it will just be an extension of a Fulani administration. And, some people would say, oh, the Buhari administration, he supported Fulani headers and the rest of them. They had a free reign. And pushing out that narrative, what are the dangers that this might bring up? What dust will this bring up if care is not taken? That's what we're trying to examine here, and also to prevent.
Well, I think that such rhetoric, our body policy is, I think we should play on such rhetoric. When it comes to religion, when it comes to tribes and all that, we should actually do as much as possible to play on issues that are germane to our collective development as a nation. Not on issues. We should be able to discuss issues. Because now, when you refer to the Fulani people as maybe tribe of bandits, I've forgotten that there are Fulani that have suffered so much pain from the activities of this guy. I mean, the bandits now. In fact, from statistics available, the statistics of school children that have been kidnapped so far across Nigeria, you would find out, and you will agree with me, that most of the victims have been northerners. So how do you now explain to me that is a tribal fight or a tribal war? This is a Nigerian problem. And so until you see that the Nigerian problem that must be sorted out, and that the persons who sponsor acts of terrorism against Nigeria and Nigerians must by all means be obliterated from our geographical space.
Okay.
So this has nothing to do with looking at people trying to, how do I put it, for lack of a better word, trying to make them objects or objectify
okay.
a particular ethnic group.
Okay, more like stereotyping. More like stereotyping. You want to say they are only
stereotyping the Fulani people is unfair because they are also victims of the same.
Okay, they are also victims. So, all right, Mr. Darlington. Mr. Darlington thinks that his position is that we shouldn't talk about this thing. We should just talk about Nigerian unity, how to build a country. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that a lot of people will agree with you because once you don't talk about your problems, and we also hear that a problem talked about is already half solved. So if we continue to hide or paper over all of it, I don't know how far we can travel. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in the course of the program. In the meantime, let's quickly, I want you with us, sir. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Now, when I asked you, you were asked a question, you started by saying you want to profile Babashi Lawal, which you did, that somebody that has stolen once will always go back to stealing. That was your first comment before you started talking about...
And a liar will always be a liar.
And a liar will always be a liar. I would like for you to profile Atiku Abubakar for Nigerians. First, to start with, his role in the Representative Jefferson. You recall Jefferson, U.S. House of Reps member who was involved in the Halliburton scandal that Atiku was actively involved. Jefferson and 6 other people went to jail in different parts of the country. It was only in Nigeria that nobody, was touched. After that, I'd like for you to profile Atiku within the $16 billion power deal that he supervised as the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Up until this moment, Nigerians are yet to know what happened to that money. And finally, I would like for you to profile him within the context of the Deborah tweet, which he made. I'm sorry, sir. A certain College of Education student, Deborah, was stoned to death in Sokoto. Atiku Abubakar made a tweet condemning that act. Fulani youths, Muslim youths, asked him to pull it down, otherwise they will not vote for him in 2023 general election. And Atiku quickly pulled down that tweet. I would like for you to profile Atiku for Nigerians within those 3 parameters.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me start. I only had that of Jefferson. I didn't hear the remaining ones. And I think probably you talked about maybe selling of properties of Nigeria.
No, I talked about the $16 billion. $16 billion. Can you hear me? The power deal, $16 billion.
$16 billion for what?
That was put into the power sector under his watch as vice president. And another one is the Deborah. The Deborah, you recall the College of Education student, Deborah, that was stoned to death in Sokoto. Atiku made a tweet condemning it. But Muslim youth asked him to pull it down, which he did.
Now, talking about that of Jefferson. Yes, Jefferson can come up with various points regarding the Halliburton issue. But what I also want you to know is this. Has there been any point that Atiku Abubakar had been prosecuted and found guilty of this Halliburton issue? As EFCC or ICPC or DSS ever invited him on such a thing before? Has he ever asked the United States not to release the file regarding the Halliburton issue, that if it is being released, it will cause him irreparable loss of his personality? Has he also been able to do that in Nigeria? No. Great. Now, let us go to the issue of Deborah. I will want to tell you this, that there is no human being in life that can satisfy everybody. No human being. Because there is nobody who is Jesus Christ. Even Jesus Christ was not able to satisfy everybody on the surface of the earth. Because those who that claim that they were not satisfied, crucified him. But at the end of the day, they regretted it. So, how can the Deborah issue now become something of an object of discussion? The issue of power. The issue of power I think we have had this issue from former power minister. What's his name again? Who was somebody in FRSC and in SDP now. We have from him. How do you know that?
All right then.
Some people
Okay.
called him waiting now.
Dr. Dayo, we are out of time. You are out of time. You have spoken at length. I think Nigerians know what to believe in all of this.
Was the minister of power?
He was not the minister of power, but he was the vice president at that time, and he supervised that project. In any case, all right. Like I said, Nigerians know what to believe in all of this. Thank you very much, Dr. Dayo Kayode. I'll take that as a concluding thought. In the meantime, let's run back to Comrade Destiny Enabulele and get his concluding thoughts on the issue that we talked about. Comrade Destiny?
Thank you. Mr. Okoro, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I beg the last speaker by saying that the Deborah issue cannot be. You see, let us be very sincere with ourselves. You see, an injury to one is an injury to all. It's Deborah yesterday. And today, you and the like. Because over time, we have been mute to those things that matter to us. If a leader cannot sacrifice, cannot speak on behalf of those that intend to lead, leader, that is man. I'm not his fan. You maybe that way, but you might be very far from the truth. Because I believe that an injury to one is an injury to all. Injustice is injustice everywhere. So that is my stand this morning. So let me quickly say this. As Nigeria and Nigerians must endeavor to be able to make critique of those that want us. That's why we find ourselves in a very deep quagmire as we speak very just now. Because this president that means us has told Nigerians at a time that the issue of Nigeria doesn't matter to him. Or us being one is inconsequential to him. And today, you can see what is. Can see what as a people and our collective patrimony, can see what is happening to our collective patrimony. And as a people, and many Nigerians are regretting why they are Nigerians. So for me, please, let me, we are all living in fear for us. Last speaker, we are all living in fear. And no longer apply our so that we get an object of and ridicule. So for me, again and again, our 2027 drug close, we must put all these persons. We must put them and x-ray them and examine them. Any of them found one thing side. So for me, please, I'm begging all Nigerians this morning. Because it's teaching time. Since 9.
All right, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. And to Port Harcourt, Mr. Darlington, can we get your concluding thought, like in 1 minute?
Yes, I think that I share some of the sentiments of the last speaker. The former vice president actually deleted his initial comments condemning the murderous killing of Ms. Deborah, who obviously was not attacked for any other reason other than her faith or her religious belief. And so I think that was an act of cowardice for somebody who seeks to lead the nation, not to be able to take responsibility, not to be able to speak out. You know, in a period in our nation's history that boldness and leadership, courageous leadership was required. And so I think that that's a question mark on his courage, his composure, and also his ability or consistency as someone who seems to lead the nation.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I'd like to. All right, okay. As we wrap up this conversation, I would like to start the next conversation with your thoughts, Mr. Darlington Muju. Now, the Federal High Court in Lagos has voided the National Assembly's 110 billion naira SUV and allowance plan, ruling it breached procurement law. Now, the Constitution and public trust. Now, Justice Yalim Bogoro ruled May 6, 2026, in Serap's suit against Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, the 40 billion naira for 465 vehicles and 70 billion naira for new lawmakers' allowances was arbitrary and a conflict of interest. Now, she said the court ordered Akpabio and Abbas to ensure future NAS spending follows due process, transparency, and value for money. Serap hailed the judgment as a victory for transparency, while Nigerian lawyer Femi Falana, SAN, urged RAMFAC to ensure constitutional limits on to ensure constitutional limits on lawmakers' pay. At a time Nigerians are struggling to feed, a lot of it hinged on the policies of this administration. We have lawmakers looking at getting more monies, into their purse. Now, how would you describe the set of lawmakers that Nigerians have? Some have said 40 billion naira here, 70 billion naira here, 110 billion naira. When they came into office in 2023, they got new vehicles and the rest of them. Some of them said, they needed those vehicles because they could not visit their constituents with old vehicles because the roads are bad. Now, as Nigerians are saying, fuel prices are off the roof, it's hard to purchase fuel, it's hard to survive, our lawmakers are thinking, let's get more monies. Let's get more monies in. What are your thoughts on this one? And how can we fix this?
Well, first off, I think that I would recommend the both and the co-activist Justice Ogo, High Court, who rose to defend the dignity and integrity of our courts. You know that the judiciary in different states have received several patches from different quarters over seeking to defend even the Constitution. And so that judgment came to me as a watershed in the Fourth Republic, given the fact that, like I said before, the judiciary has suffered of black. So, but surely, and like of and would fail in a season of economic difficulties where people are complaining about having to get ends meet. You now embark on using your privileged positions as laws that will only satisfy your bank account. I think that this judgment is a welcome one. I should serve as a springboard for other judiciaries to the occasion to defend the integrity of our defend the masses. Because like they say, the popular the judiciary is the last.
All right, Darlington, Mr. Darlington.
To transcend all areas in terms of what the judiciary delivers to the people of Nigeria, including interpretation of.
All right, Mr. Darlington.
It will deepen democracy at the end of the day.
All right. But we do know that the APC, this administration, has always talked about financial discipline, accountability, and all of that. But I mean, with this judgment, that has just been made, do you think that there's still a disconnect between the policy and the actualization of some of the things they preach on paper?
Well, let me say this. If there are in or implementation of political as a political party cannot dictate to lawmakers, even on his own platform, how to go about making law. If you understand how the system works, you only try to lobby, influence lobbying which is allowed the kind of laws or bills that are pushed out, through the legislature, but you cannot because of the political party on the legislature. It is a difficult thing to do.
It's a difficult thing to do.
These are adults with different training, different exposures and experiences.
Okay.
So
All right,
at the
then.
end of the day, the laws that they move, the lawmakers will take responsibility for the sort of laws that they turn out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Darlington Muju. We'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts on this. In the meantime, let's go to Dr. Dayo Kayode. Dr. Dayo Kayode, the High Court sitting in Lagos there has said, well, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives acted without, the law, not within the law. But one thing is curious. This case was filed in August 2023, and I'm sure that the money has already been spent. We saw legislators get brand new SUVs at that time, 465 of them. They had $70 billion to retrofit their wardrobes, their offices, and all of that. The money has been spent. Now, this judgment is coming in May 2026, 3 years apart. First off, how does that tell you, the efficiency of our judiciary in serving justice to the Nigerian people? Secondly, now that this money has been spent and the money and the people are already enjoying it, does it look like the judgment, is it trying to say, okay, you return this money, or is it something like next time, don't do it? And how does that affect, the fiscal discipline that that my colleague talked about in this administration? Fiscal discipline, very important.
Yes. You see, I will not even take judiciary as just one like that. Rather, I will label what we are facing in this country today as, I wouldn't say systemic cancer, because cancer is very difficult to cure, and it most often leads to death. And I know Nigeria cannot die. But then I'm using jaundice because if you are purposeful and intentional, you can easily cure jaundice. And that's why I'm calling it systemic jaundice. Now, tell me, this is the judiciary that receives salaries from the taxes that Nigerians are paying. Are they not supposed to defend Nigerians? They are not. Because if somebody is saying he wants to spend this money since how many years now, and you cannot make proclamation to suspend it until when you have finished dispensing justice on it, I mean, it is ridiculous. Now, look at your money that the National Assembly have been spending frivolously, whereby the constituents are wallowing in suffering. Where do we go from here? The issue is both the judiciary, both the executive, both the legislature, even the people themselves. We need serious redirection of our orientation.
Okay, all right then. We need serious
We
redirection
need
of our
serious
orientation.
systemic re-engineering.
Systemic
So that
re-engineering.
things
All right.
can work.
Okay, things
Now,
can
the
work.
judgment
Things
that
should
they have
work in
dispensed
Nigeria.
now, tell me, of what use is that judgment?
Exactly the question that I
Zero.
asked, which I was hoping
Of
that you would
use.
tell us. Thank you very much, Dr. Dayo Kayode, and I'll take that as a concluding thought because we are practically out of time. Let's run to Comrade Destiny Dambelele, get his view on this and then his concluding thought. Comrade Destiny, you have the floor, sir.
Bro, you see, I know I have been saying it. You know, justice delay. Just as the last speaker put it, this judgment on whose interest? If you ask me, according to that musician, who I go ask, it is Nigeria. See, they just want to give us something to talk, and indeed, we are falling for their trap. Like that, we can say today. I'm laughing because that's the best thing an average Nigerian can do for. Because if you see, let us be very sincere. Since the session of this ruinance, since 2023 to date, live in due process. Process is anathema to Tinubu's DNA. That is the gospel truth. And every other persons that are currently come to Edo State, for instance. Perhaps you must have heard some very, very disturbing revelation from one Bobby Manuel as he laid to Edo State budget.
Okay.
Well, that's a topic for another day.
It's a topic for another day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny.
For me,
Bulele.
Let me now with this thought. For
30
me,
seconds,
all
please.
of
30
us,
seconds.
Yeah, must go back to the drawing board.
Okay.
This fight must start from the academics. University. Just a few days ago, I went to a university. The university PRO was
Comrade Destiny. Comrade Destiny.
Citizen.
It's a story for
As a
another
first
day.
citizen.
Thank you very much.
As a first citizen, in an institution of learning, that ought to accept
Okay, we're
example.
absolutely out of time. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. We've also had Mr. Darlington Uju, spokesperson, APC in Rivers State. We've also been speaking with Dr. Dayo Kayode. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And, of course, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution. Well, that's how far we go today on VOP this morning. Newspaper Review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you at 10 o'clock for Newspaper Review.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. Please join us on Newspaper
I'm Chukwu
Review.
Bye for now.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you.
Where power shifts with every headlines. News breaks and events happens. We'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos, facts not fluff, truth not a spin. We discuss not just politics but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I am Chukwumoko. Good to have you join us again.
And we also have Barrister Darlington Abgumor join the conversation. Good morning to you, Barrister.
Morning, Moses. How was the weekend?
Well, it was great. It was great. And it was even better with news of the release of those that have been abducted. You know, the Adelabu, John Paul, and the 416 abductees from Borno, victims from Borno who were released. I think that made my weekend a little better.
Moses.
Barrister?
Is there any guarantee that they will not be readopted?
The same people or a different set of people?
The same people may be on the crossfire. Or did they have identity? There is no guarantee that they will not be readopted when the terrorists get short of money. I mean, we have seen it happen over and over again.
Run short of money.
The only thing that will make me happy to hear that they have been exterminated. Simple. It is possible. Other countries have done it.
So you're of the opinion that the government paid ransom and these terrorists might come back when they need money again. Is that what you're trying to say?
Is that not what is fueling the terrorism? No, tell me the truth. Is that not what is fueling the terrorism? Or have government not been paying ransom to them?
Has government been paying ransom to them?
Have they not been paying? Oh, God Almighty.
All right, then. Well, there is this AFP message that came out that government paid ransom to the tune of about $7 million for the release of some victims of terrorism, those who were arrested, who were kidnapped. But anyway, let's get into some of the stories now. We have Sokoto ADC governorship candidate pledges civil service reforms, poverty reduction. Well, the big story on the cover page of the Punch newspaper is states rush to deploy forest guards as insecurity deepens. So we know of the 1,000 forest guards approved in Oyo State. There is another 1,000 forest guards in Kaduna State as well. They've approved 1,000. And I was watching the deployment on television yesterday, and I saw a man who looked like he was in his 70s as part of the forest guards. He couldn't even stand upright. And
the people you
I asked myself, what exactly will he be doing? Is it experience that we're looking at now?
No,
or is it agility?
I think he might know the forest inside.
Yes, I wanted to say that the
corners,
terrain.
all the corners of the forest.
So experience comes to play.
Experience comes to play. He might not actually be in the field if Mr. Gomu, if they give him equipment and gadget, communication, talk back, he will actually be communicating with his men, inside, where are you? Probably you go left, you turn right, or and all of. I'm just thinking,
that you are helping.
I'm just thinking that is what it could be.
My own thinking is that most of them are juju-induced forest guards.
I was going to say that, yeah.
Oh, so they are fortified voodoo.
Juju,
yes.
like
voodoo fortification.
Like Sunday Igboho has been advocating. They are most of them, because I don't see what they can do to the terrorists.
You don't think Odeshi can work with terrorists?
Sorry?
You don't think Odeshi can work with terrorists?
No, I say without those that juju.
Okay.
None of them can face those terrorists because the gun they are carrying is not comparable. It cannot match them. So most of them are going there with juju. Unfortunately, Amoteku with all their juju, they say 200 of them have died.
Well, you have unfortunate cases.
Yes, Makinde said 200 of the Amotekus have died so far. So this juju thing, I don't think it works in all instances. At times, it will fail. It will fail. And that is why these guys are very bold and arrogant. Very bold and arrogant. Because they know that when the guns will start blazing, it doesn't know juju. It doesn't know juju. So my thinking is that those forest guards, I know they are young people, civilians. If you want to curb this thing, it is not this forest guard that will do it. Moses, I have said this severally. This is like a suicide mission. They can't face this terror. They cannot. Because if the military cannot, what will a forest guard do for God's sake? What will they do? It's not possible. I'm telling you, it's not possible. Let the government come out and look, there are many ways to do this thing and it will work, but government don't want to follow that route. I don't know why. I don't know what they are afraid of.
Give us a few of those. Give us a few.
A few?
Yes.
Good. For me, I would have done eliminating them by piecemeal. Like these guys that have entered Oyo State now. The government can deploy all the military to rout them out. That none of them will leave that environment alive. You know you have taken care of that area, establish that area, clear that area. Then if they show up anywhere, you go there again, surround that place, clear it.
At the risk of the lives of the abductees.
There are ways, intelligence now, like we have drones and all that. How did they get the Adela Bus? How did they do that?
No, those ones are just two in number. We are looking at about 46 kids, with teachers who have been...
I don't think we should compare.
You are watching Vop TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you're rocking with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philou Storms out here and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, who's the sport?
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction under the theme Governing the Economy, Choices and Priorities. The annual forum, organized by Niche, focused on governance, economic reforms, and the link between the political decisions and national development. In his welcome address, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Niche, Ikechukwu Amechi, said the lecture series was designed to promote national development beyond ethnicity, religion, and political affiliations.
In the last 3 years, we have, unfailingly, every Monday, drawn the attention of Nigerians to the incredible stories of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who are making giant strides in all fields despite the odds.
He said the platform also highlights young Nigerian entrepreneurs making impact despite economic challenges. Delivering the keynote lecture, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Chioma Oti said Nigeria's economic challenges cannot be solved with quick fixes, stressing that long-standing structural issues require discipline and consistent reforms. He warned that unemployment, poverty, and weak institutions are outcome of years of poor governance and bad political choices.
There is no silver bullet for solving Nigeria's myriads of economic challenges, because economics is about cold, hard facts, not vanities.
Governor Oti linked economic decline to corruption, political optimism, and weak institutions, adding that leadership quality directly affects investment, job creation, and national stability.
Abia, I can say with every sense of conviction, is proof that economics cannot be separated from politics.
He cited Abia State as an example of how governance reforms can rebuild investors' confidence, improve infrastructure, delivery, and strengthen public institutions.
Investors respond not on emotions, but on hard facts. So have you created the enabling environment? If you've not created the enabling environment, businesses will not come.
Chairman of the occasion, His Royal Highness Muhammadu Sanusi, also weighed in on Nigeria's economic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rates. He said while the policies may be necessary, their timing and implementation remain critical.
You have to, when you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Other discussants include Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Igwe Inemeka Alfred Achebe, Nigerian Congress President Comrade Joe Ajeru, Dr. Jumoke Ogunleye of the University of Lagos, and banking expert Chief Anogwe Ayemu. They all stress inclusive governance, accountability, and economic policies that prioritize citizens' welfare.
First question everybody must ask of a governor or the president or a government is, what is the character of the state? That is what defines everything. Is the state a developmental state that's focused on the people? Is the state a rentier state that is a site for extraction of money by political elite? Is the state a kleptocratic state that just there to serve those who steal?
Speakers also urged Nigerians to take the 2027 election seriously.
Economics does not respond to emotions or sentiments. It is guided by thoughtful decisions and the judgment of those who were the instruments of power.
The forum ended with a shared call for stronger institutions, discipline, leadership, and more informed electorate as Nigerians navigate its economic future. From Victoria Island, I am Monica Gola reporting for Voice of the People TV.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues. Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the front, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People television, don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with the Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching.
Yeah, how many days and counting? Check it out. Well, for the 18, 16 cities, 104 games that we'll be seeing the World Cup is just how many days left to go. 3 days you can count for yourself. And I must tell you, a record of 1,248 players representing for the 8 nations has been confirmed. And also, our Messi man, Ronaldo Ochoa, are set for historic 6th, 5th World Cup campaigns. And that's about a record. Now, some 891 players are set to experience the competition for the very first time. But I'll be seeing 22 FIFA World Cup winners all returning to the global stage in this very dab. And Cape Verde side, Caracas, Jordan Obesican are set to experience the FIFA World Cup for the first time. You can see these ones are very big debutants. And 449 different clubs from 71 countries represented in this year's FIFA World Cup. We'll be seeing host nation Mexico, Canada, USA open tournament in green, red and white respectively. And that's a fact for you to know. And in line with FIFA regulations, the number 1 to 26 will be allocated to the players of each team. While we'll be saying with number 1 being reserved exclusively for one of the goalkeepers. Now, in a new innovation for 26 patches to honor specific and also individuals' achievements, we also adorn team kits. I'm loving this very one. And we must tell you again on the show that past achievements like the golden boot, the ball, and the glove will be recognized with a gold honors patch. All FIFA World Cup 26 squads have been confirmed. And again, we say 1,248 dreams for the 8 teams and a truly global cast for players in this very phase of the World Cup. Now, the world's largest coffee pot, we did say this one, was flown from Bosnia, I think that's about the Bosnia national team at the World Cup. And we did say that one. The pot can fill over 8,000 cups of coffee. We'll bring that to you so you can see this very big cup. Like everyone is having a feel about the very cup. And take a coffee and then you have to go chill yourself. And then we let you know that Iran World Cup squad has been notified that they must enter and leave U.S. soil on the same day ahead of the matches played in America. And that's coming from that very man, Mexican ambassador. His name is Terrence. And let's let you know, there will be 4 countries in this World Cup. Like we already said, that will making the debut. Just to highlight of it again, Jordan, Caracas, Mexican, and then Cape Verde side. And this is the most WC, you can say, World Cup debutant in a single edition since 2006, when 6 nations made their bow. Now, it's big to let you know that the World Cup is very big, and I cannot wait to see how it pans out. The 26th World Cup will be difficult for many Congolese fans to attend due to one problem, to Ebola-related travel restrictions and also strict entry rules from the USA, Mexico, and Canada. A small group of selected, supporters, including Lumumba, the man V, and others, were allowed to travel through Europe, and that's via a health monitoring. And also, we only attend limited matches in Mexico, so they'll have just more fun when they are seeing the Congolese game. Meanwhile, many fans to I think that we've been seeing it on social media, has been out there. Many fans who already bought tickets are still waiting for FIFA decision on refund request from FECOFA, and we'll see how it waits to go. But this is about Brazilian news right now. Some of the facts you need to know. Carlos Ancelotti has called on Ederson of Atalanta, who will be joining Manchester United just maybe by the summer. He's now part of the squad with the Wesley injury being very big, so he's been dropped out, and we have to wait to know if Ederson will fill in that vacuum for the Brazilian side. But in this World Cup coming up, I must tell you, some dangerous players will have to make themselves high and put themselves on the map. The likes of Rashford of England, Nusa of Norway, Nico Williams of Spain, Rafael Leao of Portugal. These wingers, we must tell you, have to find their footing and then put themselves on the map and give themselves a very big transfer come the window where we see it go. So this is just some of the facts that we have to let you know. But we started the show by saying congratulations to one man and happy birthday. If you say happy belated birthday, you would not be wrong. One man who has won the World Cup twice. He went to 3 World Cups and he clinched on 2. No other name but Cafu. He still remains the only player to feature in 3 World Cup finals. He won 2 of them. Cafu, is now the only player in football history to play in 3 consecutive FIFA World Cup. So we must celebrate him on the show today. And also another man who's more like, I'm liking the style of outfit. Our fashionista, you could say, Joe Conde. I don't think anyone has got a lot of outfit style, like styling clothes and together. A player who's a right back. He's playing for the French national side. And he came to this very tournament with a PlayStation 1. Vintage drip and also retro console from that very man. I'm talking about Joe Conde. He's just very fantastic in what he's been doing. He likes outfit a lot. He likes clothes. The clothes man. You could say he's a fashionista, or you could say football fashionista. Anyone works for me. And Jose Conde of Barcelona. He won the La Liga with Barca this past season. But we leave that one and let you know that it will be very big, because on the show this morning, we'll be telling you exclusively and extensively what will be triumphing out there, where we'll be seeing the Ghanaian side playing against the English people. And there's the news about Thomas Partey. It doesn't sound cool. It doesn't sound fitting. It doesn't sound sweet on the show. We keep saying it all the time. No Super Eagles, no Nigeria. The last declination of trophy was back in the Unity Cup to say. So, but regardless, Kurt Sediments, we have to let you know everything that's going on for the World Cup. 3 days and counting. We'll be right there to see all of this game come to play. What team is your favorite to win this one? You tell me when the time is up. Yes, so on the show today, I have my friend, football pundit, Adeni Ojo, who will be dissecting all of these talks with me. You know how we do on the show. We go down the nitty-gritty to bring everything sporting just for you to be part and then enjoy how it goes. Adeni is feeling very great to have you this day join me. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be on the show again.
Yeah, good to be on the show. World Cup. How do you feel? World Cup is closed right now. So how many days? 3 days to World Cup. How do you feel?
Yeah, lots of entertainment.
No Nigeria. How do you feel?
Feel a bit bad. At least I'm not waking up in the midnight to watch or to see football games, but I still feel excited.
Feel excited. Okay, let's get to analyze some of those games. Now, there's a lot of talks about African side, and it still feels bad that right now we have 48 teams, 16 cities, 104 games. On the short of African football, 10 African countries will make it to the World, already in the World Cup to say. Congo, DRC, I'm liking them. They are the last party that just joined. Now, I don't know what you make about the African side. They've got quality. Jomanda of the Ivorian side is just in the summer. RB Leipzig, maybe to City, maybe to Liverpool. We don't know what plans are for the Ivorian. Amad Diallo from the Ivorian side as well. MFA is the manager. Good man. Are you looking to the Senegalese trial? Sadio Mane, either got quality in Ndiaye. Just have Khalidou Koulibaly. I love the Senegal squad. You look to the Egyptian side, there's also a man you can take off, Mo Salah. He's a king. Mamouche also got married some days ago. You look into some of the side, like you talk about the Congo police people, there's the Bakambu, Wan-Bissaka, all of those guys are part of this Vero phase. But I'm looking at the team, like the Senegalese side, for me, it looks to be, I don't know, maybe one of the favorites. But you cannot write off the Moroccan side. Hachem Hakimi, back-to-back Champions League with Paris Saint-Germain. He also did win it back with Real Madrid. A lot of stats about the side. Saibari in the team. You look at what Morocco, not Walid Regragui, different manager now. What African side would you say for you would go further, like farthest more in this World Cup?
Well, first and foremost, we've been given extra slots. It used to be 4 or 5 African teams in the World Cup. I think now we have extra 4 nations. Yeah. I think we are 8 now.
Now 10.
We are 10 now, actually. So the South African side, they are very strong, very compact.
I didn't call them. I'm so sorry.
So you can see that they are very, very good. And you can see they are up to qualification, so they have a very solid and very balanced team. And the West African side, too, likes of Senegal, Ivory Coast, and the Ghanaian side too very strong, and the North Africans too, Algeria, Egypt,
Yeah,
and Morocco.
strong side.
So you can see. So given the last AFCON, you can see how competitive it was and how strong and how African football has really changed. So I see Africa going into the semi-final, at least 2 or 3.
So which will you pick? Because you talked about the South African. I look at the record. They've got a lot of Mamelodi Sundowns players in their team. The Cape Verdean side as well. These guys play like Portuguese, well colonized by the Portuguese. And I just would say maybe the Africans might put a shock out. South Africans for 2 decades have not been in the World Cup, and it's time for them to put a smile on African face. But who would you want to pick? Like which team? Like pick one to say this one goes further more.
I'll be tipping Morocco again. Morocco will go far because of the last World Cup. They went to the semi-final. They actually beat some heavyweights. Portugal, they shocked Portugal.
Yeah, shocked Spain.
So they shocked. So you can see. So I'm actually tipping Morocco again to go far this time.
What about Senegal? Champions.
Senegal, maybe quarter-final or round of, because there are a lot of teams in this tournament now, and there's no like underdogs. You can see we have Uzbekistan, we have Cape Verde. You can see that. So all of these nations, they want to actually put up a fight. Okay, we've got what it takes to actually make Africa proud and make their nation so proud. So, but for me, it's Morocco.
Morocco. Okay, what about, let's pick it out from the player's perspective now. What player would you say, can you just pick out to say? Because you know what the World Cup does? It's always a time for young lads to showcase themselves on global stage, put themselves on the map, and let people know that, yes, we are in a World Cup. The likes of Hendrik of Brazil, I want to see him, get a start, or get an opportunity, not even a start, take it by chance. The likes of Jamal Musiala, we've seen him at big level time football. Kobo has some quality right there. Ildes, the Turkish player, Ada Gule as well. So what African player or which African player can you pick out to say this one will put a mark, will just put out himself on the shine line?
Yeah, from the North African side, look at Brahim Diaz.
Oh, okay.
Hakimi, without a doubt. We'll look at Amad Diallo, Ivory Coast. Who else? Ghana. We look at Semenyo. So we have a lot of stars that will actually, that will entertain us this World Cup. So you see, we have lots of players,
right?
Amazing players. We have this guy too in Cape Verde. What's his name again?
So, but I want to ask you a question. This aspect of, let's say, some surprising results. The Algerian side beating the Netherlands. Can this be a replication? We even saw Iran. I think Iran side stopping Spain on the draw. I think Ferran Torres scored a goal. All of this warm-up games, can it be replicated again in the game? It's always different.
It's always different because the players are kind of careful. They don't want to get injured. Because of the tournament, they don't want to get replaced. So we're already having injuries again. You can see that they're already like, okay, some are already getting injured. They're taking them back home and they're bringing up new players. So the warm-up games will be totally different from the tournament itself.
Okay.
Yes, we are still going to see some shockers. No doubt about that. We'll see some, like you could see when Saudi Arabia defeated Argentina in the last World Cup. So we are going to see lots of shockers too like that.
So Adeni, if I want to pick it from you, what team goes higher? Morocco for you. A player to pick out. One player from Africa.
From Africa, Brahim, Semenyo.
Just one.
Just one. Okay, we didn't Brahim. I'll pick Brahim.
Brahim Diaz. All right, so let's get to the next phase. But a lot of talk point about Semenyo. He's just a man that loves to see himself get those passes. I watched the Ghanaian side. I did remember 2014 what they did. The draw against our German side, the Thomas Hummels, Mula in that very team, Kimmich, Tony Kroos, where the Ghanaians stood very strong. They almost won the game. The brothers scored a goal. Jordan Ayew actually made them miss that game to say Assam again, Sule Montari, what they possess, all of these qualities. And of blessed memory, Atsu, 2014, they got a draw, against the German side. And can we see them replicating this one again? They've not really been decent in country football. Poor results from the Ghanaian side. But one man, Anthony Semenyo, he just want to get those passes. And maybe the backline, Chico could get control. And Ayew has been there. He's been with the leaders before. So he's the captain of the side. Maybe the West African team can just put out threats to some teams. Because people are not really looking at Ghanaian side. They feel like they are underdogs in this one. But Semenyo, first World Cup with the Ghanaians. Inaki Williams also in the team. Just maybe they could cope and bring out something very strong. But let's jump onto this one. This one sounds like the basic talk I want to look out for. The English FA are considering how England players should approach the traditional pre-match handshake with Thomas Partey ahead of the World Cup against Ghana. Now, this doesn't sound nice. It doesn't sound nice. That's what it is. Partey is currently awaiting trial in the UK of multiple charges, all of which he denies. Ghana boss, Carlos Queiroz, who did the job with Man United for some time with Ferguson, has defended the midfielder and also his selection. The English FA are reviewing guidance to help England players handle customary pre-match handshake with Ghanaian midfielder Thomas Partey, who faces UK legal charges. The FA stance remain under the review of the highly anticipated group stage match as Partey legal proceedings have sparked broader debate globally. The legal contest, let's look into it now. The charges: Thomas Partey is facing 7 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault in London court. The defense: Partey completely denies the allegation. Ghana manager Carlos Queiroz has actively defended the player's inclusion in the Black Star squad. Queiroz insists Partey is entitled to his fundamental legal presumption of what? The record. And this is a presumption of innocence, meaning he is legally viewed as innocent until proven guilty in court of law. That's how we know it. Now, the handshake deliver, let's look into it. The English FA officials are deliberating whether to advise English players to avoid traditional pre-match handshake with Thomas Partey to prevent negative PR. Well, what about the Ghanaian stance? The Ghana Football Association and manager Queiroz states that respecting the legal process does not require them to cast him aside on the pitch. There are reports that if England players refuse to shake Partey or shake hands with Thomas Partey, that's a bad one, they may completely snub the pre-match handshake with the entire England team in solidarity. Now, let's look into the broader debate. It's a lot of talk points. Critics argue that playing for the national team while under a serious criminal investigation sends a confusing social message and then overshadows the game. That's what it is. Now, what about the supporters? They are maintaining that abandoning the presumption of innocence harms fair legal standards and unfairly punishes the player before a court verdict is reached. I think the word is you are innocent not until you're found guilty. I don't know if I'm right. That's what it is. That's what the law states in that part. I don't know if this sounds nice. I don't know how this wants to be because Thomas Partey currently is playing for Villarreal in Spain, in La Liga, but we know this proceedings. This is something that happened. I'm not here to take side. I'm not doing the West African thing. I'm just saying what is right is right. What is good is good. What PR, how advisable would it be for the English people to do this and then have a handshake with the rest of the players when it comes to Thomas Partey? They will be avoiding him. How bad would this be? Or do you support that one to say it could spoil something about the PR?
One thing about sexual or rape cases is when it comes to you're always guilty until proven innocent.
Right.
So it's not a case of whereby
you're always innocent until proven guilty.
No, you're guilty.
Okay.
Until proven innocent.
Okay, you can say that, right?
For people to come out and say, okay, you did this, or maybe you allegedly did this.
Okay, so now he's what? Is he guilty? Is he innocent? Where do you place him? The trial is adjourned. See, I think are we to judge?
This is not the first time things like this is happening. You understand? You remember the issue with what's his name again?
The Mendy
case.
But yeah, but he was innocent later. We did say that.
So you can see, and he actually destroyed his career.
Right.
Or actually dented his career. And City didn't really actually stand by him. So
right.
Now, with Thomas Partey again, now they're saying that he's innocent, but with the charges laid against him, for me, people say he's guilty because when a woman comes out and say, okay, maybe you raped me or you molested me or you abused me or you harassed me, the public will believe. Okay. And women they don't joke with things like that. Nobody wants to be associated with. Look at Mason Greenwood, Man United.
Yeah.
So you can see that players, they have to be very, very careful when they are outside their sporting environment.
What about now that we say the deed has been done, but not confirmed, not proven guilty? Won't we respect the law? Won't we respect the court? Why are they thinking of even doing it when allegedly, right, that's the word.
The investigations are still going on.
And it's adjourned for now.
Yeah, it's still adjourned, but I'm very, very sure that some people that maybe they've heard one or two about the issue, confirming or affirming whether he did it or not. So that's why the English FA too, they are trying to be very, very careful because it's still a very, very sensitive matter.
Right.
Nobody wants to be associated with a rapist or maybe an abuser.
Right.
So that's why, okay, they are maybe advising their players because of the sensitivity of this case or the seriousness of this case. You don't want to be too cozy or, okay, there's something like friendship with this person. Let us know that we are not in agreement or we don't support what he did or allegedly did.
Okay, Adene, this is the field of play. This is football. This is a contact game. This is something that does not say wrong about whatever it is. Football brings people together, unites the world, right? I'm just still concerned about why do we have the court? Allegedly, not guilty, not innocent. Even Carlos Queiroz is saying he's justifying, the coach is justifying his selection. His point remains that up till date, we don't have a record to say Thomas Partey is guilty. It's just, I don't want to use the word, I don't want to sound like I'm taking sides, right? I just feel like they should play the game. Do what you need to do. Respect the game. It's football. If found guilty, then anything comes. What at the end of the day, he's innocent?
If I was the manager of Ghana, I was the head coach of Ghana, I wouldn't take Thomas Partey to this tournament.
Really?
Yes.
A key player for your team?
I would not.
Why?
Because of, I think it sets a deterrence, and it sets this is a lesson to other players that whenever you are off the field, they should always, morals, code of conduct, ethics. I'm not going into if I was the manager, I wouldn't take Thomas Partey, because look at the controversy now surrounding his inclusion or his selection in this Ghanaian team now. I can see that now he's setting a negative PR, and I will not be surprised if maybe on the field of play he's being booed.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
You see, he's being booed by maybe the English fans. Because definitely you see women there and they don't want to actually hear that, okay, this guy actually abused the woman or he's a rapist.
I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, but you sound like you support that he's actually guilty. I mean,
I'm not saying that he's guilty.
Because I know all of this. You don't still sound like you respect the court, I'm just saying. I know it's a negative PR for him. Right, but we've seen people who have gone through this phase and then...
The court have not even given
innocent.
A verdict.
Yes, no verdict for now.
There's no verdict yet. But
so why are they taking off
case is still
precautionary
ongoing.
measures?
Since the case is still ongoing and investigations are still being carried out concerning this player and the abuser or maybe the lady he raped or whatever, allegedly, for now, it should not even be included in the team because it's creating a lot of tension already. And Ghana don't need this right now. I'm very sure in their own space they are debating about his inclusion or his selection in the team. And imagine, okay, this is the first game. They're playing England, the first game. You can see that, and he's going to stand trial over there, maybe after the tournament.
In the UK.
And imagine if he's found guilty. You know the image is going to send to the Ghanaians?
Okay, well, your opinion, actually. Carlos Queiroz knows why he got him involved. Integral player for, the Ghanaian side. If they had dropped him, I don't know what the case would have been like.
Integral not.
Doesn't matter.
There are other replacements for him. He should not be included in this team. So look at the unnecessary controversy he's creating, or this is causing. So this is not. This is.
Do you think you want to believe it affects the team?
It will affect the team.
Oh.
It will affect the team, whether they like it or not. It will affect the team because imagine the first game is being booed, and maybe during the tournament, the investigations are still definitely it's ongoing. And maybe we now hear something in the media or in the news that, okay, actually, Thomas Partey actually did this thing due to maybe the victim's account.
Yeah, sounds a lot of message.
Do you get the kind of reaction and the possible outcome of this guy's inclusion in that's the Ghana national side? No. This is...
Out of it. He doesn't want to say yes to that.
They got it wrong.
Okay, I don't know your Joyce saying no. There's no way to paint this thing is what's wrong. I mean, negative PR from Thomas Partey. He should not be included in the squad. Well, his opinion. Right, that's his opinion. Well, let's go on. I understand the part. I really understand a lot of things. And I know how the British can be. We know it's not like we don't even know. But let's go off that one and look about one man. Potential, he's been in this World Cup. He's going to wear the number 19 jersey, Lamine Yamal. He's made a promise, and he said, I really promise that if I win the World Cup, I will grow a full beard and mustache for an entire year. No, for 3 weeks. That's what he's saying. Thomas Partey's case is off now, and it's about Lamine Yamal. Well, at the end of the year, now he went on, we're asking him questions, said, Lamine Yamal, do you have an underrated player? Who do you think is an underrated player? He said, I don't know if you agree with him though, but let's look into this. He said, Gerard Martin, underrated. He can play as a number 5. He can play as a left back. Fabian Ruiz, some saying underrated. Paris Saint-Germain midfielder, plays for the De La Fuente team in the Spanish world, Paris Saint-Germain. And then Cole Palmer, he said he's not underrated. He wears number 10 for Chelsea and ended 9th in the Ballon d'Or. How can he be underrated? So he's saying Thomas Partey, that's Thomas Partey. Cole Palmer is not underrated. And then the asked question, said, what player do you like watching? Now, this I saw, and it was more like for like. Real recognize real. If Jeremy Doku is saying, I love to watch Haaland, I'm going like, no. If Lamine is coming to say, I want to watch, Inaki Williams, I want to watch, I'll watch Sergio Busquets. No, it doesn't work. But he's saying, His idol is Neymar. He is my idol, and I love to watch Jeremy Doku. Surprisingly, and the name I am Cherokee. So he loved to watch these guys. These guys are wingers. But Adele, you have birds. Like I don't have like a kind of mine is quite small, not to compare to yours. You've got a lot of birds. And people like to, it depends on the look. I don't know when I have this kind of bird how I look. But Lamine, with birds, Montage for we said a year. He said no, 3 weeks. If they win the World Cup, can they win the World Cup Spain? Are they contenders, pretenders, or favorite?
They're favorites to win this tournament. They have a very good squad. They have a balanced squad, a very young squad for that again. So I see them going far. And if you see the Nations League, they performed excellently well. And for me, they're top favorites. Top favorites.
Top on this.
Any team meeting Spain now should be very, very careful because they're very deadly on the flanks, the center, the midfield. They're very compact, defense, very solid, and they have a very good goalkeeper.
Yeah, people talk less about their back line. Johan Garcia, when I have Simon gets the start, we know. And people talk about the back line not so compactable, not so compacted, not so strong. I'm just saying. There's a Laporte came into this one. Paul Cabas is also Garcia. Eric Garcia in the team. Is their back line. Why we don't even see their back line questions because of the midfield is strong. But if you can penetrate them, if Spain plays against a French side, who gets a win for you?
It's going to be a very high-scoring game, but France will actually top them.
So how do you now place the Spanish as favorites? Where is it coming from?
Because of, over the years, they've always surprised everybody.
They've won just one World Cup.
They have a way of actually repeating. They have a pattern. The French side don't really have a pattern. You can see the French side don't really have a pattern. Deschamps, over the years, I've not really seen him he has always relied on the individual talent of
So it's like all-stars.
So it's like an all-star. So you cannot compare the compactness and the cohesiveness of the Spanish side, which has always given them success over the years. That's from 2008 down to this present day. So you can see that, okay, this is a team that is built around, how would I call it? They have a style of play. So unlike the French side, they don't really have a style of play. It's just individual talents, strength, pace, and power. But when it comes to the technical side or the tactical side of the game, the Spanish side, they're always better.
Yeah, I agree with you. De La Fuente, well agreed. We've seen how structured they can be, They might not really have some of those names that you want to see. In the front line, Ferran Torres, we saw he's going against the Iraq side. Iglesias is also in that team. There's no Alvaro Morata. There's Daniel Yazabal in the team. They've got Jeremy Pino, Inaki Williams. So quality right there. Looking at this team, they are good to watch, and we see how it goes. But let's look into one man who, if I want to say it back the way Nigeria, they talk, say, the year award. Say Neymar, not the year award. The more people keep talking about Neymar with the injury and the rest of that, I personally wondered how a World Cup would be without the Neymar. Where they'll see Messi, Ronaldo, no Neymar, please, come on. Look at this hairstyle, golden hairstyle, new trim for Neymar Jr. for the World Cup. This man is really injured. Whoa, this is looking crazy, right? Neymar is just a man that he doesn't care about what you're saying. He came into the team with a helicopter, right? Yeah. He didn't come like the rest of the players did. He came from the air. He flew from the air, not from the land way. And he's now in America. We'll see Brazil play. The first match, I think that's against Morocco. That was the first game. Neymar, being part of the World Cup for the Brazilian side, Carlos Ancelotti shut everyone off and said Neymar. I think he played around the Neymar because he wasn't fully fit, even though he's quite injured. But I don't know what a World Cup would have looked like without this man on your screen, Denny.
I was a bit skeptical, or I don't want to use that word. I was a bit taken aback at his selection because it will create some kind of, because of how do you want to infuse Neymar, Vini, and who's this guy?
Rafinha
in the same thing. So and Cunha again. So you can see that they're going to have this selection problem because now Brazil want to be playing 4-2-4. Use just two midfielders. That is Casemiro and maybe Guimaraes.
Yeah, Bruno Guimaraes.
And let's not forget that we have Casemiro that is age and that issue. So, and if they are being outpaced, or let me say they are outnumbered in the middle, it's going to create problems. Look at their friendly game against them. Who did they play with? They struggled. They struggled. That was the first half. They really struggled in the first half. So it was the second half. They tried. After he did, I think, 7 or 8 substitutions. That's at the game, and he changed that's the formation. So for me, including Neymar in this team, we just create. There is an icon anyway.
Yeah.
But they need the PR too. That okay.
It's a PR.
Of course, they need the PR.
Brazil got a lot of quality. Paqueta is in the team. Fabinho, and then he's stylish. He's a fashionista. He likes outfit, and he wants to be out. Danilo also they have in
Brazil don't need anything like they don't need distraction this time because the last time
You
they
think
won
Neymar
this
is a
tournament-
distraction?
Yes, for me it's a distraction because
If
last
he's
time
fit.
they won. If he's even fit, for me, nobody sees him as a threat anymore.
Brazilian all-time top scorer.
No doubt about that. But no defender will want to give him that kind of respect. Because now every nation is gone like this that people respect like world global stars or world stars or let me say
Right.
star players. But now you can see defenders don't really have time for that anymore. Because of everybody now wants the glory now. Nobody, okay, yeah, you're a big star, but I will still want to mark you.
So you're saying no to showbiz.
Brazil,
no to showbiz. What happens to Ian Cheque? Doko wants to do that. Lamine wants to do that. Neymar will see Neymar do that.
And it's a very good role model to lots of players, even
Yeah, a lot of them. Most of
them,
them.
Bakola
Yes.
and the rest of them.
Rashford, all of
You
them.
can see Rashford. So for me, he has, he's a trailblazer. He has done his
Yeah,
part.
I recall you asked a question, where do they play him? If you go to the left side of the Brazilian side, I got quality. Gabriel Martinelli would definitely play second fiddle, sometimes the first 9. But Igor Thiago is up front there. Also, Matheus Cunha, who gets a start for Ancelotti, we don't even know. But we know from the left side would definitely be Vinicius Junior. Rafinha might come from the right. He's done it with Brazilians. With the Barca side, Neymar will play like a number 10 if he gets to be fit. If he'll be in the game, he will play as a number 10. That's a Fabinho, Casemiro, do all of the jobs, give Neymar the passes. Paqueta also like a number 10. It's a different way, but if Neymar is fit, everybody knows he
And
gets
that boy
started.
Endrick too.
Endrick, okay.
Endrick.
You want to
is
see
another-
Endrick?
Is another start
Quality.
to watch out for. Another start to watch out for. I saw the clips during their training session. What he did to.
Yeah, he won man
Casemiro.
of the match in the last game.
Last game. So you can see that's another start, another player to watch out for.
Okay, so Hendrick, all of the best. I didn't love to you. Let's talk about career high. Most goals scored in the FIFA World Cup 4. Nobody has done it. Kylian Mbappe. This World Cup, I don't know. I don't want to talk about if he's going to ever win the Ballon d'Or, but I'm looking at Mbappe in this World Cup. Is he going to triumph?
Yeah, because he's in
He has a record. Can someone break that record to start with?
Of course, yes.
For
Records,
in
records
finals,
are meant to be broken.
Okay.
Records are meant to be broken. So for me, this is still in top form. Though coming back from injury, they're still trying to keep him, try to rest him a bit. But I'm very, very sure he's fired and he's all good to go. And he's in a star-studded squad again. So he has the likes of Olise, Cheki, and so
Cheki.
of course we'll do well.
Oh, you call it star-studded team.
We're expecting a flurry of goals this tournament.
Flurry of goals. You actually said they don't have a decent, like they have squad depth, but the word is I think he does not really fancy the Shams team. 2014 we saw them. I think the Shams, that 2014 squad, the likes of Kabaye, Kabaye in the midfield, there was Brenner from the right side, Mamadou Sissoko in that team, Sakov, Rafael Varane, Payet. Was it Payet in that one? I think Benzema, Giroud, I recall. Yeah, this is going to be the 4th World Cup for the Champs and the final one for the Frenchman. Benzema was in that squad. So wish him all of the best. But then let's talk about Messi. Last chance, all-time top scorers. He's got 13 goals. Miroslav Klose did score against, I think, Klose for 4 in 2000 or 2010 or so. I think 2006 he got 5. I think 5, 3. His goals. This is goals insane. 16 for Miroslav Klose and Ronaldo. He's broken Ronaldo's record. I think he did that in the English game, and that was back in 2014. Now he's got 16 goals to his name, all-time top scorers in the World Cup. And look at this list you have on your screen. Nazario Ronaldo de Lima has got 15. Jared Muller's got 14. Lionel Messi's got 13. Just Fontaine, the French international, he's got 13 as well. So Messi is the only man still playing active football, and he's going to be in the World Cup for the last time. Can Messi make a major or possibly break this record?
It's possible if they give him another round of penalties again.
Penalties?
Because most of his goals in the World Cup has come through penalties.
That's no days.
From the sports kick, yeah. Now. So how many goals, out of the 13 goals, how many goals have actually come from open play?
So it's a possibility.
So it's maybe possible. So the more penalties Argentina they have in this tournament.
Because the more penalties.
So 13 to 6, just 3 penalties. Maybe they can have that in the group stage. And they're in a very, very weak group.
Is there a weak group in the World Cup?
Of course, yeah. There are teams that you should expect that this is their working.
But you also believe there are no minors in the game?
There are no minors in the game, but for me, Messi might likely break this record.
Might likely?
Yes.
But we don't want to see him break it.
You can see, look at Argentina's group.
Yeah.
Where are they here? You can see
the Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina, Algeria, and who again is in their group again. So, of course, Why not? If they have penalties, like maybe penalty the first game, penalty the second game, the third game, that's 16 already.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't work like that. But let's talk. Let's talk quickly. We don't have all the time. We need to run. Look at the expensive selection so far. 2026 World Cup and most valuable starting. There's a selection out there we've seen on social media. The likes of valuable players. The money summed up on these players, and then we look into it. We have to bring on your screen. Now this is what it looks like. This is the money. 80 million euros. John Garcia is also in the team. Kobasi, Saliba, Nuno Mendes, Pedro Gonzalez, Vitinha, João Neves, Lamine Yamal, Haaland, and Mbappe. This one, most valuable starting 11 at the World Cup. How good can they? They can beat a team. They can win a World Cup, this squad.
They should.
Haaland is 200 million euros. That's big. Lamine has got 20 million euros as well. Mbappe's got 180. Pedro Gonzalez has got 150. Vitinha 140. And Neves 140. And, big. I didn't even know analysis on that one. Now, let's look into the 48 teams. We already told you for the 8 teams, 16 cities, 104 games. That's what it is. Now, let's look at this. Tell me, Adeni, which one is if there's a word like hardest group, are the toughest of them all, and which one looks to be the simplest of them all? Look at this so you can see for yourself. Make a choice quickly. Let's run.
Let's see. I'll go with the Netherlands group is very strong.
The strongest?
Yeah, very, very strong. And then Group L, that's England, Croatia, Ghana, Panama. Very strong groups. Very, very strong groups. Very strong. So I think Group E and Group L. Very strong group.
L. Okay, that's what it is. Now we should wrap up with this very set one at CR7, Big Brand Ronaldo, Last Dance. That's the sponsor out here. They are just out of edge. Check out this. And Nike is set to launch the special edition CR7 GOAT Last Dance. What a way to give a remarkable man for Ronaldo. On his boot, June 18, the stunning all-gold pair is inspired by the iconic 2009 Mercurial Superfly 1, designed to accompany Cristiano Ronaldo during his final World Cup campaign. This is what it looks like. Look at his boot. For 2016, we just see what happened, but now this is 2026. And look how Nike has spotted out this one for Ronaldo, just to say yes. Thank you so much for leaving the game and also an evergreen player for him. How big?
This is
lovely as
last dance. So they should actually prepare a fantastic footwear.
Footwear.
Yeah, and no, this is Ronaldo's World Cup.
What?
This is Ronaldo's World Cup.
I don't know.
Portugal this tournament. So.
Oh, you support Portugal?
This is tournament.
Is it an emotional thing? Because last I checked, you're a Man United fan.
Yeah.
Oh, Ronaldo, Man United.
So he has won everything that needs to be won in football. Just this World Cup.
So is it an emotional? Is it well deserved?
Yeah, the sentiment is there, and secondly, again, he has a good squad.
Right around him.
He has a good squad around. So I'm very, very sure that come July, CR7.
All right, so it's time for us to go. Dini Yojo has already said it. He believes the Portuguese side will get it all right. They've got quality. Ronaldo. Can we even see Bruno Fernandes replicating the same action they did with Man United come the past season? Just 21 assists in a single campaign. The midfielders got quality. Tricao on the other side, Rafael, the team side, Conceição, Bernardo, Vitinha, João Neves, Apollinia, Ruben Neves. You could keep calling the names of the guys in that squad. Can they really give us that scoreline and maybe see Ronaldo clinching this time? We'll tell. And then time for us to go. 3 days to the World Cup. First game, how is it going to go out? South Africa, Mexico, prediction?
South Africa 1-1.
1-1?
Yeah.
Azteca Stadium. All right, thank you so much for being part of the show. Adeni, you made the show roller coaster time, what's loving, and we can do this again. Hopefully, I return on the TV for you. That will be for Wednesday, but Afiz will be here to talk you through tomorrow to let you know everything all about the World Cup exclusively. This is a World Cup week, and everything we do on the show right now is about the FIFA World Cup 2026, no Nigeria. While their mates or the other countries that are wanting to win the World Cup, we only want the Unity Cup. That's the main one. But we'll see you again when we return. You've been the Sports Public Show right here. We have the media news coming up next. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Much love.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The Razzmatazz. Music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am Solomon Ofem. But before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Federal government states commitments to ending insecurity and others. Musa and Sani say education key to defeating banditry and terrorism. Jonathan and Lumumba tie Nigeria's future to tech and military strength. Obi decries ethnic and profiling of criminalities. Federal government declares 500 for evacuation, clears 500 rather for evacuation and extends screening. On a business news, Nigeria others plan $24 billion rice self-sufficiency initiative. And sports, Cliche tips Olise as France breakout star at World Cup. And in entertainment, Biosa Seriki George emerges Miss World Nigeria. Now details. Once again, welcome to the news. I am Solomon Ofem. President Bola Tinubu has restated the federal government's determination to defeat insecurity and secure the release of all persons held captive across the country, making the commitment during the National Interdenominational Church Service in Abuja as part of activities marking 2026 Democracy Day celebration. President Bola Tinubu also assured Nigerians that his administration would intensify efforts to ease the economic hardship facing citizens. Tinubu, who was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, congratulated Nigerians on the 27 uninterrupted years of civilian rule since 1999, describing it as a testament to the resilience, commitment, and sacrifices of citizens who fought for the restoration of democracy. Tinubu said he remains committed to fulfilling his constitutional responsibilities and would double his efforts to ensure that the socio-economic difficulties currently confronting Nigerians are substantially reduced by delivering sustainable democratic dividends. Acknowledging the hardship facing many households, he said the government is sensitive to all the pains, shares in them, and has heard citizens cry over the economic strain, insecurity, kidnappings, and displacement of several communities across the country. Still on insecurity, the Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, and the Governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, have stressed the place of quality education in defeating ignorance, conquering hopelessness, and ensuring true and lasting security. They described quality education, active citizenship, and community collaboration with security agencies as vital in addressing banditry, terrorism, and other security challenges facing Nigeria. They spoke at the inauguration of the faith-based Kaduna Christian Academy, which was donated to the Christian community in Kaduna by friends of the Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, Oluwatosin Ajayi. Musa described the academy as a strategic, non-kinetic intervention in the fight against insecurity, stressing that sustainable peace requires more than military operations and intelligence gathering. He added that education remains a powerful tool for combating ignorance, hopelessness, and extremist ideologies. Also, Governor Sani, who was represented by the Kaduna State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, James Kanyib, said the academic symbolizes hope, opportunity, and transformation for future generations. Meanwhile, the federal introducing fresh. We do sincerely apologize. Meanwhile, the federal government has introduced fresh measures aimed at Meanwhile, the federal government has introduced fresh measures aimed at strengthening financial discipline across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, which places new limits on disbursable interest and tightening oversight of public funds. The new directive is contained in the 2026 Annual General Imprest Warrant signed by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, conveying through a Financial Treasury circular by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, signed by the Attorney General of the Federation, Shamseldeen Ogunjimi. The circular authorizes accounting officers across the three arms of government to approve funds to eligible imprest holders while setting clear spending thresholds and compliance requirements. According to the circular, ministers will be entitled to a maximum reimbursable interest of 700,000 naira, while permanent secretaries and directors general will be limited to 500,000 naira. Also, directors and heads of departments will be entitled to 300,000 naira, while heads of formation in states and other authorized interest holders will have a maximum of 100,000 naira. You're still on to the media news on Voice of the People Television. We'll go for a short break. We'll be right back with more news report. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings, where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever living. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
It is good to have you back. You're still on to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. Former President Goodluck Jonathan and renowned Kenyan Pan-Africanist Professor Patrick Lumumba have renamed technological advancement, educational reform, and military strength as critical pillars that could secure Nigeria's future and enhance Africa's place in the global order. Speaking at the Law Week plenary of the Nigerian Bar Association NBA Yenagua branch, Jonathan called for a comprehensive overhaul of Nigeria's colonial era education system and increased investment in science, technology, and military capacity and capability. Speaking on the theme, Securing the Future, Jonathan called for a deliberate investment in human capital development. He stressed that technological innovation and military capability are indispensable for national relevance in today's world. In his part, Professor Lumumba urged African nations to embrace bold policies that would strengthen their economies, institutions, and strategic influence. He warned that Africa would continue being marginalized globally unless it develops the capacity to protect its interests and resources. According to him, strength remains a major determinant of influence in international relations. According to Lumumba, Africa's future also lies in greater unity, stronger institutions, and harmonized legal and regulatory frameworks capable of protecting the continent's economic interest. In another development, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has warned against the growing trend of attributing criminal activities to ethnic groups, describing it as divisive and harmful to national unity. In a post on X on Monday, Obi urged Nigerians to resist the temptation to judge entire communities by the actions of a few criminals, stressing that crime has no ethnic identity. He explained that as an Igbo man, he has endured stereotypes, judgments, and labeling based on his ethnic origin, just as most Nigerians have at some point been reduced to their ethnicity rather than recognized for their true character. Obi lamented that many Fulani people are currently facing similar prejudice and unfair judgment due to the actions of criminal elements who do not represent their communities. He emphasized that while Nigeria's ethnic groups are known for their unique cultures, skills, and contributions, criminality should never be associated with any tribe. Meanwhile, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Finance, James Faleke, has charged civil servants to uphold integrity and due process, irrespective of the pressure from political office holders, tying Nigeria's success in achieving rapid development. Faleke spoke in Abuja on the sidelines of the launch of a book, The Nigerian Legislature, a practical guide for lawmakers, written by the retiring clerk of the House Committee on Finance, Oscar Okoro. He stated that civil servants remain the backbone of governance and play a critical role in assuring that government policies and programs are implemented in line with established rules and procedures. According to him, the civil service mainly builds the country, and the civil servants are the technocrats and the people that politicians rely on. He insisted that if the civil servants decide to get things done properly, the country will be better off. However, Faleke noted that dedication to national development requires a genuine commitment to the country's success and institutions. Away from that, 270 persons out of the 500 Nigerians screened and cleared for evacuation from South Africa are expected back in Nigeria today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said. Confirming the arrangement, the ministry's spokesperson, Kimiebi Ebienfa, said that the first flight, which will airlift about 270 passengers, will leave Johannesburg on Monday evening if the airline secures the necessary permits and clearance. We are still on to the media news on Voice of the People Television. Joining me to help analyze our news item is Darlington Agwoma, a legal practitioner and current affairs analyst. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for joining us on the news.
My pleasure.
And joining us virtually is financial expert and public affairs analyst Frank Ayala. Before then, let's go to the first story on our news item, which is on insecurity, where the federal government, the President Bola Tinubu has restated the federal government determination to defeat insecurity and ensure the release of all persons held captive across the country. Barrister Darlington, the President have been criticized several times of his critics have accused him of not being empathetic enough in terms of insecurity in this country. But on few occasions, he has come out to assure Nigerians that he will defeat insecurity. But then the other side of the criticism is saying that he doesn't have the political will to defeat insecurity. So how do you think this assurance will resonate with Nigerians?
Anybody is banking on that assurance because we have had and seen it several times. Severally. When this administration run into a cul-de-sac, when they didn't know what to do, they will bring up this type of statements to reassure Nigerians, to divert our attention. But in reality, nothing is being done. And nothing will be done until the next one happens. That has been the narrative. That has been the lot of Nigerians. And so these promises, when will it be implemented? When are we going to see results? That is the issue. It's not enough to tell us that you will not surrender to terrorism. But from the look of things, you have. Because these guys, they are like an alternate government in Nigeria. They dictate what they want and they go for it. And nobody has been very, very frank with them. I mean, you have not shown that political will that, yes, you are angry with what is going on. You have not. Seriously. Was it not the wife of the president that went about 2 or 3 days ago distributing cars and they were dancing? As if nothing happened.
And, we've talked so much about insecurity in this country that we're beginning to sound like a broken record. Several persons, security analysts, security experts have come out every day to say that this federal government know how to defeat insecurity if they really want to defeat insecurity. What do you think, if the allegations are true, why do you think that is the case? Is it that there are some persons or some cabal in this country that are bigger than the president, or that the president is afraid of? Because it looks like he's afraid of stepping on toes if the allegations are to be believed.
No, the political will is not there. And then two, insecurity has been weaponized. It has become a political tool in the hands of the people in government. I mean, the facts are there. The facts are there. Why are they rehabilitating them? Why are they calling the terrorists our brothers, that we should forgive them and all that? The one that even surprised me was when the wife of the president was threatened. And nobody reprimanded that man. The president did not even utter a word. To show that protection over his wife. So there is more to it. There is more to it because the boldness of these terrorists is very annoying. Their boldness is very, very annoying, seriously. The way they do what they do and the way they say what they is very, they will be committing crime and then be videoing it, telling us the whole thing they are doing. Like that man, they cut off his head in your state. They showed it to the whole world. They are not afraid. So that will tell you that something is happening that we don't know. And nobody wants to tell us.
So to them, it looks like whatever they do, it is inconsequential. Nobody is strong enough to reprimand them for their action.
I mean, look at it yourself. Since this is that since Tinubu came into office, have you seen him make one statement against the terrorists? I mean, national brokers against the terrorists. Has he ever? Every time, we are going to get them. We are going to deal with them. It will not happen again. This enough is enough. I don't know how many times he's going to say it without nothing being done. If he had been acting, if he had been doing what he need to do, what he swore to do for Nigeria to protect lives and property, Solomon, I don't think we'll be where we are today. I don't think we are going to be where we are today. Something would have happened for these people to know that, yes, there's a government.
Now, Tinubu was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, acknowledged the hardship facing many households. They said the government is sensitive to all the pains, shares with them, and has heard citizens cry over the economic strain. Critics keep saying his government has become one of the highest spending governments, instead of reducing the cost of governance. It has increased. More ministries and departments were open. Is incessant traveling outside of the country, all through the government coffers. How does he, with this amount of spending, how does he calm the nerves of Nigerians that is sensitive to the pains and shares with them the hardship that ordinary Nigerians are going through? That will be very difficult for Nigerians to believe, seeing the very high amount of money being spent by the government.
What this president is saying is different from what he is doing. That is just the simple truth. All the statements he has made, he cannot even begin to walk the talk. He's saying another thing and doing another thing. The profligacy is so, in fact, the profligacy is unimaginable. And yet you are telling us you bear our pain. You bear. Are you bearing our pain? Are you being prudent with the resources available to you? The answer is capital no. For example, look at all the contracts awarded to his cronies. Was any of them bidded? Was it costed? Is Nigeria getting value for their money? These are answers that are very obvious to everybody. So, how can you be doing all these things and you are telling Nigerians you bear their pain? You are not bearing anybody's pain. You are not. You are not. Seriously. The way you are spending money, even on irrelevant issues. Ordinary ICC that was renovated in Abuja, we can spend 39 billion and renamed it after you. And when you came, instead of you to tell him that this thing is too much, you are celebrating him, telling him that he should not mind naysayers. Naysayers over our money that you are wasting. Naysayers.
Now, still on insecurity, the Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, and the Governor of Kaduna State, Ubasani, stressed the place of quality education in defeating ignorance, conquering hopelessness, and ensuring true and lasting security. Now, the Defense Academy, the military, have called this situation non-kinetic approach to insecurity. In this case, now they are anchoring this on education. Now, it is obvious with the extremism going on, talking about religious brainwashing, how much of re-education is needed to help reset these people back to reality?
It is said that a bad workman always quarrels with his tools. There is nothing these military chiefs have not told us. The other time, he said that we should fight them. The other one said that we should pray. You know, nothing they have not. Both the kinetic and the non-kinetic approach, has it worked? They told us that these guys are from what's it called? Libya, that they are not Nigerians. At every point in time, they will give excuses for what is going on. So, if it is education, what are you doing about it, especially northern leaders? Because the 18 million children out of school, 80% of them came from the north. 80%. So, what are you talking about education? How can there be education when children are being kidnapped and kept in their den in the forest? And they are telling you Boko Haram, that is Western education is evil. So when you hear and see all these things, why are you trying to pamper the situation? Is there any deliberate effort to educate northerners or northern children? At least abolish the Almajiri culture. The north are not the only Muslim area in the world. In Dubai, there is nothing like that. In fact, apart from the white clothes they wear in Dubai, because of the where they are desert area and all that, they are in the hot region. The only thing The only thing that will make you think that Dubai is a Muslim state is that white and all those things they wear on their head. Apart from that, nothing else. Every other thing, you think that you are in a white man's land. Is it not a Muslim state? Saudi Arabia, is it not a Muslim state? So why is that of the north different? Everything is all about violence, aggression.
Now,
I mean, it's that let them look for the solution and stop giving excuses.
Now, away from insecurity, now the federal government has introduced fresh measures aimed at strengthening financial discipline across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, which places new limits on reimbursable interest and tightening oversight of public funds. Well, some will say this should start from the top. It is how the president spends. It's how his ministers, the ministries, and agencies will spend. What's your take?
Of course. Example is better than precepts. If the federal government will start by being prudent, I'm sure every other person will fall in line. Limiting the amount of money, is that who will follow it? Was it not this president who said that whenever he's traveling, his entourage will not be more than, I think, 10 or be 15 within the country, and then 25 when they're going out of the country? Since he made that statement, has he kept any of them? Has he observed his own rule? Has he? These are issues. You cannot be telling people to do what you say and not what you are doing. Who will listen to you? They will know that you are joking. They won't take you serious. They won't take you serious. That's why all the marching order you have given the military, did they obey any of them? Did they listen to it? They are not taking him serious because they know that what he's saying is not what he's doing. So telling us that ministries should be spending 700,000, that is just fallacy. At the end of the day, some of them will be spent up to 5 million. Up to 5 million naira. And nobody will be reprimanded.
Now, to politics now, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has warned against the growing trend of attributing criminal activities to ethnic groups, describing it as divisive and harmful to national unity. Obviously, he took himself as an example that being the Igbo man, he's been judged several times based on his ethnicity as an Igbo man. What's your take?
Of course. The greatest problem of Nigeria today is tribalism, ethnicity, and religion. If you remove these three things out of our life, Nigeria will be, in fact, Nigeria will become paradise. But at every point in time, tribalism will come in. If you look at the appointment of Tinubu in the administration, all of them are sectional. Go and count how many Southwestern and Yorubas that are in his government. It's like the only region in this country today is the Southwest. All the appointments, especially major appointments, it's like there is no other person in Nigeria except the Yoruba. So when you see all these things, you will not doubt what will be said. The way Obi has been hounded, just because he's an Igbo man, will equally tell you the story of that man. It's obvious to everybody.
Now, but he made this statement broad, including insecurity in this country, where a lot of Nigerians have attributed insecurity to Fulanis. So once you're a Fulani, you already have that stereotype of being a member of Boko Haram. You know, so that extends not just with him as an Igbo man, but in this context on insecurity.
Is it not when you identify a problem that you can solve it? Is it not when? Because when you go to hospital, the first thing the doctor will do is for you to go and do tests. From the outcome of the test, they will not know what exactly is wrong with you. Are you telling me that up to today, we don't know that particular ethnic group that is behind this insecurity? No, tell me, is it not obvious? America have mentioned their name. America have named them. They even put a figure.
But this is exactly what Peter Obi is saying. You don't use a few criminals to paints every. I mean, there are Fulanis that are not criminals, that are not bandits and member of Boko Haram.
Okay. Let us call out the criminal element among them. He said, Fulani militia, Fulani herdsmen. I don't know the one we have been calling out. Eh? And then their brothers in the hem of affairs are behind them, supporting them, giving them backup. So how do you want to separate the criminal element from the ones you claim are innocent? Because I didn't see any difference. If somebody as high as Buhari, as the president of this country, can be supporting them, my dear, it will be difficult for you to separate their leaders from the people doing these things. Because somebody bought the arms for them. Somebody gave them all the logistics. Because I remember in 2016, Buhari included 940 million naira in our national budget to fund the Fulani herdsmen's activities. We all raised eyebrow, we all, including me. I remember I was in one TV station at along Onikban. Yes, Onikban. And I said, no, this is wrong and all that. After all the night, they said, no, they want to build ranches for them so that their clashes with farmers will stop. We said, okay, if that will bring peace, no problem. Solomon, up to today, and since Buhari left us, did you see one single ranch he built? Right at the end of that month or year, what we saw was guns all over. Fulani started carrying guns. Fulani herdsmen, they started carrying guns. All of us, we know how this thing started and who was behind it. So at the end of the day, we didn't see 940 million. We didn't see any ranch. What we saw was gone. So is it not obvious what happened? Is it not obvious? So when people are saying you should not, the good ones among them, come out and make statements. Instead of you, when your people go and kill people, you pretend as if you are not aware. You didn't know what they did and all that. It's wrong. Okay. Their criminal silence is more than enough evidence to say that, yes, they are supporting it. You have seen and heard what Shegumi is doing. You have seen and heard what Shegumi is doing. Is that, will you now say that that one too is innocent? You heard what Erofai told you. How they want to recruit them.
Okay.
Please, they are involved.
Thank you very much, Barrister Gomo. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
That was Darlington Aguma, legal practitioner and current affairs analyst. Still on VOP television, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, says it has introduced stricter financial accountability measures that will require candidates to fully disclose campaign funds received and spent during elections. In a statement by the National Publicity Secretary, OSA Director, announcing the measures as part of resolutions at its second National Executive Committee NEC meeting, the party said it would not operate as the personality-driven political platform. The NDC stated its determination to build a sustainable political institution founded on party supremacy, internal discipline, and transparency rather than as a therefore, as part of efforts to strengthen accountability, the NDC directed, among others, that all funds raised by the candidates of campaign must be disclosed to the party and managed through designated campaign accounts. The NDC also reaffirmed the supremacy of party structures, stating that government elected on its platform must consult the party before major policy decisions and appointments. Still on politics, the Senator Dolphus Wabara-led Board of Trustees BOT of the People's Democratic Party PDP has sued the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, seeking recognition of the party's Interim National Working Committee (NWC). In a suit filed by the Federal High Court Abuja, the plaintiffs are asking the courts to compel INEC to update its records and publish on its official website the names of the interim NWC members forwarded to it by the PDP BOT and National Executive Committee, NEC. The plaintiffs include Wabara, former Niger State Governor Babangida Liu, former Information Minister Jerry Gana, PDP chieftain Olabode George, and former ministers Mariam Chiruma and Zainab Meina, with INEC as the sole defendant in the suit. The action follows the setting aside by the Court of Appeal the key aspects of a Federal High Court judgment in Ibadan, which had recognized as factional caretaker committee within the PDP. And now to business news. The Nigerian telecommunications operators have rejected the capital importation figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), saying they do not fully reflect the scale of spending in the sector, which recorded 2.13 trillion naira in 2025 capital expenditure. The NBS first quarter 2026 data released on Friday had shown that foreign investment in the telecom sector fell 91% to $7.24 million from the $80.78 million in 2025. However, in a statement on Monday by the chairman, Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria, Alton, Benga Adebayo, the group stressed that the data needed broader context to properly reflect sector dynamics. The association explained that while accurate data shapes investor perceptions and guard policy decisions, it believes that additional context regarding the telecommunications sector's current investment landscape will provide stakeholders with a more comprehensive understanding of the industry's health and trajectory. Alton argued that though the NBS report on the decline in foreign capital importation captures only a portion of total capital deployed in the sector. And out to sports news, former France defense star Guy Clichy has tipped Michael Olise to emerge as France's breakout star at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, given his talent and quality. The Bayern Munich forward heads into his first World Cup with growing expectations after establishing himself as one of Europe's most exciting attacking players. Though Olise has become a key figure for both club and country, Clichy believes the tournaments in the United States, Canada, and Mexico could elevate him to another level. Comparing him with Kylian Mbappe, already known to possess a special talent before his breakthrough campaign at the 2018 World Cup in Russia, Clichy expressed hope that Olise could also do something similar this summer. The 24-year-old is already well known through his performances for Bayern Munich in the Champions League, but remains relatively new to the France senior team, where he has made only 16 appearances ahead of his first major international tournament with the Le Bleu. And now to entertainment news. Bayelsa State Representatives Tamunoshoye Karibi George has won the national pageantry grand finale in Lagos to become the Miss World Nigeria 2026. The 26-year-old Rivers State indigene beat 19 other finalists to clinch the title during the event themed Pride, Power, and Purpose. The victory earned her the right to represent Nigeria at the 73rd Miss World Festival belt for August 9 to September 5, 2026 in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. Announcing Kabiri George as the winner in a post on X on Sunday, the founder of the Silverbird Group and former Senator Ben Murray Bruce said her purpose, poise, intelligence, and passion shone brightly, earning her the honor of wearing the crown and carrying the hopes of a nation. He further congratulated her advocacy work through her initiative Beyond Labels, which supports children living with special needs. Murray Bruce noted that more than a queen, Caribe George is a passionate advocate for change. Caribe George succeeds Joy Raimi, who represented Nigeria at the 72nd edition in Hyderabad, India, where she finished among the top 20 contestants and ranked among Africa's top 5. And that's the news. Before we go, do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I'm Solomon Ofem. Good afternoon, and thank you for listening.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Vop Tv, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustle.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Vop TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, it's another beautiful, beautiful day to stay inspired and grounded because it's a special day. And guess what? We're going to talk about a lot of things. And you know that I'm your beautiful host, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. As it waiting, as it be. Like I said before, it's a special day. And trust me, a lot of things are going to happen today because trust me, I have a lot of things to talk about. And yes, before we go, just get ready because we're about to dive into matters. All right, first on our list, we are talking about Dr. Okonje Iweala's daughter, Dr. Onyinye Iweala, daughter of Ngozi Okonje Iweala, has been promoted and confirmed with tenure as Associate Professor of Medicine at the UNC School of Medicine and Chapel Hill, North Carolina, United States. And the elevation marks a major milestone in her academic career and reflects her contribution to medical researches, teaching, and patient care in the field of allergy and immunology. And yes, Dr. Iweala, whose work focuses on food allergies, environmental allergies, and chronic hives, is recognized for her growing impact in clinical medicine and scientific research. So the award of her tenure signifies the institution's confidence in her long-term academic leadership and scholarly contributions, drawing praise from colleagues and family and fans. They've actually come out to, congratulate her on her promotion. This is really beautiful. And I love the fact that young ladies are really doing absolutely good. When I see our ladies doing something that I'm so excited and happy. This is something to be happy about. When you see your child, doing more than you, because I've seen a lot of, basically most of our celebrities this time around, their children are actually, following suit and doing better than them. We talk about Whiskey's child, talk about a lot of children are, doing basically well, more than your parents. And this one is, you have to be happy as a parent. You see your child doing good things. It's something to be proud of. And when we talk about Dr. Onyinye Iweala, it's a beautiful, beautiful promotion. And congratulations to her. You see, fans have actually come out to, congratulate her on her promotion. And yes, we'll take some comments over to the comment section because we'll have a lot of people excited and happy about the promotion. And people started talking, people are really talking about how women are really evolving, in academics and the rest of them. So let's take some comments and see what comment section people have for us. And Ledger said, congratulations, this is great. And Amechi Ambrose said, Igbo were people, actually. And, think about people that are Igbo. I don't want to come and generalize now. If you want people to say, Prezi, you're going far. See, it's even if it's Igbo, even if it's Yoruba, even if it's outside, what I'm trying to say is that, see, ladies are really turning up. I don't know. I always ask the questions, where are our men? But then, they are our men, but I'm happy that our ladies are really, doing beautifully well, and I'm proud of them. I am proud. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and people are really congratulating her. And Joyce Jacob said, "Lion know the born goats." Abio. And Ken Nick said, "Congratulations." Somebody else said, Arike said, "Beauty and brains." Actually. You see, when you have beauty, you have brains, you are good to go. I'm telling you. All right, Cakes by Lanre at Jide said, "Congratulations, Onyinye." It's actually a beautiful one. Let's take more comments from our comment section. People, they are really talking about Dr. Onyinye Okonje Iweala's daughter, and it's really beautiful seeing that our young ladies are doing absolutely beautiful. And okay, Cynthia said, "Now this legacy I want set for my daughters. No be today twerk or beg online." Oh, it's really funny at okay, Cynthia. Okay. And Successful Benji that 01 said, "Marry better woman. Abio." Miss Cheesy said, "Congratulations." And someone else said, "Congratulations." Real Rita Top said, "Congratulations." Let's see, it's good that you train your child and you see that your child is doing well. You have to you're going to be happy as a parent. You'll be a proud parent to actually show people that, oh, see what my daughter is doing, see what my son is doing. You see, so it's good that You try. I'm speaking specifically to all our mothers. See, this is a good example of train your child well, actually, because they have a lot of parents that overlook their children and may probably don't look towards the fact that the child needs to learn and stuff like that. So when the child grows up, he becomes something else. But it's beautiful that you give your child that good education, give your child, train your child well. Seriously, you'll be proud of that child. And come to think of that, I've seen Dr. Okonjo Iweala's daughter, Dr. Onyinye, is beautiful to see that she is doing beautifully well. And you see, a lot of people have come out to congratulate her on her promotion, and it's a good thing. I love young ladies really coming out well. This period, this 2026 has been a lot, with young ones trying to, young ladies actually doing specifically great things, improving on their education, doing a lot of beautiful things. And I love good news, especially. Yes, I beg, no, help me. I love good news. I don't like hear anything. And when it comes to good news, please, I'm always there. Call me. All right, well, still saying congratulations to Dr. Onyinye Iweala. Yes, it's a beautiful one, and congratulations to her. So yes, we're going over to our next story, and it happens to be Nigerian music star Adekunle Gold has taken his creative expression beyond music with the launch of a custom designed earrings known as Wave under his newly introduced jewelry and lifestyle brand. So Tough Man, the limited edition accessory inspired by wave patterns and available in silver and gold finishes, reflects the singer's growing interest in fashion, design, and lifestyle innovation. So the unveiling of the wave earrings has generated excitement among fans and fashion enthusiasts, with many applauding the awarded-winning artist for diversifying his creative portfolio. Adekunle Gold said the project was born from a desire to create something people can wear, extend his artistic influence beyond sound and entertainment. So the launch marks another milestone in his entrepreneurial journey and reinforces his status as one of the Nigerians' most style-conscious and innovative entertainer. This is... when I first saw these earrings, I'm like, please, not be drink bottle be this. I be can bottle. But see, I always talk about fashion, and I love fashion. When it comes to fashion, please, I'm there. I love the fact that Adekunle Gold has really brought out this piece earrings known as Wave. And it's really pretty, if you ask me, because I know a lot of people that came out and said, oh, that these earrings look like canned drinks, I understand the fact that, but it's really inspiring that you have to create something like that. People always, have to have their canned drinks. So I don't even know what came about this whole idea, but I'm seriously liking it. You see, fans have actually come out to, congratulate Adekunle Gold on his new piece, The Wave. The earrings, they are really stunning, if you ask me. And it actually comes in silver and comes in gold. Wow. All right, let's take some comments from our comment section. People are they're very excited. They are excited and they're happy about this particular one. Some are saying, oh, how can they get this? Okay, let's see. And Ibukun Olu said, this is CC creative and cool. Yes, it is creative and cool. And yes, somebody else said, this is good. I want one. Okay. And Celia said, I go need one, Sha. Actually, tough. And somebody said, tough with fire. And Beautiful Faces said, so unique. When I saw it on his ears, I said, how come this is a can't cook head? Oh my God. And Amokwe Ibadan said, make I go break my kolo. Okay, he's well with you. And Wachuku Pressure said, it looks like can opener. It looks like a lot of things. Okay. And Sheyu Fumi said, I have it in case you want to buy DM. Okay. I feel people are already having it. That's beautiful. Okay, Black Geomel said, this is good. I want one. And we have a lot of comments. See, people are saying, I've already gotten it. Unami gonna come down. Something never drop when I don't do. But it's really lovely seeing Adekunle Gold getting his new piece. And when we talk about fashion, I think Adekunle has this fashion sense that is really, really beautiful, because each time I see him with his jacket, he has this different style that always, that's always looks good. And actually, if we talk about Simi, his wife, is lovely seeing the both of them, and I get both of them will be in the fashion space together. So it's lovely seeing that his beautiful piece is out there and it's named The Wave. It's really creative and cool, like someone said. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Adekunle's gold masterpiece earrings. And somebody said, no be to drink, no be can opener be this. Okay. And Oluwa O1 said, big fish designer earring, 150K pairs. Okay. When we say big fish, we're talking about Adekunle gold. And Ifoluwa said, tough. And Mr. Kingsway said, I just got to glue a pin to some can propers. I think a lot of people, when they see this kind of design, I feel people would want to, start creating their own piece. Because trust me, it's not as, basically people say, oh, they see this design. It's not as easy as you people see it. You might go buy the fake, but when you see the real designs, it's really expensive and it's worth it. When I saw the earring, it says a lot. At first I knew it looks like a can opener, but definitely there's something that was very different. I saw the encryptions on the body and stuff like that. So it's really really beautiful to see that kind of earrings are being made from and crafted by Adekunle Gold, and it's lovely to see that. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still happy about Adekunle Gold's masterpiece earring, and yes, somebody said, I love this. And DJ Vesh said, how about a design that can actually open bottles of beer and beverages at Adekunle Gold shares? Okay. And Kekzidi said, I want one, make I use them, rock my next single. Okay, that's nice. And Judith said, superb. Ifiriri Tutu said, I love this. And Emmanuel said, Amorawa, okay. And then the Honey for Life said, nice stuff. Let's take more comments. We're still taking more comments, and I was still talking about fashion and how it has been evolving. Seriously, I actually talk about this fashion thing and fashion sense. When it comes to our celebrities, they are the banger. They are giving us back to back, and I'm like, oh my god! Because trust me, see, this MVCA that just passed recently, I saw a lot of designs, and I'm like, God, is this fashion? A lot of people will be putting on their bed, trying to, sell their market out there. But selling market, they have to still advertise through their fashion, and it's lovely that I see that Nigerians are really taking this fashion thing to another level. I'm excited. I'm happy, and I love stuff like this when I see one. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Adekunle Gold. We have more comments, and let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. Let's take more comments from our comment section, people. Trust me, Adekunle's masterpiece earring is lovely, and so come to think of it, where people will feel like, oh, I can just go get it. It's not that easy. You have to. It's the money. All right. And Jaye D15 said, finally, I defined them since. Ikeoluwa said, I go buy malt in the morning. He's well with you. And Berry the Berry said, I love them. Okay. And Oku said, do the black. Okay. Lord Elku said, I love it, especially the silver. I like something that's rare and different. And everything Ninja said, geisha opener. I want to say that. A lot of people are just calling their regular stuff they normally buy. So it's well, kudos to you people, but trust me, if you want to get this masterpiece, you just have to plan for it. Let's take more comments. We still have people who are really excited about this fashion thing, and I'm really happy for Adekunle Gold on his new masterpiece, and they're only waiting to get theirs too. And DJ Vesh said, how about design that can actually open bottles of beer? And yeah, it's beautiful seeing that stuff like this are being done by our Nigerians. And when it comes to fashion, when it comes to design, I see a lot of designs, handcrafted wares like shoes, like bags. And I know that, Nigerians are, I think Nigerians are top, if you ask me. Yes, they're really doing amazing designs. And I sometimes I ask myself, really, it's high time we start, patronizing more of our Nigerian stuff. Yes, it's important, because a lot of people don't value what actually they have. They don't value the designs we see here. And yes, somebody said, I love it, especially the silver. All right, let's take more. It's lovely to see that Adekunle Gold is doing something beautiful. And I'll keep saying congratulations to him and his family for this particular masterpiece of the earring, and it's lovely. All right, let's go to over to our next story. And yes, we're talking about former Big Brother Niger star Chukwemeka Okoye, popularly known as Fraud, has actually officially launched a new upscale 247 restaurant, marking a major milestone in his entrepreneurial journey. So the establishment reportedly named Mr. Frauds adds to the reality television personality's growing business portfolio and reflects his ambition beyond the entertainment industry. So the grand opening attracted attention across social media, with fans, colleagues, and well-wishers congratulating the former Big Brother Niger housemates on their achievement. The development has been, wildly hailed as another example of celebrities leveraging their platforms to build sustainable businesses and create opportunities within Nigerians' hospitality sector. I always love things like this. When I see good things, I'm always excited. Tell me why I'll not be happy when it comes to anything that concerns food like this. That's where you will see praise. But this is really beautiful. Come on. I've been asking this question. I said, where are all the guys? Because every time I talk about the former Big Brother Niger housemates, I always talk about the ladies this, the ladies that. But now it has to be the guys, because I've asked the questions. Where are the guys? What's going on? But apart from the one that just got married and the rest of them, I know that our guys they do. So this is a proof to that, and it's actually beautiful seeing that Fraud has actually got his own restaurant. And when we talk about businesses, a lot of people are really investing more on businesses, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing. If you have the money, please invest it. It's very important, because now economy is not smiling on anybody. Everybody is facing one or two things, and it's good that if you have the skill, because skill now works a lot. If you have the skill, invest in it. If you have something that you feel that would be good and you feel that you could get in future, you could do better. Why not invest in it? I mean, it's good investment. Talk about lands, talk about a lot of things. When I was even speaking the other time about Lucy Donald's estate, about her estate, and talking about how she we all know that she's into the movie industry, but yet she still wants to invest in lands, and it's beautiful. And coming to think about Fraud right now, I love the fact that he has actually done something that he feels that is okay for him, and this particular one is beautiful. I mean, congratulations to him. And yes, see, I love the setting. When we talk about restaurants, we're talking about places that are good to. When just walk inside, not just to walk inside, you no say the place just set. It's beautiful. Everything, the interior decoration, everything was just on point. And I love stuff like this. Say if you sit down for this kind of place, if you want food, go they hungry you to chop. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, see, our fans, they're already excited about this for Fraud. And yes, we'll take some comments from our comment section people and see what they have for us. Let's go over to the comment section and see. A lot of people are excited for Fraud, and they are saying congratulations to him. And yes, Omoge Onila, she said congratulations. And Ola Wealth Makeover said he's good. He's a good guy. He's close to God, and he has good intentions, and he's always in the spirit. So he deserves the best. I noticed all this on him when he was in Big Brother house. Okay. The fans of Fraud. And yes, somebody else said, my G, let's get it started at Call Me Fraud. Okay, let's get it started. A lot of you are excited. And people way too like food. Okay. And yes, somebody else said, simply, G lady said, people will use BBN opportunity well. Actually, you get it? They used the opportunity well. And yes, Moamo Boo said, Esther was found shaking and crying. She was forming, thinking she is great. Well done, Fraud. Okay, let's take more comments from our comment section. A lot of people are happy about this for Fraud, and they're talking specifically about the cooking thing. And when I talk about people that really loved food those days in the Big Brother Niger, I'll be talking about White Money. I'll be talking about there are lots of them. Like it's really beautiful to see that these people are really. All the food is on a straight line, though. It's important. So you see, people don't come and talk, say, oh, Fraud, you don't open your restaurant. Okay, fine, that's cool. You start saying, no, go do this. You know, they start mentioning the kind of foods they specifically love. But actually, when I see stuff like this, I'm always excited to talk about it. Seriously, it's really beautiful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still happy about fraud and yes, the new restaurant. And yes, Mies said, I like the name and the front used for the signage. It's giving funky rather than an upscale restaurant vibe. Due to the name, it's giving well sell the best crunchy KFC styled chicken wings and nuggets. Success in your business, dear. Okay. And Jeremy said, congratulations, fraud focused king. And King's Party and King's Path Property said, congratulations everywhere. Okay, we they come. Okay. And Lizzie Prince said, beautiful, fraud is what we expected white money to be. Una don't start. Una don't start now. All right. And somebody said, yeah, una they see this money. Abio, make we ask them because I'm at this point I'm even confused. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are still excited about fraud. And Annette Akam said, Pepe, them housemates. If you know Pepe, wait, who walk on Pepe? Okay. And Steve Akada said, this one we use cooking wine owner for the house. Never open even mama put. Hey God, una don't start. Una want the call names now. All right. And Jen said Jude took the platform and literally flew with it. Actually, you get? And Labod 03 said, please employ white money. Una dey calm down for this comment section. Una no get joy. You waiting. All right. Online Martha said, still clapping for others until it reached my turn. Amen to that for you. And let's take more comments. A lot of people are still happy and excited about Fraud's new restaurant, the Mr. Fraud. I think that name says it all. And I am Tobiano said, slow tiger one name. Okay. And Wooden Floors Nigeria said, this business looks good and fancy, but overhead. Utility and maintenance is the real problem. They should offer total lifestyle and relaxation. He should also invest in correct publicity and occasional celebrities visit. Wish him all the best, though. Congratulations. Okay, for people who don't they get the business idea, putting in your idea. Okay, I hope he sees that too. And Fam David Ada said, the Sims in Big Brother are winning. When a man is intentional about anyone he likes, it cuts across every aspect of his life. Okay, that's a beautiful one. And Mr. Fraud replied with, thank you, Paul. Thank you. We are currently located. Okay, and it's really lovely seeing that, Fraud has actually gone way beyond his stuff. It's beautiful to see that actually I didn't really expect that. He was gonna open a restaurant. As people said, they were expecting. Trying to see white money and the rest of them. But I mean, it's everybody's choice. You just can't make a choice for somebody. And seeing Fraud doing this, it's really beautiful. And I'll keep saying congratulations to him and his family. I think we have more comments. Let's see more comments. And before we go over to our next story, let's take one more comment and go over to our next story. Because trust me, when I see people really excelling and doing beautiful things, using their time, value their time, value the things they do. I always talk about it and I'm always excited about it. And Uloka Diana said, God of money, locate me to build my own. Amen to that. And then somebody said, Omo, I wish you had one. Honestly, it would have been nice. I was actually thinking you'd venture into a fast food restaurant business. Immediately you come out from the house. All the same, wish you the best, bro. And Gizzy Kitchen said, congratulations. And somebody said, I love his silent wins. Congratulations. Okay. And to come to think of it, I think Fraud is not always this person that, always comes out there to put stuff. But trust me, his wins are always silent. Like I always said, his wins are really, really silent. And I love people that, are really focused on what they love doing. All right. Yes, guys, we'll take a short break because we have a lot of stories and we have a lot of stuff to talk about. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have more stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready?
Welcome to Romeo Pizza.
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on Vop TV, your favorite hub. And yes, I'm still your host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things recently, and we're talking about people that are really investing in businesses, and that's a good thing. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about Tiwa Savage. And guess what? So, Nigerian Afrobeat star Tiwa Savage has made a strong return to the music scene with the release of her new single, Energy. So the track features fellow artists Wandiko and Marvel, bringing together a dynamic blend of talent in a collaboration that celebrates confidence, ambition, and positive vibes through an infectious Afrobeat sound. And the release has generated excitement among fans, music enthusiasts, and many praising the chemistry between the artist and the song's vibrant production. So Energy is being viewed as one of the Tiwa Savage's notable release of the 2026, further reinforcing her influence in the African music industry and her reputation for delivering chat-worthy collaborations that resonates with audiences across the continent and beyond. I love this. I love when I hear sounds like this. And you see, one thing about this particular Tiwa Savage's new single is it's not even about the song itself. It's about the steps that she really implicated on this. Because why not? When somebody is big, she's big. Come on. I give it up for Tiwa Savage. See, let's give her flowers. This lady, in fact, we'll call her the Afrobeat mama. Seriously, this is really beautiful to see. I love the fact that I've been saying this. I said, be like saying only women are going to talk about these things. What is going on? There has been beats upon beats since I don't know when, but then we have been hearing good sounds that are really, really beautiful. And I loved when I talk about songs like this. I mean, I'm already excited. I can't wait. Please, I can't wait. All right, just as me and some other fans are also excited about Tiwa Savage new single. A lot of people are happy. So we'll go over to the comment section and see people that are already excited and they've already started downloading and listening to her new song Energy. So yes, let's go over to the comment section and see what they have for us. And final boss 100 said, "Auntie dancing well." See, when I wanna come and start saying, Joseph Celestine said, "The country is bleeding. Now song be on a problem. The matter never reach on our side. That is why." See, the issue is a lot of people are talking when it comes to the whole thing. Nobody is happy about the whole situation. But trust me, we no go they cry every day. We no go they. Sometimes it brings depression. Do you want everybody to be depressed? I mean, sometimes away from all this whole issue, away from all this whole situation, sometimes we just need some time out to think, to free our minds and stuff like that. So I understand what you're saying at Joseph, but trust me, you see, when it comes to music, I don't think it's something you cannot take away from people. All right, and Big Cheesy said, "Mommy," and Mireje said, "Yes." All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are happy about Tiwa Savage new single. And Oyika Sola said the song has been on repeat. Actually, you get it? And Saint Creed said, I was trying to see if anyone did the moves better than Tiwa Savage, and I didn't see any. Mama is too good at what she does." And guess what? I think I saw a video where Ara Star and Tiwa Savage was actually doing the dance. It's beautiful. I mean, I can't wait to start. Though I have to go for dance classes. But I mean, it's that simple that you could actually move your body that way. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Tiwa Savage new single titled Energy. And Peace by 207 said, "Blessed your girl, my 001. And I'm a real unique girl said, "Queen Energy is unmatched." Actually, it is. I feel maybe I don't know if it's only me or I just need to ask. I feel like any song that has been released by Tiwa Savage is always a banger. Like, it's a lot. All of her songs, I've always been a fan, and I love the fact that her music is really something you can dance to, and it's beautiful. When I talk about artists, I'm calling Tiwa Savage, Akosimi, I love their songs. I love the way they do their songs. I don't know if it's just me or any other people. And yes, we're talking about the fans that are actually happy about Tiwa Savage new single. So we'll still take more comments and see what our comment section people have. A lot of people are excited. Some people are already downloading. Some are also trying to, do the moves. So while you're doing the moves, please, no cuckoo break leg. But I guess these moves actually are very simple, and you could actually do that. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Tiwa Savage and are happy. And Tomo Lola said, "Energy, vibes, steez, brain, beauty brain. I beg, leave it for my queen. She is fire." Okay. For all the Tiwa Savage fans, let's take more comments. And somebody said, "Really had fun making this with you, baby, sexy beast." Okay. And Tesla Boy said, "Original. Just blend." NG said, "#1 ABG." Okay. And Chris Blade Comedy said, "Rugged fire." All right. And Odigi said, "Steps." Now fire. Okay, let's take more comments. And we have more comments. A lot of people are just too happy about the song. Excited, ready to move their body, ready to play the jam, ready to play it everywhere, ready for it to be on the repeat on your phones, at least #1, top one. All right, let's take more comments from our fans. We have a lot of people talking about Tiwa Savage new single, and a lot of people are already dancing to it. I mean, I've been talking about songs recently because trust me, when I recently saw Shakira's new release with for the World Cup with Burna Boy, I always said, "Oh my God, this is." Come to think of it, these ladies are really, really doing something beautiful, because I saw the video and I'm like, okay, the fact that Shakira had to, and she's even at that age, she's still moving her body. Like, please, you people should tell me what's going on. Like, I always ask this question. I said, at this age, you still have this vibrant, energy that you keep moving your body in videos like this. Come on, come to think of it. And When I talk about Shakira, I talk about Arasta, I talk about these ladies that are doing beautifully well. City was Savage, with her new single, moving her body in that manner, it's a banger. And trust me, it's beautiful. And yes, let's take more comments. We still have people talking about Tiwa Savage news single. And yes, somebody else said, our queen, no day, give us hard challenge. Actually, I said it because trust me, this particular dance, you can do it. And Tiwa Savage said, waiting in yours. Okay, and I'm real unique girl said, energy, queen energy is unmatched. And peace by said, bless your girl, my 001. It's lovely. I always talk, say, if I see people where they do this kind of dance, no, I don't they learn small. But this particular one, I feel say, I go fit do am. Do you understand? I go fit try, but trust me, this particular one no they hard. And it's the fact that Tiwa doesn't give us the hard things to to move our body with, but this particular one is really is just there. It's the fire, it's the banger. I know how many people wait on the wait for themselves, when they don't they post and doing their dance and a thing on those. It's good, But as they dance, cuckoo watch your body, man, you don't go break leg if you know if you try. All right, let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. We have more stories and we're talking about more stories. Let's take more comments from our comment section people. And yes, somebody said our queen, no, they give us hard challenge. We have more stories. I don't know, like I love music. When it comes to music, I love music. I don't know for any other, but it's not everybody. Though I've seen people that don't really like music. They said music is noise. But to me, I think music is a lot. It does a lot. Your mind, your soul, it does a lot. For people who say they don't like music, kudos, so enjoy yourself because trust me, you don't know what you're missing. When it comes to bangers, especially Nigerian artists that are doing lovely well. Lovely songs. I mean it. It speaks a lot. I sometimes have repeats on my phones and I'm like, I play from one song to the other and I'm like, good sounds that you could dance tire. All right, I'll still say congratulations to Tiwa Savage on her new single because trust me, I think this one is a banger. And who knows, on to the next one. We are waiting. We always do. Yes, we have fans. All right, guys. Yes, it takes us to our next story. And right now we are talking about Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has reportedly surprised her father with a brand new car as part of his birthday celebration. The gesture, which was shared on social media, showed the emotional moments the actress presented the vehicle with her father, visibly moved by the surprise. So the celebration was described as a warm family event marked by appreciation and affection. So according to this, the car gift was one of the highlights of the birthday festivities organized by the actress, drawing a reaction from fans and well-wishers online. Many praised Regina Daniels for honoring her father in such a generous way. Noting the gesture has a reflection on strong family bonds and gratitude. So I always talk about this all the time, and it's lovely when I see young girls. I've been saying that. I be like saying only women I will come to talk about this period because trust me, I love this fact. I love the fact that I'm seeing young ladies, doing beautifully well. I just talked about Okonji Walla's daughter, Dr. Onyinye, being promoted, and now I talked about. I'm talking about Regina Daniel, and we all know that recently that Regina Daniel has really been topping a lot of things. Seriously, I saw a video where she had to, go visit people at a psychiatric hospital, showing her, I think, showing her own emotions, and it's lovely seeing that she's actually, has the capacity to give back to the people, and it's lovely seeing that she has that energy, that mind, that thing that she wants to do for people, and it's lovely. I actually love the fact that she's going this way this time, and a lot of people are really happy for her. And come to think of it, it's not only her that she actually got a car, because I know that people go down the talk say, oh, well, you don't buy for your mama, buy for your sister, buy for this one, come buy for your father. But it's how over the time her father and the mother hasn't been too close, but right now, because of her, I think they recently, when all this whole issue started, I think the family bond became more stronger. And this is how to tell you that family bond is really important. Whatever it might happen, or whatever issues you might be having with the family, definitely blood na blood. That is just the truth. Your blood is your blood. You always want to care for your sibling. You always want to care for your parents. And coming to see that Regina Daniels is just doing that, it's lovely. She's just doing adorable. She's just being so adorable. And trust me, parents going to be happy. They're going to be very happy about, their child. And when I talk about Regina, I'm just so excited because trust me, this period, on a stretch, 1 month, just they give a family back to back. It's beautiful to see that you are earning, and yes, people around you are also enjoying that benefit. Because I always talk, yes, if you earn like this, people where they're around you supposed they chop those kind of benefits. It's good. Say when you don't get this kind of money, you always they surprise your papa. You give your mama good life to live. Those people don't pray for you. It's prayers where they don't they pray for you. The kind of things where they don't do for you. So it's beautiful that when I see young ladies doing this kind of thing, I am so excited and I love talking about it. Trust me, it's really beautiful. For Regina Daniels. All right, we'll take we have a lot of comments and people are really happy, coming to talk about where the issues she had with her ex-husband, and it's a lot actually. And recently where she has been really thriving so well, and it's a lot. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Mika Norwing said, I love Gina so much. She never go wrong in my eyes. Okay. For people who love Regina Daniels. Okay. And Joyce747 said, where she see money to buy plenty expensive cars. Wow, now this stress. You see, sometimes my comment section people know they get joy. When too they get pepper body, why not they calm down? You see, the person they walk. Person will walk, not be to chop. Okay. And Beacon Day 22 said, sick and tired of this family waiting to trend so bad. Okay. And the Sharon Matthews said, type shit, baby. Okay. And Fano said, I love this video. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about Regina Daniels, and they are so excited about her new, her new ways. Definitely, she got her father a new ride and her mother a new one too. But let's talk. But right now, she got her dad a new ride, and it's lovely seeing that a daughter-father relationship is a lot. You see, I feel I've been only me they see this kind of relationship between daughter and father. More than no vessel, but it's the relationship is sweet. When you deal with your father, say now your papa, but trust me, it's really beautiful. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people so happy for Regina Daniels, and they are really excited about she having to get her father a new ride. I always talk about this. The relationship, your family relationship is very, very important. I beg, when you don't they make that money, always know say mama go chop, always know say papa go chop. Remember your siblings. It's very important. And I'll always say congratulations to Regina Daniels and her family, most especially the father. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop Tv Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, Collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. You can also follow us across all our social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Now, the news. 150 Malawians are due to arrive home by road on Monday after being repatriated from South Africa. Malawian authorities say the group fled growing xenophobic violence in the Western Cape. They were among foreign nationals who sought refuge in temporary camps in Mossel Bay. The move follows reports last week of door-to-door intimidation and the deaths of 2 Mozambicans in the same area. Ghana, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe have also launched repatriation efforts over xenophobia concerns as anti-migrant groups in South Africa continue to demand that undocumented migrants leave by June 30th. On Sunday, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced new measures to crack down on illegal migration in a bid to ease tensions. Meanwhile, the Central African Republic has agreed to take in migrants deported from the United States of America to third world countries. 2 sources with knowledge of the matter have disclosed. The deal is part of a broader push by the Trump administration to accelerate removals. Washington has already sent deportees to other African nations, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Equatorial Guinea. Senate Democrats say those deals have cost them tens of millions of dollars. Many of the deportees had legal protections from U.S. immigration courts against being sent back to their home countries. Rights groups argue the third country agreement lets the U.S. bypass those protections. The White House defends the deportations as lawful. A Central African government official says the agreement was discussed during a May 18 meeting in Bangui with a U.S. delegation led by State Department official Christiane Hervé Ehrhardt. In another development, Mauritius said on Monday that it has not received any proposal from the Trump administration to buy the Chagos Islands. Now, in a recent statement, this comes after the Telegraph reported that the White House was considering a plan to purchase the Indian Ocean archipelago from Mauritius. The Mauritian government said it has not been approached by the U.S. either directly or indirectly about a separate agreement for Diego Garcia or the Chagos Islands. It added that Mauritius's position is unchanged and that its sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago is non-negotiable. The Telegraph reported on Sunday that the plan was one of several options being drafted by the White House. The paper said the options aim to provide alternatives to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer ceding sovereignty of the islands to Mauritius. In April, Britain put its deal to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands on hold. The islands are home to the U.S.-British Diego Garcia Air Base. That deal had been criticized by U.S. President Donald Trump. Still on the African news, in a recent development, Mauritius has recently banned foreign nationals who have been in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, or South Sudan in the last 21 days. The government announced the measure on Saturday, citing the latest Ebola outbreak. Mauritian citizens and foreign nationals with valid work, residence, or student permits can still enter if they've been in those countries. They'll face a mandatory 21-day quarantine on arrival. The government is also rolling out health screening and risk assessment at entry points for travelers from the affected nations. Anyone showing symptoms will be isolated immediately for clinical evaluation. The outbreak has also prompted Mauritius to propose postponing the U.S. Africa Business Summit set for July 26 to 29. Away from that, Dubai's emergency response hub has delivered 20 tons of critical medical aid to the Democratic Republic of Congo to help fight the Ebola virus. The shipment was part of a joint operation with the World Health Organization. Dubai humanitarian flew supplies from Al Maktoum International Airport to Uganda before they were moved to DR Congo. The aid includes multi-purpose tent, disinfectants, personal protective equipment, and thermometers. It will support about 280 healthcare centers in DR Congo and is expected to help hundreds of patients over 4 weeks. The relief drive was ordered by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, Vice President and ruler of Dubai. The medical supplies will strengthen efforts to limit the spread of Ebola and provide vital support to frontline workers. Ebola is a rare but deadly disease caused by a group of viruses often transmitted to humans from animals like fruit bats. Meanwhile, DRC said on Sunday that the number of confirmed Ebola cases had increased to 515 after 27 new samples tested positive in the previous 24 hours. Government data showed the confirmed cases include 91 deaths. Moving on, Douglas Mwanzora, the leader of Zimbabwe's opposition MDC party, says he received a death threat on Saturday, warning him not to meet retired Air Marshal Henry Muchena. The MDC confirmed the threat was sent by text message in Shona, reading, "Don't meet retired General Muchena, that is where you will die." Mwanzora told reporters he had not initially planned to meet Muchena, but the threat has now pushed him to consider doing so. The threats come amid rising political tension over retired military officials' opposition to the Constitution Amendment No. 3 bill currently being debated in Parliament. The bill proposes extending the terms of the president, MPs, senators, and councillors from 5 to 7 years. It would also allow Parliament, not voters, to choose the president. The proposals have triggered public debate, legal challenges, and reports of intimidation against activists and the political figures. In West Africa, Ousmane Sonko was re-elected head of Senegal's ruling PASTEF party on Saturday as a rift with President Bassirou Diomaye Faye deepened. In the party broadcast, Sonko said that without a clear doctrine to sustain change, revolution risks losing their purpose. He described the Congress as historic 2 years into their term. The split became public in July 2025 when Sonko, then Prime Minister, alleged there were authority issues under President Faye. The president later said the party needed to move away from being dominated by any single leader. The two also clashed on debt policy, with Faye open to a new IMF loan program, while Sonko favors a sovereign approach. PASTEF holds a majority in the National Assembly and can censure the government. Starting in October, President Faye will gain the power to dissolve parliament after 2 years in office to seek a new majority. Local elections are scheduled for 2027, with a presidential vote to follow in 2029. In East Africa, Kenya's former Chief Justice David Maraga was arrested on Monday during a protest against a plan to build new infrastructure inside Nairobi National Park. Maraga joined demonstrators opposing a proposed hotel car park for the Bomas of Kenya and the relocation of Nairobi's 62-year-old animal orphanage. Both projects are planned within the park. Video shows Maraga being placed into a police vehicle shortly after arriving at the park with members of his campaign team. Police were seen near the park's entrance as the protest began. Environmental activists and conservation groups organized the demonstration. They say construction inside a protected wildlife habitat would harm conservation efforts and fragment a key ecosystem. You're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. We're now being joined live in the studio by our guest for the news analysis segment. He's Darlington Agombo, a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us today. Good afternoon to you.
My pleasure.
All right, then let's quickly talk about what's going on in Kenya, where the former Chief Justice was actually arrested for protesting what he believes to be the disruption of wildlife activities in Kenya's national park. They're saying they actually want to build new infrastructure inside the Nairobi National Park. They want to build a hotel car park, which will make them relocate the animal orphanage. Of course, environmentalists, conservationists rather, wildlife enthusiasts and nature enthusiasts are not happy about this. But what is going on across, do I just say across Africa, across the world, whereby each time people gather to protest for whatever reason, you would always see security forces coming to either arrest them for disruption, public disruption, or any other reasons. I mean, this is a former Chief Justice. You think he could have been accorded some respect in the approach instead of, arresting him and then throwing him into a vehicle?
Now, if we are going to look at that aspect, you want to remove wildlife for your hotel. Is that the only land in Kenya? I'm sure the answer is no. Why do you want to choose that spot and all? They should not allow him. Yes, those people that are protesting protest, it should not be allowed, because this wildlife, they are playing a role in the ecosystem. It's just that most people don't even know. They don't know at all. They don't know. This is how we brought problem to ourselves when we are depleting the ozone layer. I don't know why we don't take little care in those small things that matter. They should not allow that man to use that place for his hotel or whatever. They should not. That is my take here.
All right, I want us to actually quickly go to Zimbabwe. Douglas Mwanzora, he's the leader of Zimbabwe's opposition party. He says he received a death threat on Saturday, warning him not to meet with a retired air marshal named Henry Muchena. This threat was actually sent to him via text message in the Shona language. He says he had not initially planned to meet with a retired air marshal, but that this threat has now pushed him to doing so. But these tensions are actually coming due to proposed changes to the Constitution called Amendment Number 3. That's Bill Amendment Number 3. It's being debated in Parliament. Now, some of the provisions of these proposed amendments shows that the members of Parliament want to extend the terms of the president. They want to extend the tenure of the president. They want senators and councillors' terms to be extended from 5 years to 7 years. And they also want Parliament to be the ones to choose the president and not the voters. So there are actually some members of Parliament, there are actually some people within the government structure who are not happy about these proposed amendments. And one will think, if you claim to operate a democracy, shouldn't it be the people who are voting for their representatives? Why do they want to change the constitution to make it the parliament? Is this something that the people of Zimbabwe will be happy about, increasing the tenure of the president, increasing the terms of the members of parliament from 5 to 7 years? Across many countries in Africa, what we are seeing are rulers who have ruled for decades and still wanting to rule again. What we are seeing are older generation politicians, even some with obvious illnesses, running again and again for political positions, not just running, but actually winning those positions, many times to the detriment of the citizens.
Whenever a dictator is in the making, the first thing they do is to tamper with the constitution of their country. And members of parliament are always ready to follow suit, as long as money can exchange hands. So what is happening in Zimbabwe, I'm not surprised, because since Mugabe left, this is the first time we are seeing somebody that wants to truncate their constitution in the name of tenure elongation. You see, this trend in Africa must be checked. Must be checked, because leaders are truncating democracy unknown to them. When you begin to do all these things, destroying the constitution for your own selfish interest, that means you are killing democracy. This is not what we know as democracy. That is the truth. So if there are people left in that country, Zimbabwe, they should resist it. They should resist it because from the time of creation, the battle has always been between the good and the bad. That is the truth. Those who want to do the right thing and those who want to do the wrong thing. Maybe that is how God created the man. And so those who want the right thing to be done should insist that the right thing should be done. That is the only way to checkmate this president. If you are waiting for the parliament, they will not do anything because they are already in bed with the man. They will dance to his tune as long as something is coming their way. And that is not democracy.
Extremely unfortunate, actually. How do you think the people of Zimbabwe will react to this if the parliament takes away the power for them to actually decide their own leaders? I mean, when the people go to vote, sometimes you see it in many African countries, even where the people can vote, it is not the choice of the people that actually wins the election. So what happens when you not even take away the choice of the people to vote? Also, do the people still get to vote for the members of parliament, or will they now be appointed by the president? That this parliament is also trying to help extend his tenure. There are a lot of legal issues that arise in this, right? Also, for the members of parliament who wants to be the ones to elect the president, one would really wonder how that works. Again, who elects the members of parliament, who then elects the president?
They are in bed with the president. Yes, they are in bed with them. They are the one that will amend the constitution on his behalf and for his own interest. And so this parliament is like any other parliament in Africa. They always dance to the tune of the president. Always. Always. And so whatever the president wants, they will do it. All they needed is to get 2 or 3 of their leadership. And that one, they will now pass something around. And everybody will surrender. There's no way the president can do it on his own. No, he needs the parliament. And so when you are talking about the people does not matter. Most elections in Africa, the people did not elect their president or their parliament. Most times, they appoint. They just appoint one of their own. They appoint one of their own, those who belong to where they belong. So your vote does not count in Africa. That is just the truth. Because if your vote counts, they will refer to you whenever they want to do this thing. But they don't. They believe in the parliament more than you. So all those definitions of democracy being by the people, for the people, and of the people, it's just on paper. In Africa, democracy is about one man for one man, and of one man. He dictates what happened. He dictates what you know of them, what you know of democracy. He's the one that dictates. And that is why we are not moving forward. We are not moving forward. Because the people never elected their leaders in Africa. No, it doesn't happen.
All right, I want us to quickly take a look at health situation. I'm talking about Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Dubai's emergency response hub, in collaboration with the World Health Organization, has actually lifted 20 tons of critical medical aid to the DRC to actually help about 280 health centers that are currently battling Ebola. They're lifting things like thermometers, personal protective equipment, that's PPEs, tents, disinfectant, just to actually help hundreds of patients over 4 weeks. This will last for just 4 weeks. While we see Dubai doing this, and probably other partners like the World Health Organization, do we also see other African countries doing this? What we are seeing instead is them closing their doors and then saying, oh, we don't want travelers from this country or from this region coming in, which is quite understandable because nobody wants to have an epidemic on their hands. But really, when will Africa start helping Africa?
when you have the real Africans on the throne, when you have Africans, that is people with African blood in their vein, that is the only time this will happen. But not these selfish plunderers who are parading themselves as our leaders. They are not there in anybody's interest. No, they are not there. This thing they are doing to Africans. Just let Donald Trump release 1 or 2 or 3 Americans. You see how they will go to the airport and give him red carpet and worship him. Eh? Is that not neo-colonialism? We worship people that are white-skinned against our own people. And that is a problem. So the same inferiority complex has been on for a very long time, and it has not gone out. It has not gone away. Our leaders are not helping matters. They have sold us as slaves to the white man. They don't help Africa. They don't believe in Africa. They don't believe in Africa. That is why whenever they steal money from their country, they go and hide it in the Western world. They don't believe in Africa, so why would they help you? All the so-called African collaboration they have been talking since 1960 up to today is just on paper. It's just on paper. Inter-African trade, has it taken off? The answer is no. The answer is no. They don't have a headquarters in Ghana. After. After, what happened? What happened? They didn't improve trade in Africa. The answer is no. So all they are doing is just on paper. The political will to do the right thing is not there. They will never help each other. Never.
Well, the Central African Republic has joined a host of African countries that are receiving deportees from the United States of America. Some of these other countries include the Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, also the Democratic Republic of Congo. And one would think, oh, Congo gets into a deal to receive migrants or to receive deportees from the US. And sometime later, they are dealing with Ebola. Do you think that President Donald Trump will still want to send migrants to the DRC, or he literally doesn't care what happens to them, seeing as they are battling with Ebola? Have you heard reports of the US helping out with supplies, or is it the money? Like I believe we've talked about this once, and you say, oh, they're more interested in whatever it is that they will get from the US. So is it what they will get from the US that they'll be using to treat this Ebola that is in the country now?
I don't think Donald Trump cares.
So he's going to send migrants there regardless of the Ebola that is ravaging the country.
Exactly. So that you people can go and finish yourself there. It doesn't concern him. Because is he not a leader that accepted it? Is he not a leader that said he should bring them? So why should they care? It doesn't bother him at all. Seriously. The moment 1 or 2 African leaders accepted that deportation, I know that this is a problem. That means it has opened doors for others. Over how much? How much? How much are they getting? Because that money will not enter state coffers. No. The leader on seat will collect that money and put it in his pocket. Yes, that is part of the privileges he's supposed to enjoy. Meanwhile, the people that are coming, they are coming in the name of the country, not in the name of the leader on seat. And so whatever money they are going to make, he's going to make is for himself. The government may not even bother because nobody checkmates anybody. The people that are coming in are they on their own. They will only show them where to stay and all that, and then they go and fend for themselves, how they feed and how they carry out their social life. The government may not bother. That's the reality.
It's quite unfortunate. But would you say some of these people would rather have returned to their home countries than to be dropped in an African country that they have no cultural ties to, they have no identity, they literally have no cultural identity with that country. They know nobody there. All they'll have is each other. They literally do not even have the same skin color with the people where they are dropped. Also, these African countries that have agreed to act as third countries where these migrants are being dropped or dumped, as the case may be. What they plan to do with them, integrate them into the workforce. Do you see them having an explosive population crisis or xenophobia, actually, like we're seeing in South Africa, where the people of these third countries now begin to harbor negative sentiment towards these deportees?
That is the irony of the whole thing, because I don't know how grown-up men like that wouldn't know where they came from. All of them came from one country or the other. Why Africa? That is the question I expected.
Were they offered the option of returning to their home countries, or did the U.S. government, headed by Donald Trump, rather decide to just dump them anywhere as long as they're not on U.S. soil?
I think they agreed. If not, they wouldn't bring them here.
Did they agree to be let out in chains, thrown on the aircraft, and just, taken to somewhere that they do not know?
If they force you into an aircraft, there's nothing you can do. Yes. After all, they didn't enter that aircraft on their own. Somebody was leading them. Somebody was guiding them until they entered that aircraft to leave America. The question is, don't they know where they come from? And why Africa? That's why I believe that Donald Trump is doing all these things, because he has no respect or regard for Africa. That is the truth. Why Africa? Why not one of these Asian countries? Why not take them there? It must be Africa, where we have headless leaders who don't think. Is it not when you have a head that you will think? But here we have leaders, but they don't think. The future implication of this is nobody thinking about it. Nobody, That is the irony. They don't think ahead. They don't. And it's very unfortunate. Why would Donald Trump have the way only in Africa? Whatever he wants, whatever, he will use Africa to do experiments. Experiments. Yeah? Imagine ex-convicts dumping them in Africa. It's unfortunate, seriously. We don't have leaders. The fault is from our leaders and AU. They are the ones who should have said, no, if these people are not from Africa, then take them where they came from, into America. They must have come from somewhere. By their language and everything, you must know where they come from. They have relatives. Call them. Tell them they should come and pick them at the airport. But nobody will do that. Nobody will do that.
Well, some of these people actually left their countries due to violence or threats of violence, and we do hope that they try their best to settle in nicely, even though they're in a place where they literally cannot fathom how things work, and also hope that the governments of these African countries try their best to help them settle in as much as they can, probably facilitate their flights back home if they want to, or maybe we are going to see an integration of those people into the local way of life. That said, let's look at our final topic of analysis this afternoon, and it is actually, unfortunately, about xenophobia in South Africa. 150 Malawians are set to return home today, Monday, as they are fleeing xenophobic attacks in South Africa. This act is actually coming after 2 Mozambican nationals were unfortunately murdered by marauding anti-immigrant people who are pushing this sentiment, right? Also, over the weekend, we saw President Cyril Ramaphosa talking about enacting some anti-immigrant laws to actually try to throw some eyes or some water on the fire that has been brewing. You have Mozambicans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Malawians leaving South Africa. In the midst of all of this, many African countries begin to say they're not happy with what's going on in South Africa. And in fact, jokes are being made right now as South Africa will battle Mexico during the World Cup. I don't really know much about football, but I know that there is a match coming up. And on Twitter, you can see many African nationals saying that tomorrow they will support Mexico against South Africa because of these xenophobic attacks. We're not exactly hearing the voices of those who may be against this xenophobia. Why is South Africa so against other African nationals in their countries when we know that we need each other to thrive? We should be able to coexist peacefully.
This thing is not ordinary. Opposition politicians in South Africa are behind these things. You know, in Africa, we don't play politics with things that matter. No. It is these things that are very important to them. They want to put the government in bad light. They want to put the government in a very, bad position so that they will not be able to win the next election. Because when this thing continues like this, there will be pressure. There will be pressure both within and outside the country. That is what the African politicians do. Whenever they want to campaign or they want to exploit the situation in their country, they won't consider their national interests. They are only interested in getting what they want. Because this xenophobia now, has it not given South Africa a bad name? Has it not? But people are using it to do politics in South Africa without thinking of the implication. That is the irony of the whole thing. And so, it is now left for the government to fight it if they are really willing. Because they too may be thinking of the next election. People that came in here, they came to take our job. We are seeing that this is not true. The more hands you have in an economy, the more the economy will expand. Every economy is elastic. There's no way these foreigners will be the reason for unemployment in South Africa. Remember in the 80s, we tried it. When they say Ghana must go, Ghana must go. The government of Shagari that was almost failing, now use Ghanaians as an scapegoat. What the Ghanaians are doing, we don't know. They are the ones doing the menial job and all that. So why would you say that the result of economy not growing? It was when these people left and Shagari eventually was overturned that we now knew that Ghanaians were not the problem. So it's like that all over. The businesses these people are doing are their own personal businesses. They didn't go to get a job in the government house or anywhere or their ministries. It's their own personal business. And it is this middle manpower that are growing every economy. You know, they are the ones that grow every economy. So my prayer is that everybody should leave South Africa for South Africa. Let's see where they will be in the next 2, 3, 5 years. Leave that economy. Let's see how they will do, because their youths are very lazy.
Would you say that President Cyril Ramaphosa succumbed actually to this growing wave of unrest by trying to launch more anti-immigration laws? I mean, if these laws did not come before now, doesn't that mean that quite a number of people were going about their lawful businesses? Also, reports are, framing it to look like, oh, they are against those who are staying illegally. From much of what we've seen on social media, you just hear them saying, whether you're here with papers or not, we just want you to leave and leave our country for us.
If there was an immigration law in South Africa, why is it not being implemented to checkmate what is going on now? Except they want to introduce extra measures. Because I know that almost all the countries of the world, they have such laws to checkmate unwanted visitors into their country. In this particular case, what is the reason for the xenophobic attack? What exactly is the problem? Is it that these people are taking their job, or they are constituting a nuisance, or these people are the source of their problem in South Africa? It is when you define exactly what you are fighting, then we can now say, okay, you have a right, But when there is no reason, but because of politics, these things are going on, then it is left for Ramaphosa to know whether the people are doing him good or they are doing him bad. And how far will it take South Africa? That is the truth.
Well, we do hope that the country actually tries to quell that unrest so that we do not see more deaths of foreign nationals. One would say, some political analysts have said, no African should be treated as a foreigner on African soil. Well, we do thank you very much for joining us on the news, on the African news rather, this afternoon. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
My pleasure.
You have been watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We took a short break, and when we return, drone strikes kill a number of people in Sudan's North Kordofan region. These and more stories are coming your way right after this short break. So stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time.
Disregard for international humanitarian law. The group called for accountability but did not identify those behind the attack. In this report, Egypt's Foreign Minister Badri Abdelati and Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi held a phone call on Sunday to discuss regional developments, according to Iran's ISNA news agency. The call comes after Iran launched another missile attack on Israel. Tehran said the strike was in response to Israeli operations in Lebanon, including the bombing of Beirut's southern suburbs. ISNA reports the two ministers discussed Iran's response to Israeli strikes in Lebanon and what Iran called repeated ceasefire violations on all fronts. In another development, Egypt has recovered 4 artifacts from the United States that were illegally smuggled out of the country. The pieces arrived in Cairo on Sunday. A committee from the Supreme Council of Antiquities received them at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The artifacts were then transferred to the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir for examination, documentation, and restoration before being registered and put on display. Officials say the recovery came through coordination between Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now to business. South Africa's rand weakened on Monday to 16.6050 per dollar, down 0.3%, as rising oil prices and renewed Israel-Iran tensions hurt global risk appetite. Brent crude jumped more than $4 a barrel after Israel said it struck a petrochemical plant in southwest Iran. The dollar also strengthened near a 2-month high following a strong U.S. jobs report. Analysts say Iran is facing pressure from a stronger dollar, higher oil prices, and unease over the Israel-Iran conflict. The currency has been volatile since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran in late February. The JSE Top 40 index fell 0.6% in early trade, and the benchmark 2035 government bond yield rose by 13 basis points to 8.85%. Markets now await South African GDP data due on Tuesday and current account mining and manufacturing figures scheduled for release on Thursday. And now to sports. DR Congo's final World Cup warm-up match against Chile will be played without fans on Tuesday in Orleans, France, due to Ebola outbreak concerns. The game was originally set for Spain, but the local mayor in La Línea de la Concepción blocked it as a precautionary measure. World Cup host United States requires anyone traveling from DR Congo to spend 21 days outside the country and be symptom-free before entry. Officials say none of DR Congo's players have been to the country recently. They all play for clubs abroad. Some support staff and fans have traveled from there. The team is wrapping up preparations in Spain after a training camp in Belgium. This is DR Congo's first World Cup since 1974 when it competed as Zaire. Still in sports, Morocco drew 1-1 with Norway in a friendly in New York, but injury worries emerged for two key players. Manchester United defender Noasir Mazrui and Real Betis winger Abde Ezzalzouli both left the match injured. Scotland also cancelled a scheduled training game against Norway on Monday. Manager Steve Clarke cited major injuries picked up in training last week. Morocco opens its World Cup campaign against Brazil on June 13. The team then plays Scotland on June 19. Morocco is in Group C with Scotland, Brazil, and Haiti. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on our social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, and others to our phone number. It's 0814-606-4057 on WhatsApp. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, aka, well, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
All right, good day and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a pleasure having you join us on the show. You know, Health Check is usually where we shine the light on your health, your well-being, you know, elevate really. And you can always watch us live on YouTube at VOP TV Live and on SLTV channel 264, wherever you are watching from. So today is quite an interesting episode, a very special one at that. I'd love to call it Children Special, something like that. Okay, so today we are going to focus on our beautiful and adorable kids. You know, Children's Day may have just passed, but today we want to continue a conversation that goes beyond celebration. Because when we talk about children, we are really talking about the future of families. We're not just talking about families, we're also talking about communities. We're not just talking about communities, but we're talking about the society itself. I mean, the kids make up the society because they eventually grow and become the future leaders, of course. So many conversations around children's health only begins when a child feels sick, and it is not meant to be so. A child's health is meant to be a priority even before they are born. And we shouldn't always wait till they are very sick or we notice something very significant or there's something wrong before we pay attention to them. So children's health is much more deeper than treatment. It is focusing on their nutrition, it is focusing on their emotional well-being, their development stages, their sleep patterns, their learning environments, their immunity, their maternal health, and, you know, several other things to that. So today, that's what we are going to be doing. And the question is, are we really giving them the proper health care that they need? And the actual question, again, is, are we raising them in a healthy way? Are we raising them in a healthy way intentionally? And are we responding only when problems appear? Well, I'm not doing this alone. I am joined by Dr. Gift Jagade, a licensed medical doctor in both Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, with experience in acute medicine and pediatrics. She's also passionate about preventive health care, community health advocacy, and improving healthcare access in underdeveloped communities. Nice to meet you and welcome to the show, Dr. Gift.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. It's so amazing to meet you today.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome. You're welcome. It's always a pleasure.
You.
All right, so let's dive right into the topic of today. We are going to start from the fact that when people hear children's health, many people think we're talking about hospitals, we're talking about medications and all of that. But medically speaking, what truly defines a healthy child? What truly defines them? Is it only when they are robust? Or because we know that people judge healthy living with, oh, you look fat, you look good, you look, this child is so plumpy and all that. So what truly defines a healthy child beyond not just being sick?
Okay, so the WHO actually defines health as the complete state of physical, emotional, social, and mental well-being. So for a child, when you say that a child is healthy or not, you're actually looking at both the physical aspects, the social aspect, the mental aspect, and then the emotional aspect. So that means physically, how does this child look? Is he overweight, underweight? Is this child able to relate with others socially? Because there's some children who are very healthy, yet they can't talk to you, they can't communicate clearly. And then also when it comes to their verbal response, can they speak well, like I just said? Yeah, and then even with interactions with other people, do they have good relationships with people? So, and mentally in school, are they performing well? How's their IQ? So all of this actually contributes to how we say a child is truly healthy.
Wow. Wow. All right. You've said a lot, and I would like to take it one at a time. Right. Okay. So many parents actually focus more on physical growth than the other things that you just mentioned. And really, as you were speaking, it just dawned on me that healthy living is all round. It's an all-round thing, it's an overall thing. So they just overlook the developmental stages and all that. So at what point should parents become concerned when children begin to default in their speech, in speech delays, their learning and social interactions and behaviors? At what point should they begin to be concerned when they notice delays like that?
All right. So actually, for children, we have certain milestones that they are meant to hit, and it starts from birth. And then when a child is 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, the child will progress from what we call social smile, that you can look at the child and the child smiles back at you. And then that's like a kind of like an interaction when the child is really young. So that means that the child is able to recognize that there is someone who is there. So there's that social interaction. So that's at 6 weeks. And then as the child grows older, they begin to blab, begin to hear some sounds, mama, dada, just something. So it means that there's that verbal interaction there. And then after the child grows older, they'll be able to make some words. So when the child is about 3 years, about to start school, and they still can't make those monosyllabic words like mama, dada, and we're worried. And then at that time, when you expect them to go to school and relate with other kids, if you see that the child is quite secluded, then there's something to be worried about.
So what should be done when they notice things like that?
Currently, if you notice a child who has those kind of delays, the first thing is to actually find a pediatrician who can actually assess the child and know what exactly is wrong. So from the pediatrician is able to assess and then know who to refer them to. Because we have the speech therapists, we have the psychologists, we have different specialties, occupational therapists. So it depends on what the pediatrician is able to assess. So I would advise that they actually see a pediatrician.
All right, noted. Okay, let's go into another aspect of this, their nutrition. We all know how children love sweets, they love sugary things. Some of us are still children and we still love it. I don't want to expose I'm not talking about myself, right? But some of us are very guilty we can boldly call ourselves children at this point. So let's talk about their nutrition, because a lot begins there, really. So many children today consume more processed foods, they consume more snacks, they consume more unhealthy drinks, soda and all of that than ever before. So how much damage can poor nutrition quietly do to a child in their developmental stages? Or is it okay for them to take so much sugar since they are still growing up?
Okay. When it comes to nutrition for a child, for a child who is really young, between a child who is a toddler, the first 5 years of life, the actually developing, at the time when the child is about 5, we expect that the brain is fully developed. So that is the time when they really need balanced diets. So it's not just enough to say, okay, let's give them sweets and all. You have to be very intentional about, are they getting proteins? Are they getting vitamins? Are they taking fruits? Are they taking vegetables? Are they taking a lot of fat and oil? Because all of those things contribute to building the brain of a child. So it's not just not to focus on one aspect, because by the time the child is 5, 6, 7, 8, by that time, you really can't do much about their growth of the brain. So you've really done a lot already. So it's important that that first 5 years of life, you're very intentional about their diets.
All right. So what feeding mistakes does parents make concerning feeding their children and all of that? What mistakes do they make? Because I know a lot of people say pap is what they need while they are growing up and all of that, but I don't really know. Some may say we should start giving them water at, I think, 3 months or so, and we really do not know. And some parents make these mistakes just because it worked for one child, not knowing that 2 kids might not always be the same. So what habits or what mistakes are parents unknowingly making in accordance to the feeding of their children?
So I'll start from birth. So we actually advocate that we do something we call exclusive breastfeeding. And this means that the child is given breast milk only for 6 months.
That could be a lot on the mother.
Yeah, I know, being a mom myself is actually a lot, but it's very possible.
Especially when you're doing other stuff.
Yes,
like
it's very possible. But now we have a lot of help. We have breast pumps. You can actually breastfeed and extract your milk and keep in the fridge for 2 months and it doesn't get bad.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can actually pump out a lot of milk, and then the child actually gets a lot of milk even when you're not around. So that first 6 months of life is very important. It's cheaper. In fact, there's no cost to it. So instead of buying,
take care of yourself
that's
as a
all.
mother, right?
Really, yeah. Because when you want to consider the cost of getting baby food, I mean, those things are like
when you have natural baby food. Come on.
I mean, it doesn't even last up to a week. In a week, you're getting another pack. So it's very important that you pay attention to breastfeeding, because it provides, aside the milk, it has all the antibodies to protect the child from childhood illnesses. So it's something that even the artificial milk doesn't have. So breastfeeding is very important for the first 6 months.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but there are some, I have seen cases and scenarios where this particular child is being given breast milk and it's almost like it's not enough. Like the belly of the child keeps, opening up, and even at 3 months, it's almost like the breast milk is not enough for the child anymore. It's always crying, and every minute they want breast milk. So what should be done in cases like that?
Well, really, for you to be able to assess a child and say that the breast milk is not enough, we need to assess the child based on the the standard, the weight check standard. So we have let's say a standard weight that we expect per age for each child. So at 3 months, we expect the weight to be at a certain range. If a child has that certain range, we're fine. Yeah, so we're fine. So it's just for the child to take more quantity of breast milk. So you can't really say objectively, you can't say subjectively that breast milk is not enough. It has to be very objective based on the charts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So aside from, after 6 months, then we move on to something we call complementary feeding. So from 6 months to 2 years, the WHO recommendation is actually to breastfeed the age 2.
Ma?
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay.
So age 2. Yes. I know it's very difficult. I mean, currently with everything that goes on
mothers,
right now.
how are you doing it?
I know.
Now I see why mothers are celebrated 100 times in a year.
Yeah, you get it right. we're really so aside the breast milk between that age range, we are giving other things. So at 6 months, you can start your pap, and then at 6 months, pediatricians actually say you can give anything. Yeah, so you can give rice, you can give swallow, you can give soups. Let them begin to have family diets. So that really helps them to adapt. Yes, you start with semi-solids, you can mash the potatoes and all of that, but then just introduce the food. Because I see some mothers in the clinic where they come in and say, this child is a year, 3 months, 15 months, and then what does he eat? He just takes pap or just cereals. And then they come in a lot of times with diarrhea and vomiting. So they're stooling because their body they're not getting enough.
Yeah.
So their mom is like, oh, just the cereal is fine. But then I have to keep educating and explaining to them that you need to give this child food. So from that 2 years and above, by then the child is able to eat every other thing at home. So that's the sequence of diets for a child.
All right. So you didn't talk about water. We can't give them water.
You can start water at 6 months.
So for 6 months, a child will not take water.
Yeah,
water is life.
I know, right? But breast milk has everything completely. So apart from milk, we have water in sufficient amount in breast milk. So that's enough. And then we have antibodies, and then we have all the vitamins. So everything the mom eats is being processed in the body in appropriate proportions. That's the way God has arranged it. So the child doesn't need extra water. It's just perfect the way God has done.
Just perfect. Okay. All right. Moving on. Let's go to the frequent illnesses, because you mentioned that some kids now come in having diarrhea at such young ages. Even there are sometimes I hear very outrageous sicknesses happening to very young kids. I mean, how old are they that they're already suffering things like this? So really, what's really going on? So some parents say that their children are always sick. Repeated malaria, infections, coughs, hospital visits, all of that. So at what point should all these frequent illnesses become medically concerning?
Okay, so currently we have some common causes of under 5 mortalities. So that means for children who are below the age of 5, we have some common childhood diseases that can cause an alarm for possible mortalities or deaths. And this includes, the first one is pneumonia, more like a chest infection. Yeah, the second one we have malaria, and then the third one we have is we have pneumonia, we have malaria, and then we have people who suffer from malnutrition. So malnutrition, people who are under, like they have protein energy malnutrition, what we usually know as kwashiorkor, marasmus. So those are the common illnesses. We also have some preventable deaths, like people who have underlying illnesses, like maybe HIV, maybe they have gotten from their mom or something like that. And some of the risk factors for these diseases are actually people who do not have appropriate vaccination. They are not able to complete their vaccines. And then people who are actually not exclusively breastfed. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
And then so they are at risk of many of these illnesses.
Wow.
They don't have their breast milk completely for that 6 months alone. And then another thing that could also make them at risk is the environment where the child lives. Currently, some people actually overcrowd the child. Do not expect that a room where a baby will be living will have more than 2-3 people in that room. But sometimes we see people who live like 5 people in a room. I mean, other children, plus the mom and dad, 5 of them all in one room. That overcrowding can be a risk factor. Then exposure to smoking. People who have like passive smokers at home or firewood, those things actually make the child at risk of chest infections, and they have it frequently. Another angle to it is actually people, when the child starts school at age 2 or 3, they have relationships with other children. So they tend to catch a flu. They always have a cough or something like that. So I always reassure parents that it's not a problem, because they end up using antibiotics, but it's not working, because it's actually most of the time is viral. So they just got it from someone, and then we just vitamin C, water, proper nutrition, it actually clears off by itself. So those are the common childhood diseases that can cause an alarm for mortalities.
Okay, so what should strengthen their immunity against all of these illnesses? Okay, so they don't just pick.
Yeah, so having to have their vaccination is very important. The child has to be vaccinated right from birth.
I feel like this should be really emphasized.
Yes,
because some parents do not really know the value of these vaccinations. They just feel like, oh, I can skip, I can just come back another day, and so please really lay emphasis on that.
So we have vaccinations right from birth. So the child is 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 14 weeks, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, 15 months, and even to the child is 2 years. So all of these vaccines are actually created to be able to protect the child from common childhood diseases, like we have tuberculosis, we have for pneumonia itself, even from diarrhea and vomiting, we have vaccines for it, rotavirus. So all of this actually prevents the child from having diphtheria, the flu, and everything. So it is well prepared to be able to prevent all of these things. So it's very important that you don't skip your vaccines, because it protects your child from just catching anything from anyone, because the body has been exposed to it before in the vaccine. It is very difficult for the body for the child to come down with such illnesses. So the vaccine actually kind of preempts the body immune systems such diseases. So that when they meet someone outside who has it, the body will be like, oh yeah, I've seen this before, I know how to fight this. So that's what it does.
Wow.
So it's very important not to skip your vaccines.
All right. So there are usually dates, specified dates on the cards for the baby concerning when they should come for their vaccinations. So one thing might come up or the other. Could it be skipped? Like probably a day or two or even a week? Is it risky if it's being skipped?
Yeah, we know that there are things that we can control, like maybe a trip or someone who's ill at home or something. So what we say in community health is the first day you remember that you missed your vaccine, go to the hospital immediately. So we continue from where you stopped. So it's important to still go, even if you feel like you missed a dose or whatever. We are able to still give you, like, rearrange your calendar in a way that you'll still be able to have your vaccine. So immediately you skip a dose and you remember maybe a week or two later, just go to the clinic.
All right, so we've heard that. Please take the vaccinations of your children very, very seriously. But right about now, we're going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the emotional and the mental health of your child. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. We're still talking about the children health and how to pay close attention to them, knowing that they are tender, they are sensitive, they are quite new to the world, and we should pay close attention to them, really. So right about now, we're talking about the mental and emotional health. And Dr. Gift has been doing a lot of work here, talking and explaining in details some of all of these things. So, Dr. Gift, a lot of people still struggle to connect with their children. A lot of people struggle to emotionally align with their children, mentally align with their children. But, children also experience fear. Children experience anxiety, children experience emotional withdrawal. You just see this particular child so withdrawn, keeping to him or herself, and you're like, what's wrong with the child? And they just assume that everything is fine with the child. So really, how early can emotional struggles begin with a child?
All right, thank you so much, Praise. I'm almost calling you Dr. Praise now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, like I said before, we have developmental milestones. So we have the social, we have verbal, we have the fine motor and gross motor, that's their movements. So now we're focusing more on the verbal and social. So verbal is their speech, like we've talked about earlier. And then social is the emotional relationship. So right from when the child is very little, they actually start to exhibit signs of emotional relationships. So like I talked about earlier, the social smile, where they can look at you and smile back, or even something we call separation anxiety. So the child is 6 months, they know when the mom is going to leave the house, and they're crying because they know that, oh, my loved one is leaving home.
And then you'll be like, this child, how do you know?
It's actually part of the milestones that they're supposed to hit. So those are like normal things for children. We expect them to behave like that. So most times when the child begins to have emotional struggles, usually when the child begins school, and we usually see it in school-age children, so between 10 and 14 years, clashed up with teenagers, so who are like 13 years to 19 years. So at this time, they are going through puberty, and their body is changing, their environment is changing, they're getting attracted to girls, to guys, and a lot of things are very different. And one of the things that we actually advocate for children, for parents, is really that they should ensure that you are friends with your children.
You're friends
yes,
with
very
your
intentional about friendships, because it's not just about providing for their needs or paying their school fees. I mean, I work all day just to make sure you have food to eat. That's not what they want to hear. They want to hear you being interested in their day. So right from when you're in primary school, or that's from that 6 years, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're already speaking to them, trying to know their friends, who they don't like in school, people who may be disturbing them, their teachers' names. All of those things gives the child a cue that you're their friend and they want to tell you more. And it's very important when you become teenagers, because at that point, you just need somebody who understands them. And because you're their mom doesn't mean you understand them, because they actually have a mind of their own, different from yours. So you have to be very...
Please emphasize on that, because you are their parent.
Because you're their mom or their dad doesn't mean you understand them the most, because they are a different person entirely. They have their own likes, their own dislikes, their own passions, different from yours. So you have to be very particular to know, okay, what really do you like? What do you want to do?
And, they spend most of their active time outside the house.
Yes.
At home. So they probably only come home in the evening, they just eat, do their assignments, pray, sleep.
So you have to be very intentional, because I was reading a book recently about raising kids, and then they were saying that between 0 to 20 years, you have 20 years to pack their bags before they leave the house. Because by the time you are 20, you can't do much. You can't do much. They've already packed their bags and they've gone to the university, or they've
and what they do in the university is made up of everything that
you have
done in the last
20 years. So you have
years.
20 years to pack their bags, 20 years to be their friends, 20 years to know this person. Yes, you have to be 20, really, but you have to be very intentional about that period, about friendships, because that's where the emotional struggle starts. You'll be able to know, oh, this child is a quiet child. Child is not that kind of, is socially withdrawn, and you're able to communicate with them and realize that, oh, this child is different from this other child. So I think friendship is key to actually curbing emotional struggles in children, because you're able to understand each child for who they are.
So how can adults really identify these kind of things? Because not all adults are friendly rather. So how can adults really pay attention to the abnormalities in a child, and what can they do about it? I'm talking about some people that are already making the mistakes right now. So the people who are already in that shoe, what can they do about it going forward?
Well, there's an extreme where we have people who are autistic, autistic spectrum disorder. So these children are totally emotionally withdrawn. They can't communicate well with their friends. You see them doing repeated action over and over again, maybe putting a certain toy in the same place, not wanting to change their routines and all. So when you notice those red flags in a child, it's very important that you refer them to appropriate authorities. The Lagos State government has done a lot with having homes for such children who have special needs, and really amazing work that they have done. So you can actually refer them to those places. But then for children who are just in between, and you realize that, oh, this child doesn't really know the right or the left, it's very important that you're able to teach them. Because a lot of people just feel like, this child is a child, there's no need to correct.
Yes,
there's no need to talk about it. But you have to teach them, because children need mentors. You need to be able to teach them that, oh, this is the way it's done. This is the way it has to be done. And you can't just rely on, oh, they will learn it someday. No.
And some of these kids, they're even smarter than...
Yes, they are.
Smarter than you could ever even imagine. You just see them do some things and you'll be like, I gave birth to this child yesterday. All right. Okay. Let me bring that conversation now to technology. Right. So since we have tilted this conversation towards teenagers, let's talk about screen time. Let's talk about modern childhood technology and all of that. Knowing that as they grow up, they tend to be given assignments that has to do with, oh, go search the web and all of that. And sometimes kids, parents now do gifting of their children. Like they gift technology gadgets to their children. So many children now spend long hours on the phone, spend long hours on the television, their tablets, on social media and all of that. So how does excessive screen exposure affect their sleep, affects their behavioral patterns, affects their learning process, and even their social development entirely?
I think I'll start from the last one, social development.
Okay.
So the screen time actually makes them feel like isolated. They feel like, oh, I can just be on my phone and
I don't need the world.
I don't need the world. I can connect with anybody. I just need to go to their Instagram page and find out what they are doing. But that's not enough. You have to be very particular about physical interaction. You know, in the olden days, we used to go out and play. I don't know if you remember then.
Right.
Oh, you're very excited to just go out on the field
Yeah,
and play with your
other
friends.
children.
Right now, the kids are
Go
always
out, let me see you.
they're always indoors, and we don't have that time. So as parents, you have to be very particular about social development. Like half time, let them go out with their kids, like younger, maybe friends, your own friends' kids, so that they have that social interaction. Because the screen time actually affects them, and then it makes them more socially withdrawn, which you don't want. And then also you talked about apart from social development, it affects their behavior, their learning. Even though they get to learn online, you have to actually still teach them the way, because everybody can say anything
And monitor
online.
what they are learning.
Yes, everybody can say anything online. Everybody just goes online and type their own opinion. But you have to be the standard. You have to set the rules. Oh, this is what it's meant to be. This is what you can watch and what you can't watch. This is how long you can stay on your phone and how long you can stay. Because all of those things affects their learning ability, reduces focus.
Exactly.
Because when they go to school, it's like, when are we closing? Like, what's
I
the
need to go
time?
back to my phone.
Yes, I need to go back. But when you teach them, you can actually have some time for them to have book time. So they should read. Read books.
I was going to say that there is a way these can make them rely so much on social media, knowing that they can just type whatever question they have and they won't even want to think and all that. Knowing that even the more they think, the more they are able to use their brains as they are growing up.
Reading books still helps their vocabulary. They're able to speak better, and they get to have like an in-depth knowledge of someone who writes a book. When someone writes a book, you get to learn so much what the person has learned in 20 years. So you can't just learn it from a 30 seconds TikTok video. You have to read.
30 seconds.
Yes, so you have to read.
Those 30 seconds TikTok videos actually reduces the attention span.
Yeah, true.
So you just discover that they can't really focus in class. 1 hour lecture and they're like,
are we closing? Please, I need to go home now.
And when they hear the break time bell, they're like, yay, and all of that. So it's really, really reducing their attention span. So let's talk about school environment now and child safety. You were talking about that earlier, how that they go to school, they mix with the crowd, they mix with other children, and they tend to pick a lot of things that they are not meant to. So how can their environment really, really help them? How do you think parents can help their environment, overcrowding, getting infected with other children and all of that? What can parents do about it?
Okay, when it comes to overcrowding, it starts from the home. So when you have more than 2 kids, you have to consider living a one-room apartment too. But you have children's room, So you have children's room, you have parents' room, and then you have your living room. So that they're not all crowded in a space. More than 3 people within a space is too much. Because even if you have a room, you need to have 2 windows facing themselves, like adjacent to each other.
Thank you. So if you know that you are not financially ready, please don't give birth to plenty.
Yeah, very important, because once you have more kids, more expenses. So you have to create space for them. You can't just continue living in the same house, because all of those things make them at risk of a lot of infections, like I said earlier. Then when it comes to hygiene, because they go out to school, coming back, you have to be very particular about making sure they have their baths. They have their baths, they wash their hands, their clothes are clean. Those little things actually helps them to stay fit. And then mosquito nets are something that we also have very available, even in Lagos State, especially at the primary health centers. So you can get a mosquito net for your children, especially the under 5s. They should sleep under a net, because it actually prevents malaria, and malaria, like I said before, is one of the causes of under 5 deaths, so we don't take it for granted.
All right. Talking about the mosquito nets and all of that, are you trying to say that children are more liable to get malaria and all that?
They're more liable to get deaths from malaria. We know for all us adults, we feel like, just malaria, I'll just take drugs and we're fine. But for a child, when a child has malaria, I've seen kids who have malaria and then they start to have seizures just because of malaria. Or then they start to become very unresponsive. They go unconscious just because of malaria.
Just because of malaria?
Yes, we've had kids like that in the hospital before. So when a child has malaria, we don't take it for jokes, because it actually can kill a child. It can kill a child, because it's something we call cerebral malaria, where it just goes to the brain and the child has fitting and you're trying to control it. So if you have a child who has malaria, please bring them to the hospital. Let's treat them. And then if you notice that whatever you're using at home is not working, please come, let's give them the proper medical care.
Now, talking about this, it just dawned on me that some children have some specific conditions, even at birth. Some children rather have this sickle cell anemia kind of condition and all of that, and some parents do not really know how to take proper care of kids like that. Talking about kids with dyslexia, talking about kids with autism, like you said earlier, and all of that. So I want you to talk to the parents of these kids so that they can understand that more than treatments, the emotional attachment and connection with those kids would also do a lot of good to the children as well.
Okay, so whenever a child has sickle cell anemia, I always tell the parents that this child is not forgotten. Like, this child is not, like, it's not a written off case.
Yeah.
You can actually do a lot for this child. I've had,
because there's a way they cannot focus on the
I have
healthy
colleagues.
child.
I have colleagues who have sickle cell anemia and are doctors.
Really?
Went to medical school with us, and they're doctors.
Wow.
And you may not even know, so maybe they're final year. They just come to school and they're good. I mean, very good relationships, and you may not know. So don't think that because a child has a congenital disease from birth, it means that theirs is lost for life. No, sickle cell anemia can be treated. And I will just put some light on treatment for sickle cell anemia because it's very common in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria specifically. We have a lot of people who have sickle cell anemia as kids. So very important that you take them to a clinic that specifies, there's like okay, that is very particular about sickle cell anemia. Maybe the sickle cell center we have here in around Lutz, and then or any other center. Yaraba. So you can actually go there, and then they will start up their vaccines for them, the drugs, appropriate nutrition, appropriate drinking of water. So all of those things keep the child in check, and they can become whatever you want them to be.
Now, talking about keeping a child in check, most parents only take their children to the hospital when they notice a very serious symptom. You know, when a child is already developing high temperature and some other things like, oh, mommy, I'm having headaches, mommy this, mommy that. And they just rush to self-diagnose them and give them probably what they take on a lower dosage and all of that. Please, is it really, really advisable to do these kind of things? Or should we only take children to the clinics when there are serious symptoms that are already on the surface and they're unavoidable?
For children, we do not advise that you would self-medicate. So you do not use the same drugs you use for the previous illness for this one, or because this child is looking like the same thing is wrong with this other child, so I'll use the same drugs. It's not good at all because different symptoms can come as fever. Different diseases can start as fever. So a child's body can be hot, and like 20 different things can be wrong with the child. It's not just malaria or cough or whatever. So it's very important you bring the child to the hospital. Let's do appropriate test and then know what to give the child. It's very important.
Okay, so we're wrapping up, but before we wrap up, beyond clinical practice, you've also, I know right from your profile, that you've also been involved in several health outreaches. I think there was one that you did at Surulere, the Mama and the Child outreach, and you focused on maternal and child health, really. So very briefly, what have experiences like that shown you about the healthcare realities, about mothers, about children that are in the rural or urban areas in the community?
All right. So we had the outreach at Yaraba last week about maternal and child health. So we're focusing on pregnant women and children come to do routine checks. We had pregnancy supplements for these mothers. And we had, beyond the pregnant women and children, we actually saw a crowd of people who just came in and they wanted to have like their checks done. And we saw a lot of emergency situations. We got a patient who came in just to check what her blood pressure was, and it was over 200, 120.
My
That's
goodness.
like an emergency.
Like...
we had to call the clinic, the primary health center, for a doctor to see her immediately. And that was...
I think you might see the person, and the person will look so healthy.
I mean, she walked right into the stage, like walked in.
I mean, she's literally walking.
Yes, and it was really amazing that we were able to pick it on time. So I think that one of the things that the outreach actually helped us to do was to be able to help people to be very conscious about routine checks. So it's not just about when you're sick that you should go to the clinic. It's very important from time to time, do your blood pressure checks, do your blood sugar checks, do other checks just to be sure that you're fine. And it really will go a long way to ensuring and preventing diseases.
A lot of people are usually caught up in the web of I'm busy.
Yeah.
They're usually caught up in the web of I'm stressed. Tomorrow. And some people are even very, very particular about the expenses of the hospital, like when they get to the hospital. So we really need to put it out there that your health is your
It's very
life.
important.
Is
And
your
Lagos
health.
State government has insurance schemes available that people can
Okay, tell us
actually-
about it.
So we have like some insurance schemes. I can't really talk much about it.
Okay.
But then I know that we have the LASTMA insurance scheme where people can actually pay a certain amount at the beginning of the year, and then it covers a percentage of their healthcare. So when you go to the hospital, you're not paying 100%. They're paying like a certain percentage. So it really goes a long way to cover it up. So people can actually speak, and we even have HMOs in private organizations that cover costs. So there are options for insurance, health insurance. Don't just feel like, oh, I have to carry the burdens myself. The Lagos State government is doing theirs. The federal government has its own scheme, that's the NHIS scheme, and then even HMOs, private companies have HMOs that can actually help. So those things actually help to defray the cost. So you can try that.
Wow. So this outreach and this vision that you had, what did it really teach you about communities and all of that? What was your experience like?
So beyond this mama and child outreach we had last week at Surulere, we've had previous outreaches like in Ojo, the leprosy community in Ojo, where we went to see them and then provide healthcare to them. And other outreaches we attended across the country. We've had a lot of people who are not very conscious about their health. Like you said, the routine checks are very important. And then also about telling people about the red flags in pregnancy, red flags for a child who is sick or not. So it's really about health awareness and health campaigns. So all of these outreaches are just a way to bring the hospital down to their doorstep. Let them know that, oh, we are here for you. We don't have to come all the time. It's actually very important that we tell you these things one-on-one, face-to-face. There's no barrier whatsoever. So I think that's what it has actually helped us to do, to be able to bring healthcare down to people's footsteps.
The grassroots.
Yeah, to the grassroots. And then to be able to help them to understand better how to prevent illnesses.
Wow, amazing, amazing. All right, so before we wrap up the show, can you just give a word of encouragement to some parents out there who are not really understanding the well-being of their children? Give some encouragement to the kids who have been adopted, who are, we really don't know where they are right now. So just say something about the children's well-being and to the mothers as well.
Okay, so once again, happy Children's Day. And
thank you. Our response for them.
And to parents, I want to say that for mothers especially, you're doing a lot and your efforts are not unseen. God sees them, and then everyone around you sees them. Your children are your pride. So I want to encourage you to keep doing more. And if you have children who are unwell, it's very important that you take them to the hospital. It's not just enough to go to a side chemist and feel like, oh, you can get a drug and you'll be fine. We have primary health centers, not local governments in Lagos, and you can just walk in and get a card and see a doctor. So that will actually help you get access to healthcare. And then also for children who have been adopted and feel like, oh, you have one illness whatsoever and you feel like you're beyond or you're below others. Like I said before, we had people who had sickle cell anemia, people who have autism, people who have different diseases still become a lot of things in life, become great people. So it's not just enough to stay back. You have people who are ahead of you, who have gone before you and had done very well. So please maximize your potential and become everything that God wants you to be. And thank you very much, Praise, for having me on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks so much, Dr. Gift Jagede, for sharing your time and your insights with us today. It was really, really, really amazing time. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of today's edition of Health Check. Thank you so much for watching. You can also watch this episode again on YouTube at Vop Tv Live and on SLTV channel 264. And as we leave today, please remember this. Healthy children are not raised by chance. They are raised with intention. They are raised through awareness. They are raised through care. They are raised through protection, healthy environments like we've discussed, and intentional decisions. Our heartfelt concerns goes to the children who have been abducted in the state. Please, we're urging the government to do something about our children. We really want to have them back to their homes. It is well. We trust that God will continue to help us in this country. So this will be all for Health Check. I am Praise Peters. And until next week, please have a wonderful week. Stay healthy, stay safe, and have a beautiful week. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
You have more than a voice.
The Dare Adeboye Foundation, in partnership with the Ogun State government, hosted the 2026 Future Leaders Assembly, the second edition of the Ogun State Secondary Mother United Nations, at the Youth Center in Redemption City, Mowe, Ogun State, held under the theme Think Global, Act Local, raising the next generations of leaders. The event brought together about 150 secondary schools and over 2,500 students, alongside teachers, policymakers, and youth development stakeholders. Speakers and participants called on governments and institutions to prioritize job creation, workforce development, and practical education to prepare young people for the evolving global economy.
The foundation would like to raise children that can think for themselves, that can think to make positive changes in their community, in their schools, in their families, in their homes, and even globally. Now we talk about children, talking about sustainability, talking about making or adding to the sustainable development goals. These are things that we didn't have or were not seen before, but now those are the kind of children we want to raise, and that's what the foundation is doing, creating awareness for sustainable developmental goals that even children can be involved in.
There have been decent responses during the quiz, if that's what we are particular about. But this obviously shows that students in this generation need to broaden our curriculum, and we need to make sure that students are not in this caged sense. We need to ensure that in most Ogun State schools, the curriculum is expanded so it can allow for greater knowledge of other things that are outside of the Nigerian local kind of sense.
I think it's an absolutely amazing initiative because, we have to empower the leaders of tomorrow. And the leaders of tomorrow is all of us, the young people, and those that are younger than us. So absolutely very, very amazing initiative. Little and start where they are. Sometimes we think that in order for us to get on a global stage that we have to start somewhere very big. But we have to start where we are. We have to start by shaping our mindset in the right direction. We have to start by believing in ourselves. Absolutely. So start where you are. Where you are, right where you are. Start there. It is sad that we are dealing with a very high level of insecurity in Nigeria today. Very disheartening to see. It's terrible. Imagine 2-year-olds, 7-year-olds being kidnapped, being beaten, teachers being beheaded. Is a terrible, terrible thing to see. And it's really sad, for lack of better word, that we're experiencing that in this day and this time in Nigeria. However, it doesn't matter what is going on around us because life would always be life, sadly. We really hope that our government will do something about it as soon as they can. We hope that they would just empathy. And that's why, we're having this program today to raise future leaders, to have compassion, to not think of themselves alone, to think about other people, to be able to feel the things that people feel. You don't even have to be an empath to feel the pulse of Nigerians right now, or the pulse of people whose children have been kidnapped, right from when this whole kidnapping started, or the pulse of people who have lost a father, a mother, a child, a son. We all saw the video of the woman who lost her son and refused to let go of the dead body of that child. Everybody saw it. Why are we not doing anything about it? Why are we not trying to do something? Because something can be done. I really believe so. These people are not even hiding. They come out to make videos, to talk to people in authority. So I believe that if they are really compassionate enough and they want to eradicate this thing, they can do something about it.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there and welcome to the program. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of People Television. It's another wonderful Monday where we just have to start a conversation here. And don't forget that it is a new week for you to actually hope and believe and dream again. Whatsoever you actually tried to, push in for last week that didn't actually work out, immediately. All I just have to tell you is that you have another time to refresh for a clean start and for you to actually pick it up again. Welcome on board, and here I am with you. Of course, it's actually a wonderful time to be alive in this country. And when I use this particular word, it's because it's actually the electioneering, a season where politicking is actually the order of the day. Welcome on board. Yes, People's Voice is actually a place where certain stories shape the narrative, and of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the airline sparking conversation across the nation. NDC in crisis over Kwankwaso, and of course, we have the primary results conversation as regards to the new bride of the political terrain. And I believe you know what that particular one means. And should this be a celebration period for the ruling party and of course the ADC, we will be talking about this and more. Join the conversation with expert insights and seasoned perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Kaduna governor says government alone cannot fund education. Uber Sani has urged stakeholders to support education funding saying the government cannot do it alone. Represented by Attorney General Dr. James Kanip, he stressed the need for collaboration among government, communities, faith-based groups, and private institutions to improve education. He also reaffirmed his administration's commitment to accessible, affordable, and equitable education for all children. Is this not a very, funny situation? I understand that the government cannot do so many things alone, but can we call a spade a spade? In the same country where our legislators are actually reeling out and marketing and writing out and approving hundreds of billions for SUVs. In this particular administration, the governors are taking more money compared to every other administration. And yet, state governments alone are owing the highest loan so far. They are in debt. And today, the government of Kaduna State are saying government cannot do it all alone. Okay, if the government can't do it all alone, let the government even do the basic. That's all we're saying. I was surprised that a particular girl called out, a local government chairman and his administration in Port Harcourt, which we all saw what happened. What happens to that same young girl later? She was traced to her apartment, picked up to be beaten. And this was the reason why someone said something, last week, that why is it looking like if you criticize the government, you are to be picked, but it is difficult for them to get the bandits. Now, the governments are actually saying, the Kaduna State government are actually saying that they want every other person to support the educational system. I want to even talk about the consolidation budget that was passed. How much is being given to educational system? Let's pick it up from there. But every other thing would actually, take the shine in the budget. Every other thing looks like that's just the major. Meanwhile, education is actually drifting. Education is dropping, is declining. It's so painful now that we are in a country where JAMB has gotten to a point where cutoff mark has reduced to what exactly? Maybe because people are not, coming back to school, or people don't even want to go to school anymore. We have to look into that particular one. I'm not saying private sectors, I'm not saying, individuals, I'm not saying, NGOs, even religious bodies cannot support government, but we want the government to actually put the basic amenities on the table. Then we'll have further conversation as regards to that. Away from that, Momodu rules out Obi, predicts Tinubu versus Atiku in 2027. Publisher, of course, of a magazine and ADC chieftain, Dele Momodu, says that 2027 presidential election will likely be a straight contest between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, describing it as a battle of titans. He added that any third force candidate may struggle to compete and urged the ADC to promote unity and issue-based politics. Of course, I love the picture that my team actually put on there. This was just 3 days ago. This was the picture he took with the former vice president. And I can't actually blame Chief Dele Momodu, because that's his principle. And for every opportunity he has, he wants to make a case and he wants to take briefs on behalf of Atiku Abubakar. So it's okay for him to actually say that. He's entitled to his opinion. And I think that opinion does not count for Nigerians or any other person. Away from that particular one, Akpabio prays that terrorism sponsors be exposed. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has urged Nigerians to pray for the exposure of those sponsoring terrorism, whether within or outside government. Speaking at a Democracy Day church service in Abuja, He acknowledged the country's security challenges, but expressed confidence in the effort of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and to end violence and secure the release of kidnapped victims. The service was also attended by George Akume. All right, we've gotten to a point where our president of the Senate is now joining, the religious body to just pray when we're meant to, look into the service chiefs, where we're meant to look into, the military to ask questions. The questions we've been asking that we still need and deserve answer. Is it like we are not getting enough intelligence in this nation anymore? What is the NSA office doing presently? We just have to ask these questions. Now, for how many 400 plus that were kidnapped in Borno State, we are grateful that they've been released. Now, we are in as much as we're still having some talks around ransom being paid or not. But we have the Oyo State still lingering, still affecting the nation. And just recently, some days ago, the former Minister of Power's sister and children were kidnapped. And yesterday we heard that they were released. What is this telling us? It's just a question that Nigerians are asking. This is people's voice. And of course, the station is, a voice of the people television. So we're just here to actually amplify what the people are saying. And what are the people saying? Is this about the poor and the rich? These are questions that Nigerian government needs to answer. Basically, that's just what is actually on the lips of anyone at all who has been commenting on this conversation. And of course, I would say to join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. Of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of People TV. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. We'll be dissecting this conversation. Of course, I have my guest analyst who will be joining the conversation to give clarity as regards to some of these things happening in our nation. NDC in crisis over Kwankwaso, and of course, NDC also still going through the primary result situation. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. The Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, is facing internal crisis over allegations of hijack and delayed primary results. Northwest Vice Chairman Muhammad Rabiu Sarina and Kano Chairman Hussaini Isa Mariga as accused, joined by Barrister Bobby Kadiri, illegal, joined by Barrister Bobby Kadiri, a legal practitioner. Good afternoon, Barrister.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Barrister, can you hear me? Okay, we're also being joined by Adekunle Lukman Adefola, a public and policy analyst. Good afternoon, Adekunle. Are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, and good to be on the show today.
Thank you so much for being part of the program. All right, Adekunle, quickly, I don't know if you would like to respond to any of the news story before we move into the main conversation.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me react to the NDC problem.
No, the
To
NDC's
let you know
conversation, the
that,
NDC's conversation is the main topic. But of course, we have that of Akpabio's
okay,
conversation saying he prays that terrorism sponsors are exposed and urging Nigerians to also pray. I don't know if you actually see that particular on our dailies. And Daily Momodu rules out Obi.
yes,
He said he predicted
I've seen
Tinubu
that.
versus Atiku and not Obi being in the fray.
Oh, let me react to Akpabio own.
Okay, please go ahead.
To let you know how funny our political leaders are. If a whole number three citizens in the political structure of Nigeria will come out publicly and say is fasting and praying every month because of terrorism in Nigeria. It is so for different layers of security agencies saddled with responsibility to secure the lives and property of Nigeria. And to me, I don't think prayer is our problem. What we need is action. And we expect National Assembly under Mr. Akpabio to be proactive to challenge the executive arms about what happened to our spending, especially in the security sector, with all this mess since 2009, specifically July 20, the second attack in Borno State along Baga Road. And if up till today, we are still battling with this. And is Akpabio now telling us that 360 people that were freed by the Boko Haram in Ngoshe, in Goza local government, is part of his prayer, or they are just playing on Nigeria intelligence? Because it is so unfortunate. I don't think person of Akpabio should be telling Nigerians that he's praying and fasting because of terrorism. What we need in this country is action. We expect National Assembly, both House of Reps and Senate, to engage critically with security agencies and understand their challenge. Why up till now, they can track ordinary citizens talking on phone, and they find it very difficult to track terrorists when talking to people negotiating for ransom on phone. What is happening to the Super Tucano that President Buhari bought under his administration? We were told that time that once they get Super Tucano aircraft, issue of insurgency will be things of the past in Nigeria. But unfortunately, here we are after purchasing the Super Tucano. So it's not about praying. What we need, what we demand from him is pure accountability. They should engage structurally with the executive arms and find lasting solutions. There are challenges, they should design strategy, oppose it. I think that would be the best for Mr. Akpabio, rather than saying he's praying because of terrorism in Nigeria. Because I think it is about prayer. It is about action. People carrying sophisticated equipment against our military, and you are saying you are praying. Former spokesperson of defense was abducted on his way from his town, Katsina town, and his wife, to the level of criminals are now showing the videos, footage of how they are dealing with the general and his wife, and somebody is saying he's praying. Is that what we need? Look at the incidents in Ibadan. After how many weeks, Nigerian Air Force came out and said now they want to deploy equipment, air surveillance. Is it not funny? 3 weeks that Nigerian Air Force is responding with air surveillance, something they would have done immediately. And I think enough of politicizing security issues in Nigeria, us versus them, this party versus this party. I think political gladiators should stop all those rubbish, playing on Nigerians' intelligence, telling us that they are praying. I don't think that.
Okay. All right, Adekunle, thank you so much for that particular wonderful conversation. Let me bring it to Barrister Bobby Kadri. Barrister, are you there?
Yeah, hello?
Barrister, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
loud and clear. All right, you heard what I, when I talked about the news stories, of course, other news stories, I talked about Kaduna, government saying that the government cannot fund education alone and requesting that other stakeholders, should actually join the government in doing this particular, job of theirs. What do you have to say as regards to that?
Or about the issue.
Barrister, is that?
Am I speaking on the ADC issue?
No. You are speaking. You are speaking on the Kaduna government. But of course, if you want to respond to that of a public, no problem. But I'm saying that Kaduna government actually said that they can't fund education alone in their state and would want every other stakeholders to join them.
Well, if you look at the allocation for Kaduna State, monthly, you know that Nigeria is we are in a deficit in this country. You understand? When it comes to buying of cars and election and funding election and all that, you would see how they bring out their financial muscle to finance these things. When it comes to education, security, and other things that directly affect the lives of Nigerians and the citizens in that particular state, well, they are very, very lackadaisical with regards to that. I'm not just saying this as regards to that state, Kaduna State, but I'm just saying that just Nigeria entirely, when it comes to Nigeria, what affects the citizens. You saw how they responded with how when they kidnapped Adelabu's
sister. Boris, are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How they responded to Adelabu's sister? Yeah, you mentioned. Go ahead.
Yes, sure how they responded. But when it comes to the normal Nigerian citizen, it takes time for them to respond. So we are wondering whether is it against is it that Nigeria is meant for the elites, and that we that are just normal regular citizens, we are just our lives are like are meaningless. So sometimes I ask myself sometimes that is it a cost to be a Nigerian? Because there's nothing moving on for Nigerians. Every day they come to give us bag of rice, and it seems that we Nigerians have what I call selective amnesia. When it comes to election, they come here with bag of rice and all that, and they can fund billions, trillions when it comes to election. When it comes to what affects the lives of citizens, education is very important. Because a man who is not educated, his life is as the same thing as that of a cow. Because education can liberate someone from poverty, mental slavery, and even institutional slavery.
Okay. All right, Barrister. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let me bring it back to the main conversation now. Adekunle, I would like to start out with you as regards to NDC's crisis. Let's talk about the party structure and Kwankwaso. With what you've heard as regards to the allegation that Kwankwaso is hijacking the NDC structure in the Northwest, Does this actually reveal, that the power balance between, within the party is having issues? Is it questionable? Are they okay? Or is NDC about to sink? We have to talk about that. And how significant is the reported 60 to 40 percent structure sharing deal, which actually broke out between Senator Siraki Dixon, and of course, how can such arrangement hold a long term? Because you would agree with me that Kwankwaso also has his own political bloc, and he wouldn't want to just be in the fray if there is nothing for him as regards to the NDC. Please go ahead. Adekla, are you there? Adekla, I don't know if you can hear me. All right, we're told that we're having a network glitch there. All right, Bobby, if you're there, let me, redirect the question to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, so talking about NDC's conversation, of course, you heard me, take the news story as regards to the party. What does this allegation, that Kwankwaso is hijacking the NDC structure in the Northwest reveal about, power balance within the party? And of course, if we're to talk about the 60%, 40% structure, as regards to the sharing deal that broke out between Senator Siraki Dixon and the Kwankwaso, can such arrangements, hold the long term, or is the NDC about to sink in now?
Well, the allegations made by those party officials are very serious and very weighty allegations. Affect the internal democracy of the party. Now, this is what's going through the mind of Nigerians. If you cannot solve a simple democratic and party constitutional process within your party, so how can you then, in the larger landscape, solve Nigerians' issue? Nigeria has 36 states with the FCT 37. It's a larger political landscape. That's my point. I'm talking about the point. So if you cannot within your party now resolve simple political election and follow your constitution within the party. The ADC is even the NDC, sorry, is even a lesser party or a smaller party compared to the APC. I am not campaigning for any party. But my problem is this. You are saying you want to solve Nigeria's problem. You want to liberate the Nigerian citizen. But you cannot, within your party, solve a small political issue. How should Nigerians, in general, view such allegations? Anyways, going back to the issue, there is no evidence that has been brought before us to show us that this is what's at stake. It's just more of a hearsay. So my point is that the allegations has not yet been substantiated. So every political party, of course, has their own issues here and there. Even the APC within themselves have their own issues. You understand? But for a party like NDC, this is a very costly mistake if it happens. So I think the party should set up a panel within themselves to solve this particular issue, because in a way, if you look at from afar how the ADC is galvanizing, you see that Kwankwaso has his own favorites, especially for the Kano State elections and all that. You understand? Probably they have struck a deal with Siraki allegedly with Siraki Dixon. You understand?
Yeah.
But now, should that come at the cost of the peaceful political process and constitutional alignment of the party? The question should be answered in the negative. So my humble advice is that political parties, they are voluntary organizations, and they should follow through democratic process. For a political party, their keys, especially in Nigeria, they are keys to the democratic institutions of Nigeria. So if a political party cannot solve its internal democratic problems, how do Nigerians believe in its entirety they can solve a larger democratic problem in Nigeria? And that's the problem. Charity begins at home. So if you're a teacher and your child at home is wayward, and you go to the classroom and you're trying to educate other children, how do you want those children to see you when your own child who's at home is wayward? It's just a simple logic. Do you understand me?
All right, Bobby.
Yes.
I love the fact that you're trying to give, some clear ideology that should be, in political, parties, and of course, let's call it internal party crisis, solutions. But this is not just about the NDC now, which is even the sad story. If you look at the ADC is also having internal crisis. If you look at the APC as we speak, they are also having internal crisis. Of course, I don't know if you actually flipped through the dailies over the weekend, you would see where some members are actually saying that they will be camping from APC, to NDC. And of course, you saw over last week that the likes of Deputy President of the Senate, Omoagege, also left the APC for NDC. And we have numerous people now complaining that the primary was not free and fair, that they just picked their consensus candidate, and that was just it. Now, if we're having internal crisis in almost all the political party in Nigeria, which boils down to your question and your worries, because first, internal party democracy should actually be properly outlined, and internal crisis should also be fixed and settled. In a situation where they cannot even fix their homes, how will they fix the nation? Of course, that's your term. Now, let's talk about the exclusion before I go to Adekunle. Is the exclusion of non-Kwankwasia members sustainable if the NDC wants to be a national alternative ahead of 2027? And I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying this. You'd agree with me that you also saw the media parley that the former governor of Sokoto actually granted, Tamboa, where he said that the Northerners are not in support of the Obi Kwankwaso's ticket. Hence, he doesn't think that they would vote for them. Now, don't you think it would be an avenue for ADC and, of course, APC to harvest some of these loyalists of NDC who are feeling excluded from the NDC in the north because they are not Kwankwasia's movement? Because it looks like it is only Kwankwasia's members that Kwankwaso had, negotiation to cover. But it's looking like he doesn't have, a coverage, and is not even factoring them into his plans in the north. So is this sustainable? And how will NDC actually navigate through this in the north, knowing fully well that they need their vote?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please go ahead.
Okay, yes. To be realistic, politics in Nigeria is all about interest. I'm a very realistic person. I like to be very realistic. Politics in Nigeria is all about interest. So I believe that before Kwankwaso had even thought or agreed to join the NDC, there must have been a backroom agreement between the leadership of the NDC, of course, Peter Obi and the rest of them, segregation and all that. But for one person to make decision or have like 60% or 50% or 7% control all over a party, you are not even a leader yet, quote and unquote.
Hello, Bobby. Are you there?
Of the party are making decisions. I feel like that is being too selfish,
Okay.
and it will affect the NDC.
Okay.
Now, mind you, allegedly, there are some, some people who are, or some persons who are in the NDC and who are not really members of the NDC. More like spies who are canker ones who come to affect the structure of the party and create up a chaos within the party.
How do you
You
verify
understand?
this? How do you verify
So
this?
these factors are things that the NDC officials need to really consider, in making their decisions. And I
Okay.
feel like there should be a deal. And I like the deal that P2B struck with the party. He will go for 4 years, and I hope he keeps to that agreement. And and hand over powers
What
to
do
the
you mean
North
by
or
you
thereabouts.
hope it keeps to that agreement? Are you in any way doubting or not really trusting 100% that
Well,
Peter Obi just want to do
politicians are
all?
very funny.
Okay.
But P2B, anyways, have been consistent
All
with
right.
his.
Let me.
If you go,
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Bobby. Let me go to Adekunle. I believe he's in now, and I am told that the rain is quite heavy in Abuja, the nation's capital. All right, Adekunle, are you there? Adekunle, if you can hear me, I'd like to say something. Okay, so I think the rain is not actually accommodating Adekunle, and it's really painful because he has a lot to say as regards to this conversation. Let me stay with Bobby. Bobby Kadri. Bobby, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Bobby, I believe you're also in Abuja presently, right?
Yeah. I packed in Abuja, based in Abuja.
Okay, so I'm surprised that your network is even still surviving a little, but it's okay. All right, quickly, quickly, we'll be moving to that of the delayed primary, but still on this Kwankwaso's conversation, does this crisis, weaken Kwankwaso's position as vice presidential candidate, or does it strengthen his grip on the party base? You would be responding to that, but I want to do it, simultaneously so we can actually have a robust conversation as we start wrapping up the conversation. Now, the delayed primary. Why is a 10-day delay, releasing primary results a red flag for a party's internal democracy? Because you would agree with me that every other political party that also did their primaries, we heard something like this, and some of them also delayed, and some the results that was initially announced was cancelled, and the names that was later uploaded were totally different. Of course, the APC also had that particular one in their fray, but here we are with the NDC. I'd like to respond to to these, and of course, what are the most likely reasonable reasons behind the NDC's leadership failure to release results on time? Is it about logistics, dispute, or deliberate stalling? Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me go straight to the issue of the delayed primaries.
Okay.
So I don't know. Yes, I'll go back to the other one. So stakeholders in the party are very unhappy about how the primaries were conducted, and for the past 10 days, the results have not been released yet. The delays has led to, well, if you're looking at it critically, it has led to uncertainty, rival, and this has also increased, well, you can say tension and distrust within the party. You understand? I would liken it to what happened between Atiku and the former governor of Rivers State. You understand? Of course, there's a bit of distrust within them and all that. And you can even see how, if you go to the primaries, how people are being counted during the APC primaries. To count 1, 2, 3, 4, 10,000. So you see how Nigerian politics has a very, very unique shape. And let us understand this, that you cannot really have a fully democratic process within the party. You can't have a full democratic process within the party. You understand? Nigeria we have different cultures, different people entirely, with different kind of. So you cannot say that okay, that's fine. You have a fully democratic process within the Nigerian political landscape. It's not possible. You understand? But let us at least have at least 70 or 60% democratic institution. At least people who are involved. When you hear Peter Obi, what comes to your mind first is transparency. When you hear Kwakwaso, a man who can work, who can deliver, who is being loved by the people. But this thing about delay of elections and all that, it goes to show that there are some disagreements within themselves, within the party. Maybe what they agreed on, deals are not being struck. Some persons are unhappy, and some persons that feel like they have won the election, but their result is being delayed because of some persons, ulterior motives who they feel like should not supersede the interest of the party. One person alone cannot dictate what happens within a whole political party. That's not possible. Hello?
I'm here, loud. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Hello?
Bobby, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello? Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Please go on.
Yeah. So one person alone cannot dictate what happens within the political party. That's unfair to the political process of Nigeria. And people like us who are watching, who are taking the back seat and watching, and hoping that one day we could also go into politics and all that. It's a form of discouragement to the youth who are watching and all that. You understand? To affect largely the political process in Nigeria. And this is the, you can say, is the cause of the political apathy in Nigeria. You don't necessarily, in developed countries, you don't need to go and beg people to go and get their PVC and do advertisements for people to go and vote and all that. You understand? It's a political process. Every Nigerian should be proud to go and cast their votes, in Nigeria. But you see that there are a lot of political apathy in the country. People, politicians to go and campaign and pay, celebrities to go and tell people to go and get their PVC and vote and all that. They still end up sharing bag of rice and all that. So you discover the whole political process is messed up in Nigeria. So the way forward is this. So I feel like the party should have its own, to respect its own political democratic process within the institution. They should have a separate committee, if need be, persons who are disciplined, who are transparent, who are professional, who are honest to the process, who are diehard fans of honesty. People who can stand their ground and say no, there will be no rigging. Like that woman that was the ex-chairman in Abia State.
Yeah, Professor Oti.
Do you understand? So I also feel like when these factors are in place, when we have honest people like this, then there will be no issue. But when you surround your party with dishonest persons and persons who are only looking out for their selfish interests, I want to call also a selfish person. I won't want to say that, but it's looking like as if he has selfish and ulterior motives and interests within the party. So my advice is that it should respect the political and democratic process within their party, so that even when they win the election, and they will tell Nigerians, okay, now when we go to a larger scale, we can actually fulfill the political demands and democratic process in the country. So that's my own humble advice. And also the election results should be released, and the persons who won the election should be declared the winners. You don't bring your dirty linen in public.
Okay.
I
love the fact that
behind closed doors, before they bring out such things in the public.
I love the fact that
process for 10 days is showing that even the result is even cast a doubt on the results. People might start even going to court.
Okay.
On the result and say that they don't believe in the democratic process. That's why will it be delayed? Is it in the party's constitution that the results should be delayed? Was it encapsulated within the party's constitution? So these factors are factors that we need to consider and see that, the political process within the NDC has already been bankrupt. So you can't even rely on the political process to say it was democratic. It's not democratic at this point in time. I honestly believe and sincerely believe that the NDC now is not even a democratic party, the APC. So there's no party democratic in Nigeria to speak.
Barrister.
Your vote, you go and cast your vote and pray. You are praying to Allah, you are praying to Jesus Christ, you have your own,
Barrister.
I hope that your candidate win the election.
Okay. All right, Barrister. You've actually said a lot, because I was going to talk about, how the uncertainty and, of course, multiple victory claims, affect aspirants in morale and, of course, party cohesion. And to what extent, does this delay, for public perception, as regards to NDC? Some would even say there is no difference between the NDC, who is just a new bride, a newborn baby, with the other parties, and I would like to talk about something which I'd want you to, respond to before we talk about leadership and management of that party. We saw where different primaries were made, and the presidential candidacy, of almost all major political parties that actually conducted their primaries. We've been seeing figures that are quite strange. And the questions we ask, are you saying that you have members up to this amount? When we saw the vote of the primary result of that of NDC for Peter Obi, when we saw that of Atiku Abubakar, when we saw that of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the question is, where is all of this coming from? And within the party, they are also complaining and accusing themselves of rigging irregularities. So my question, are we about to see the biggest and the highest level of rigging in the history of Nigerian election in 2027? Barrister, please go ahead. Barrister, can you hear me? All right, so I think we're having a network glitch there. I'd just like to go on a quick break so as to see how to set up, my guests back, and as soon as we return, we'll be wrapping up the conversation. Do want to stay with us. Don't go to my
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome back to the program. It's the People's Voice, and of course, we're still talking about the NDC's conversation here. Barrister Bobby, are you there now? Barrister Bobby, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. I don't know if you can hear me. Well,
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Barrister, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Barrister,
Yeah,
can
hello,
you hear me?
me?
I can hear you.
I just can hear me. I can't hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. It's quite serious there. But Barrister, I'm sincerely sorry about that. I think the network is not permitting you again. Both Barrister and of course Adekunle Lukman. They are in Abuja, and the network has actually played around a little. That's Nigeria for you. Welcome to Nigeria, in case you're not here, where the network, glitch gets to just pick up at any, a given time. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Of course, we would have loved to, take their final comments and, of course, dissect more, but because we're actually pressed for time, so this is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Thank you so much, Barrister Bobby Kadri, who's a legal practitioner. Thank you so much for being part of the program. Don't worry, I would actually reach out so we can actually have another seamless and a smooth conversation as regards to the program again some other time. And Adekunle Lukman of Adefalayan, who's also a public and policy analyst. Thanks so much for being part of the show. It's been wonderful, talking with this gentleman. And, of course, so much has been said as regards to the conversation. And, of course, this is how far I can actually go here. Don't forget that coming up next is Locker Room. Yes, if you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one from my colleagues. Don't forget, don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough if it do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Saviour Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that define.
My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Strips Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loud
Super Eagles coach of Nigeria laments the lack of
young attacking strikers for the Super Eagles. And of course, young man Zadok Yohana finally made his move to the Amex, signed for £21 million. And elsewhere, Ericsson again collapsed. Is this the time for him to actually resign or leave football because it's becoming a recurring decimal? Welcome to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Ago, and today is going to be very interesting. It's 3 days to the World Cup. Of course, I'm being flanked by Afis, and of course, Mayawa, who joins us virtually. And today we'll definitely not just be looking at all of these conversations I talked about, we'll also be looking at why Helen Brut Haaland, who is the top scorer of European qualifying series to the World Cup, has failed to actually register a goal in this warm-up games. Welcome once again to Locker Room Afis. It's good to have you join me.
Good evening, Ikechukwu. Good evening to the viewers out there. There's a lot to talk about. It's the World Cup, 3 days to the World Cup, and I mean we are not really having this feel of what's going to happen on the pitch. I mean the World Cup squads, when they were being announced, gave us this little bit of excitement. But then what we are hearing from behind the scene, it's sort of disturbing. I mean, last night it was reported that some shootings were heard near the England World Cup camp, and the Swiss also coming out to complain that they are seeing venomous snakes around their camp. I mean, this is not what we should be hearing at this time. And I just hope, I really hope that this World Cup will not turn out to be one of the worst ever, the way it is going on with the happenings of the pitch. And of course, even on the pitch as well, Saudi Arabia, can recall in their friendly, they had to stop a friendly game, a World Cup tune-up game. They had to stop it because of thunderstorm. The game was suspended for about 2 hours. It happened at the Club World Cup 2 that was hosted by the US. And we might have this because everybody has been complaining about the extreme weather condition in the USA, and it's still like nothing seems to be done. But I feel like when the first ball is kicked from the first whistle, we are going to forget about what's going on off the pitch. But then rules have also played their own parts. Too many rules, too many sanctions. In fact, I just pray that this World Cup is not going to be one.
You've always mentioned that this might just end up being the worst World Cup we have actually ever seen. I mean, lots of things. You also mentioned something very succinct where you talk about the weather condition, how players. I saw the picture of Marcus Rashford, how he was actually sweating. And he wasn't actually the very first one. But something happened in Qatar. Qatar is actually a hotter climate compared to actually what we actually experiencing. But they find a way to ensure that it's not much.
Yeah, and that's why they shifted the game to December.
Korea Japan also did something in their pitch cold and change the environment and all of that. We'll definitely explore all of this when we'll talk about the World Cup eventually. And of course, we'll bring Mayawa in eventually when he joins us. But first, let's go straight to what's happening in the camp of the Super Eagles, where head coach Eric Chell has raised concerns over Nigeria's shortage of young strikers in Europe as he looks for a long-term alternative to Nigeria striker Victor Osimhen, with Akwa Adams and Terry Murphy and Paul Onuachu, all the same age, and of course, also are older than Victor Osimhen. Chell is pushing to lure 19-year-old George Iliakena and 18-year-old Prosper Peter, both eligible for France. He wants them to actually play for the Super Eagles. Now, what does this concern mean for the Super Eagles? Victor Osimhen is around 27 years old, and of course we've got Paul Onuachu who is in his 30s, Terry Murphy, and of course all of these strikers very much close to their twilight of their career. He's actually complaining we don't have striking force, to actually take up the baton from Victor Osimhen and the likes. I mean, what does it mean for our football exactly?
Well, two things for me. I think first I will stick with Eric Chell and let me say congratulate him for trying to at least eye development for Nigerian football, starting from the Super Eagles of Nigeria, trying to bring in new players and to keep the ones that are at their peak, keeping them on their toes, saying that look, when it's time for you to maybe hang up your boots, or when you are losing form at some point in your career, there are other young players at least to start rivaling you, from now. So I think I'll give him on that one. But on the flip side, Ikechukwu, I'm looking at it and saying bringing 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds doesn't really bode well for our grassroots football, right? We've been talking about our grassroots football, trying to develop young players, from their teenage years, from the 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And let's say, okay, so if this player is so good at the under-19 level, it can now, step into the Super Eagles. If you are not picking a 19-year-old that is cutting his teeth here in Nigeria to play in the Super Eagles team, and you are bringing a 19-year-old, doesn't speak well for the development of the teenager here in the country. So
what does this say to our league? Because the next one of the stories we'll be exploring in this particular conversation we're having is the story of that is very much important, as you actually mentioned this age thing. Zadok Yohana is a very young player. I just joined Brighton now, and you say we should actually look back home, right? Do we even have that quality, that top talent? I mean, Kylian Mbappe was at the World Cup at 18. We saw how, he actually took the World Cup by storm.
Yeah.
Do we have, the last time we had a
do,
young
but
player
it's the
going to the World Cup?
continuity. We do, but it's the continuity. I mean, you know that
In the Nigerian League,
football,
for example,
there are players there.
18 years,
they are
strikers.
Maybe not strikers, right? But I'm not even talking about the roles now. I'm talking about generally.
Okay.
Their position. We have 18-year-olds, they are teenagers right there, and also there are some clubs in the NPFL that have their academies, right? But the thing is the continuity. Players are playing the under 17. Do they go on to play the under 20? Do they go on? You can't tell me that all the players that played an under 17 tournament, they are all bad. That we cannot see at least one to go on, to play the under 20 or to go on to play into the Super Eagles eventually. It looks like when we play an under 17 tournament, we can only see like one or two that will go and play outside. Then the rest will scrap those ones, then bring in a new set of players for the under 18 or under 20 tournaments. The continuity is not just there.
But again, it's good you mentioned the continuity because, I mean, these days, players we've always mentioned, Victor Osimhen is a product of the under 17.
Right.
We have players.
How many of that Victor Osimhen trajectory can you see in the period that he played?
Yeah,
you can't pick five comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. It's good you actually said that, even if you can actually just get one for every generation.
Yeah.
Now the question is, how far have our age grade tournament been doing? You're going to Intercontinental Championship.
That's why I will not fault Eric Chell, right? Because remember, I started by praising him that he's looking into the part of development, something that is not even him that should be doing that. It should be the NFF, right? And FA chairman, and within the systems of Nigeria, we should be seeing how to develop young players. It's not Eric Chell now that will not say, he wants to start looking at an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old outside. We have leagues. We have the NLO that's the third division. We have the NNL and we have the MPFL.
We used to
and
have
FA. Remember, the Principal's Cup is now defunct.
Yes,
we don't have it anymore. So we need to, if we are talking about grassroots football, like we used to say after every field tournament, say we need to go back to the drawing board, we need to go back to grassroots football. There is no better time than now, right? Because I know that a lot of people will still be saying, why is he now looking to that age of 18, 19 abroad? We should be having 18, 19-year-olds here. Then maybe the 21, 22-year-olds, people at their peak abroad, right? We should be bringing them, not as if you are bringing everybody that should play for Super Eagles, they have to be coming from abroad. So it's sending a wrong signal and a wake-up call to the NFF that, look, we can't just let, because to get to a time, we won't be producing anybody from here, right? He came in and he brought in seven players from the NPFL. Very soon, the number might reduce because these players now, if you look at their good performances, there are clubs that are monitoring them. They might not play in the NPFL next season, right? Are we going to comfortably pick 7 players again from the NPFL in the next time Eric Chell is looking for players? So we need that development here. He is already trying to contribute in his own way. He's trying to contribute by citing all these young players. But young players, 17, 18, we should be picking them from here. Look at La Liga. They are playing La Liga Futures. That's where a certain Lamine Yamal came from. And there are other players like that. Mark Bernal also came from there. So and they are already in the Barcelona setup.
A good number of La Liga players they come from that age grade.
Okay, but now why
the Premier League have this age grade league as well?
Why is Spain not now saying, okay, let me go and pick an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old from Italy?
That's a million questions.
We should be doing that here.
Yeah. As we move on straight to the next story, we still very much connect us back to the question you actually raised, and this one concerns the wonder kid Zadok Yohana, who has actually signed for Brighton. Brighton have beaten European rivals to sign Nigerian teenage Zadok Yohana from AIK in a £21 million deal. The 18-year-old is rapid rise concerns less than a year after leaving Kaduna's based Econ Ala FC. Despite being dropped, can you hear that? Despite being dropped, in the Nigerian under 17 and 20 side because of his actually, it was actually deemed to be not very physical. Now, this young man now signed for Brighton, very much a teenager. Now, you raised a question about, young players, and these are the questions. At under 17, 2 years ago, at under 20, under 17, 2 years ago, Zedus, the coach Abdullahi Zubairu actually dropped him. Yeah. He said, this guy is not physical. In fact, the word they used to describe him, they said he was like a baby amongst his peers. Like he was too young, he was too small, right? Himself and another player, Sulaiman, who's also somewhere, I think that one is in Greece now. Now, this young man, now, if we have a player like this, I say he's not physically ready, for the age grade tournaments, right? It gives, you know, this very funny question of what exactly is the age bracket of our age grade players?
Absolutely. And well, but you can look at it from, let me say, from the good side and say, okay, maybe he might actually not be physically ready at the time, right? But then we've seen it time and time again in Nigerian football that we just try to shelve good players under one condition, that they are not ready, or they are too short, or they are too tall. Is that condition is not new in football. I mean, there was a Luka Modric one time that wasn't picked for Zagreb because they deemed it too short. Right? Even at Tottenham, they said it was very, very light. He went to Real Madrid, it was the flop of the season as well at some point. And we saw how the story, how the story came out at the end of the day. But for Zadok Joanna, I think it should look beyond all of that now. But trust me, we can't be doing that again if you want to develop young players.
The players that went for that tournament 2 years ago, none of them have actually gotten to the height of this young man now.
Absolutely. And this one is also a story that really struck me. I don't know. I just pray that Brighton, because of their resilience on signing this young man, they will actually get the results. And as a last year, it was in Nigeria. It was in Nigeria. I wasn't even playing professional football. Then AIK. So it was not even in AIK's first team. They just drafted him, played a few games, and he got goals. And I think that was what impressed Fabian Ozola and the scouting team at Brighton to sign him for £21 million.
He's dubbed the Mahrez of Africa, of West Africa.
We are going to see that in the Premier League, because trust me, for him to be signed £21 million, he's not going to the academy. He's getting thrown straight
I've seen the young man. I can tell you quality.
Well, now he has a competition in that Brighton team because there's Yankuba Minte on the right side as well. So how does he deal with this? This is like his first big club. In fact, this is his biggest club so far in his career, and he's in the Premier League. You know how physical the Premier League can be. But I want to wish him the very best. And a lot of people are already saying he might get signed for Chelsea maybe in the next 2 or 3 years, because you know how Chelsea poach players from Brighton. But I just want to believe that his trajectory is on the up. He's had such an incredible story, and for him now to be in Brighton, I'm sure he's going to grab the opportunity with both hands, and is ready to go. If there's a manager that he can actually improve under, it should be Fabian Ozola, who himself is a young man. He's 31 years of age, and I mean he's been coaching since he was like 27, 28, so he knows how it is to be a young man, coaching at the highest level. And he was at Brighton last season. And we saw what he did with young players. Young players developed under him, the Brian Gruders of this world, the Jackin Sherwood, improved under him, Yasin Ayari as well, Yankuba Minte. So I think Zadok Joanna is also going to be, a big part of that development at Brighton. And it's also good for the Super Eagles of Nigeria too. Like, we have young players now, not players that are 26, 27. We're now knowing them. Young players right now from the grassroots straight to Brighton. And that will help us also.
Plus the fact that we've always been, praying for someone on the right wing. We've not had, top quality. I mean, the likes of Chidera really has not lived up to expectation. Of course, not forgetting Chukwueze, maybe because of, the family issues dealing with his mom and all of that. His club trajectory actually took a downturn when he left Villarreal, and he's been struggling ever since. Maybe this man is going to actually give him the necessary push.
Thanks to Eric Chell too.
Push for
Thanks to Eric Chell too, in a way, because maybe indirectly you wouldn't know, because before Brighton even made the move, Eric Chell actually called him when he was at AIK to come and play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think he was injured or something.
The club actually pulled him back because of his recovering from injury.
Yeah, exactly. So he couldn't play. Just imagine, and that was before Brighton even came into the picture. So it could have been a Super Eagles international before Brighton came into the picture. But right now, I'm sure that will even give him that chance to come and play. And I just want to advise him, just grab the opportunity with both hands. It doesn't come at the way of every young Nigerian player like that.
Yeah, I actually watched a video of him talking to his father, about the move, and of course how he's actually finally signed for Brighton. His agent and himself called his father on the phone. And he was like, Daddy, your son. No, the agents were like, your son has eventually signed for Brighton. And I say, thank God, thank God. Well, that's actually a very interesting one. Yes, thank God. Also to that man who actually survived a scare over the weekend. It was, very, very dark right there, in Denmark, where this young man you see on the screen here, Christian Eriksen, collapsed during Denmark's friendly with Ukraine, forcing the match to be abandoned. The 34-year-old, who was an ICD fitted after his Euro 2020 cardiac arrest, was conscious and walked off. Ex-teammate Andres Townsend said he would advise Eriksen to retire for his family, but acknowledged the midfielder's ICD puts him in a safe position. Afis, you are Eriksen's family. What will you be telling him now?
Well, I think it should be time for him personally. I think it's time for him to start considering, retirement at this point.
34.
Yeah, we've seen players. Divock Origi just retired. He's not even 31 yet. So I think it's just time for. He has done it all. He has tried his best. I mean, this was a big star at Ajax, a young star at Ajax. Then he came into Tottenham, fantastic player. Went to Inter Milan, it was not so good, but at least he still got some games. Then what happened at the Euros, came up there. He still got the move to Brentford, then to Manchester United, now at Wolfsburg. I think he's had quite the career. And also for Denmark, he's also proven himself. Christian Eriksen, fantastic attacking midfielder on his day, but this time, this thing happening for the second time, I think he's already sending a message. I mean, it was so scary at the Euros in 2021 when he just went for the train and then he collapsed. I mean, it brought a lot of tears to a lot of people's eyes at the time. And happening again, I think it's time for him to just consider retirement at this point. If he was a young player, maybe like a 21 or 22, that's when you start saying, no, maybe he could still survive. But remember, this was also not this particular incident, but remember what happened to Sergio Aguero when he went to Barcelona. As he felt it in his heart, he just said, look, let me just hang up the boots because I've had quite the career, I've done it. Yes, you could say he missed out on big trophies with Argentina, but then your health is actually more of a priority. You have to prioritize your health more. And I think that should be what Eriksen should be looking at this point in time. What really happened, in that game, that friendly game was not really, really funny. And this is the second time. The third time, a lot of people are saying that he might not just get lucky. So to prevent that, I think he should just consider retirement. Not because he's not a good player, but because of his health. Health comes first. It's when you are strong that you'll be able to play this football. When you are not strong, you'll be out of the game. So I think Eriksen should not stretch that ICD that was put in him further. He actually got him, back at some point, got him back playing. It got him back at some point. But right now, I think it's time for Christian Eriksen to just hang up his boots.
Absolutely. I mean, like they always say, the first time is something you can actually say, okay, this is actually not my fault. The second time is actually something you're actually used to. And the third time, definitely, it's going to be a lot of problem. I just hope, he's just going to listen to his body. I don't think he should carry on at this point. He's 34, he's had a career, and at 34, he's definitely going to be remembered as one of the top midfielders of his era in the Premier League. And that's for me, should be enough for the young man. I mean, don't put your family in any sort of panic again. This actually was a very strong one. The Danish Football Federation was actually, in a very sad mood. I mean, the game was abandoned. I mean, all the players felt it. It's not what you actually want to see from a top player.
The way it just went down. I still have memories of the 2021 one. It wasn't really good at all. I mean, Christian Eriksen is one player I really admire. The way he plays the game, very deadly at set pieces. Then he just wanted to take a train, and it just went down. And next thing, I saw the likes of Joachim Merle, and they were so disgusted. And this one, it actually raised a lot of concerns. People were afraid. That same thing that he did in 2021, they hovered around him, and thank God that he quickly recovered, because that's in 2021. I think it took about a day or two before he could get stable. But this one, it was confirmed to be very, very stable. So, but for now, I think Eriksen he has done it already, and like you said, he's 34 years old. He can hang up the boots. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Absolutely. Let's move on straight to another very not so good. This one is happening to the champions of Africa until the Court of Arbitration of Sport decides otherwise. Right now, Morocco is champion of Africa, and they're actually facing, fitness race ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup opener against Brazil. Absamad Zazuli and Nazar Mozraoui both came off injured in a 1-1 draw with Norway. Zazuli with a leg problem, Mozraoui with a shoulder issue. Coach Mohamed Kabi admitted, I am more concerned as the Atlas Lions chase another deep run after the 2022 semi-final. I don't know what's wrong with Morocco, why these guys are actually having injury, but these are actually key players if Morocco must, make it as far as, they did in 2022. I mean, Ezazuli and Mazraoui are two top players. They are very good tactically. And not to also forget this manager himself, in person of, Mohamed Al-Kib, is also quite new after, the manager who actually took them to the AFCON, resigned. But again, right, look at these guys and you tell me, can Morocco make it all the way to as far as the quarterfinals in this championship?
Well, if they are to do that, they need all of their players. They need all hands on deck. I watched the game, they're friendly, and I saw the way they played. They didn't even get into second gear. I mean, they have fantastic talents all around, but then injuries, and this is one of the downsides of this World Cup tune-ups at this point in time. Players will not want to put in their energy, but at the same time, your opponents would not know that. They might just come in, bring in a tackle. We saw what happened in the Spain game as well. Many games, in this World Cup tune-ups, players are trying to avoid injury because they want to represent their countries. Some players are already pulling out. The likes of Wesley of Brazil has been pulled out. Where Ederson has been brought in. Leo Baledi, of course, of Argentina, has also been pulled out. Leonard Scar, we saw the injury that happened to him for Germany, is being replaced. So a lot of players want to fulfill their dream of going to the World Cup with their national teams, and they are trying to play it cool. But I think, and coming on the back of a grueling season, in Europe, or let me say a grueling club football season for these boys. Now they've not had the proper rest that they deserve to get from the end of the regular season with their clubs. Now they are going straight to the World Cup and they are still not refreshed. So how is their conditioning like? So that question is going to be answered at the World Cup. But this time around, I just pray that these Moroccan footballers get fit on time because they will be needed. Like of Brahim Diaz, Ezazuli, who is very, very dangerous on that left-hand side. Mazraoui as well, who can also operate on the left if Achraf Hakimi is playing on the right-hand side. So these are very, very important players, to their ambitions, and they need to get these players, really ready before the start of the World Cup. And their first game is actually like one of the toughest in the group, which is actually the toughest if you look at it. They are playing Brazil, a team that will take them, all the way. So they have to get their players really fit. I feel like with the depth in their squad, even if these two players, Ezazuli and Mazraoui, don't start, I think they still have that depth in their squad. They have the likes of Saibari up front. They have also they have a certain left back, Adam Asina is the left back who can take the place of Mazraoui. But then they are still quite important. You can't afford to miss these players just 2 or 3 days to the start of the World Cup.
That's a very big problem for the coach Mohamed Albi, who is actually going to be leading these guys, following the resignation of Retegui. I don't know, but looking at Morocco, how they've actually turned out, and looking at how they've actually fight out against under Retegui, you want to say this Morocco seems a little less in terms of how they actually approach game compared to what we saw in the last couple of years.
Well, not really. I mean, you look at their friendly. I think they played the same way they played at the AFCON, even with more attack. I mean, they attacked from the first whistle. They were beating the press. Their high press was fantastic. I think this Moroccan team, well, if you want to say out of the 10 teams that are representing Africa, teams that could go far, maybe Morocco and Senegal, you look at them that they can fancy their chances. I still maintain to say that Morocco will top this group. The group C that they belong in at the World Cup with Brazil, Haiti, and Scotland. I feel with the way they play, I think they are going to top that group. And they're also solid defensively as well. Naif Aguerd leading that defense line, and there's Achraf Hakimi who is the captain of the team, and their goalkeeper Yassine Bono on his day, very, very fantastic. So yes, you might say it is not Walid Regragui that is there, but at the same time, this new coach, we saw what he did at the Under-20. He won the Under-20 World Cup with the Moroccan team, with the Moroccan Under-20 team, and you could see his attacking display was very, very fantastic. Likes of Otman Mahama leading and Yassine Zabiri leading that Moroccan front line. It shows that this man is all attack, and he also has maybe the quality of players under Regragui is not the same, but at least they still have about 70-80% of the players that negotiated the AFCON for them. So I think there's still that squad unity.
But if you ask me, the Morocco under Regragui is quite very dangerous. But then let's get to see what this one's going to. I mean, Regragui actually set his standards. Semi-final. Can this actually? Can Coach Mohamed Albi actually match it?
This one will be tough. Asking semi-final for this tournament. This is a 48-team tournament to start with. It has about 3 knockout stages before the semi-final. There's round of 32. You first start from the group stage, right? There's round of 32. There's round of 16. And there's the quarter-final before you now get to semi-final. I think whichever team that wins this World Cup, they need to be immortalized because it's not going to be easy. It's like the Champions League.
But that's going to be the new standard going forward. So, hey, I mean, World Cup will definitely keep getting expanded. I mean, we started World Cup started with 4 teams, so we are here now for 8 teams.
Players will really get injured because there are many games.
So that conversation will definitely get to look into someday. And now the new kid in the block, Jose Mourinho, is set for a return right there at the Bernabeu. Jose Mourinho is set for a Real Madrid return after President Florentino Perez secured an 8th term as president. Perez confirmed his victory speech that 63-year-old Portuguese will take over from Alvaro Arbeloa for a 3-year deal. Mourinho won the La Liga and Copa del Rey in his first spell from 2010 to 2013, but he hasn't lifted the domestic title since Chelsea's 2014-2015 Premier League season. Is Jose Mourinho rusty?
How would you call Mourinho a kid on the block?
Well, it's a new kid on the block.
He's not really new around there. No?
Well,
he's been there at Real Madrid.
Over 16 years. That's new.
Well, what I would just say is, and I've said this before, right? I feel Jose Mourinho is the man that will settle that dressing room issues. That they
Is he rusty?
that they
Can
were
he
claiming to have.
pick them
His
back to
tactics
title?
to me, his tactics to me for 2026 are rusty. This is a man that went unbeaten in the Portuguese league and came third. Who does that? 11 draws in the Portuguese league.
So let's
and you came third.
Let's factor it now into Real Madrid with the quality they have. Attackers that can actually find the back
It
of the
should
net
be
at
different.
will. Right.
Yeah.
Now, if he brings that level of tactics to this Real Madrid side, it's most likely going to be picking up La Liga.
Benfica were known to be a very, very attacking side before Mourinho came in. I watched them under their former coach. Very, very attacking side. Mourinho came in, and we know how the typical Mourinho, lock up first, then we deal with what happens at the front later. If he brings that into Real Madrid, yes, they might get some stable results. The El Clasico will be much more tougher this time. Barcelona will not take them for a ride, just like they did over the past 2 or 3 seasons. But then, that ambition, you have the likes of Kylian Mbappe, you have the likes of Vinicius Jr., you have Rodrigo when he gets fit, he's still going to definitely make some signings. You have Brahim Diaz in there. If you don't bring out the attacking potentials of these boys,
Dumfries.
Look at the signings. Look at the signings that are being made. Konate and Dumfries. He's locking up the back first.
But Dumfries got very good energy to move forward.
Yeah,
Attack.
Yes, I know, but what are the tactics like
But
when
wait.
the season starts?
Okay,
that's my question.
let's look at Jose Mourinho's first pair when he joined Real Madrid the first time.
Right.
Barcelona was, cruising. 3 league title, Real Madrid now.
Yeah.
Right. No, 2 league titles, Real Madrid now.
Real Madrid now,
He joined in the first season, he lost La Liga, and then in the second season he won it.
Yeah.
Right. He was the one who broke Barcelona's.
I think got about 100 points.
Right. Yes, in his championship
11,
winning,
12.
Yes, in his Champions League winning season. Now he broke the Barcelona dominance.
Mm-hmm.
He's been called again.
They still beat them.
2 times. 2 times Barcelona has won. Twice Barcelona has won the league.
Okay.
Twice Barcelona has won the league.
Right.
He's called upon again to actually come savage Real Madrid
Right.
to ensure that Barcelona's dominance ends. Can he do it with the quality of players that we've seen in Real Madrid? Barring the signings that he might actually bring in up front, or going into with this quality of players now alone.
He should. But my question is the tactics. Because at Fenerbahce, he had players that could attack. Right? Then at Benfica, the same thing. But he was playing more for drills. He should not come and bring that tactics into this Real Madrid team. Well, it depends on his tactics. I think Mourinho is that kind of defend and counter kind of coach. And if he plays that, it will work really well for the fast wingers that Madrid.
A manager that got 100 points in La Liga, it means that he really attacked. Right. And apart from that, not just the 100 points, he scored over 100 goals that season.
There was an Ozil that was the orchestrator.
There's a Gula.
Come on now. They might both be Turkish, but come on now. There's a difference.
We know the quality is different.
If he manages to unlock maybe a certain Adagula, and there's one thing I like about Mourinho, he can build a team around you. If he manages to build that team around a certain Adagula and say, look, you're my creative playmaker, right? Don't worry about what goes on at the defense. The likes of Tchouameni and Bellingham might cover for you, but you are my creative midfielder, you're the creative hub. Or maybe Brahim Diaz in that position. And look, your job is to unlock the Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Jr., and of course, the third person that will flank them at the other side, maybe a Rodrigo. That one will work perfectly.
He might want to do
but
it.
if he's not fancying that, if he's not prioritizing that and say, look, okay, just don't concede, right? A draw is better. A 1-1 draw with Barcelona is better. A 2-2 draw with Getafe is better. Yeah, that will not lead Real Madrid anyway. And I think I feel like they have that working relationship already, him and Florentino Perez. And I think Florentino Perez brought him in solely, first thing, come and settle that what's going on in the dressing room. There will be no player power, no player ego, whatever. He has managed bigger egos than Kylian Mbappe. And I think you won't have a problem with Kylian Mbappe. And there's one thing about Mourinho. If you are not, aligning with what I want, you are not bigger than the club. You're not even bigger than me, the coach. So you're leaving, right? Or you stay on the bench. And I'm sure Kylian Mbappe will not want to leave Real Madrid in a messy manner. So I think everybody will align with Jose Mourinho. But then, you can't compare the 2004 tactics with Chelsea. You saw the way Chelsea were balanced at the time. You can't compare
2014, 2015, he won the league in his return with Chelsea.
But he go back in 2013, 2014 and he didn't win. He didn't win.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
He before he left Chelsea, he won the league.
He won the league with Chelsea.
2014, 2015.
No, but he was battered. He was battered in the 2005, 2006 season.
No,
in the 2006, 2007, Manchester United won that. In the 7-08, he was sacked mid-season.
No.
At Manchester United, he delivered the Europa League. Sacked mid-season. 2 weeks before
we are looking at like for like.
He was sacked.
We are looking at like for like. he left Chelsea. He won the league before leaving.
Yeah.
He came back. He also won the league.
Yeah.
Right. Now he left Madrid. He won the league before leaving, and he's coming back. Right.
This man has been sacked many times. It was
And that's why it's a special one.
It was, but I feel like if you look at that Madrid team, you look at them and say, okay, look, to stable whatever is going on in that Madrid team, you need a Jose Mourinho. And I think with the players, who knows, it might bring in new tactics. I think they will still work. I think his pattern will work.
Absolutely. Let's get to see if the special one is still as special as we think. He did it with... cited abuse aimed at Bukayo Saka, Marcus Rashford, and Jadon Sancho after Euro 2020, and JC Carter has experienced at Euro 2025. FA, they're talking about English FA CEO Mark Bullingham, backed the move, saying players have a right to play for their country without being hateful or discriminatory content flying around. I mean, this is a very sad place. Football we've always said that it's football without violence, no place for hate. Anything that will make players uncomfortable should actually be banned. You recall what happened to Alex Iwobi? He had to actually, close his Instagram. Yeah. Players suffer hugely, and now these guys are actually coming out and say, we don't want to see this. In fact, one of the coaching crew, I think it was the physio or so of the Three Lions in 2020, also was saying that she was unable to come out, of her, room because of the abuse and all of that. Now they're actually saying, tech giants, companies who actually run social media will be held accountable if they fail to do something. What do you even think they can actually do in its right sense at this point? Because now everybody actually joined the platform, you feel it, you accept the terms and conditions, and now you're here, and now they say they have the obligation to actually protect.
It all begins with a step, and I think I will praise Griffiths and his team, at least for bringing out this awareness, so to keep all the social media giants on their toes, that we don't want this to happen, right? Because But the big fact is that before racism will end, it's going to take a while, because everybody now is on social media. Aside social media, so people still have that effrontery to physically abuse people on the streets. Players can't walk around on the streets, or after missing a penalty, maybe a crucial penalty. And look at what Eberechi suffered, in the game against PSG Champions League final. So players can't tend to enjoy themselves anymore. They are always scared to play because abuse can come from anywhere. I think with this step that Griffiths are trying to do, they haven't brought out the blueprint of what they want to do. But then if they can put these social media accounts in check, like you can monitor who is tweeting what at the time he is tweeting, I think that's a big step, at least to an extent reduce, or maybe to a very, very good extent actually reduce racism that happens in football. It's not stopping. We've been preaching it over for 5 years, close to a decade now, and it's still rearing his ugly head. Colored players are scared to go and take penalties, or to be involved in match-winning moments, for their teams, just because of abuse that they might face. It's not done. But it's not even just colored players.
Exactly.
Players
because I was talking about Alex Iwobi earlier on, and how he was actually really, really battered
He's
after
a colored
Nigeria.
player. He's a player of color now.
Alex Iwobi in Nigeria. Super Eagles.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's the moment. Yes.
Yes, I understand.
That's what I'm saying. So that sort of thing, Nigerians actually attacked him. No, I was actually buttressing what you're saying about it's not just players of color. We see these things even playing for your country. These sort of things happen, and it's quite sad that we actually say it's actually a very good move. But then I'm actually thinking about how it's possible for these guys to actually do it, except they will be mandated to say, oh, hey, this guy's actually facing this. You have to help us. Marcus Rashford is being attacked at this point. Help us close down his account for him not to see all this.
And live bans. We don't see live bans
anymore. But then, if for example, if a player like Alex Iwobi or Bukayo Saka is being attacked, right? Let's say he did something and you're not pleased with what he did, and then they're attacking him across the world. How do you even expect them to actually handle it? How do you even expect it? If you ask, okay, you want law enforcement, how many persons are you going to pick?
That's the thing. And
These are the things.
In Nigeria, is even much worse.
Fans have always been cursing out players, right there. I mean, people talk about the good old days of the Super Eagles back then in National Stadium in Lagos. How fans will curse you out and all of that. Exactly. It has always been about how people want to actually pour out their emotions.
Psychologically, it affects them.
I don't really think they really hate you. I think it's just the spur of the moment they are reacting.
But at the same time, what they say can have a big impact on you as a player. It can either make you or break you. It doesn't mean that what they are saying will improve your game. If someone swears for your family or someone abuses you, relates you to an animal or something like that, it doesn't really help. So at least when you are angry, we should at least let us cut what we are saying. Let us look at the good side of what this player did. Yes, in the heat of the moment, you can say what they like. You can be overcritical. You can overreact. But at the end of the day, right, this player knows that, okay, I will get better next time. What I did was I'm not really pleased with it, and the fans are also not pleased with it. I can get better next time. If you want a player to, pick up from from that mistake that he made, and you want him to get better, it's not with these derogatory statements that the player will get better by. So I think we as fans, we can also improve. Yes, we pay our money to go watch football, and at the same time, we can get overcritical at some point when things are boiling over. But we should just watch what we say. These players are also human.
Absolutely, these players are also humans. Let's move on straight to the Premier League. We have about 7 new Premier League managers for next season, and the battle is going to be very, very fierce. I mean, apart from Mikel Arteta on the job this season, I think he's going to be the longest or oldest serving manager in this top 8 come Premier League next season. It's going to be huge. We're definitely going to be looking at the managers and how they will be bringing in their A game. Now, if you look at all of these managers, 6 of them, right? Yes. Now we have De Zerbi, managed to escape relegation last season. Porfirio Alonso from Real Madrid is back in England, and of course, the man who's been doing a lot of job for Liverpool, who's been doing a lot of job for Bournemouth, now joined Liverpool. And of course, I mean, the man who won the Champions League alongside Pep Guardiola with Manchester City is back right there at the end. And Mikel Arteta, the finalist last season in the UEFA Champions League, who lost it narrowly to PSG, and not to also forget Carrick, who redefined the moment for Manchester United. I mean, these managers, Afis, tell me, what will the Premier League this season look like? 6 of them, 6 new interesting angles to pick out from.
Let me start on the lighter side. And it's just funny throwing a De Zerbi and a Tottenham that managed, to battle relegation last season, that managed to stay in the Premier League, to throw them into the title ambitions is just so.
But Afis, let's look at it again. 2 Italians, right? De Zerbi and Enzo Maresca.
3 Spaniards and 1 English.
Alonso, Teta, and Ineirella. Yeah. Now we have, an Englishman also. The last time we had an Englishman right here at this level was, a British man was actually, the person of Sir Alex Ferguson.
And Eddie Howe with Newcastle.
Eddie Howe was never...
But he went to the Champions League.
Yeah, he
qualified
did,
to the Champions League twice.
From the very first day I saw his tactics, I know this is not the manager made for the top.
Eddie Howe is actually a good manager. How many English managers have done what he has done?
Well, because they don't have good managers, that's why we're looking at him. Yes, it's actually a good manager for English level.
Frank Lampard brought Coventry to the Premier League.
For English level. For English level, I agree with Eddie Howe.
Frank Lampard brought, Coventry to the Premier League, right? What did he do at Chelsea?
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Liam Mosignon was also English.
That's why I said we are saying the same thing for English level. Yes, it's good.
Yeah, no, he has proven himself now at Newcastle. He was at Bournemouth.
English
he was at Bournemouth now. He's still in the Premier League now.
English level.
Okay, so now, Michael Carrick and Eddie Howe, what are you picking?
So far?
Yes.
This season?
Not this season. With what they've done.
No, I'm not disputing what you're saying, right?
Michael Carrick and Eddie Howe.
Managerial career?
Yes.
Now?
I'm picking Eddie Howe.
No, Eddie Howe has been there for a while, right? He's gone to the Champions League, which is the highest he's done. Mm-hmm. Now, Carrick is also there now. Right. He did it in a short time, right? I mean, we also United. Without Carrick, trust me, United will not even be in this conversation. Yes, I understand what you're saying, that, okay, yes, Eddie Howe has actually paid his, but I mean, English managers or British managers, no, come on. But let's look at this.
If we look at this Big Six, because we can put Tottenham in there, they are part of the traditional Big Six now. They are already making moves. That's talking about Tottenham. They've gotten Marcos Senesi, a free agent from Bournemouth. Also looking at, they've also signed Andrew Robertson, free agent from Liverpool. I don't know why Liverpool let him go to Tottenham. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's a free agent. And of course, they are looking to get the likes of Savinho. They are making their moves already. They don't want to repeat what happened over the last 2 seasons.
I think what plagued them was injury. They've got quality player. Yes, I know their manager, they had terrible run and terrible run and terrible choice of managers. Yes. I don't know what they did with Tudor, why they brought him in, but that's a different conversation.
De Zerbi has come in now to steady the ship, right? And we saw what they also did at Brighton. made Brighton at some point, made them contenders and made them one of the best of the rest out of the top 6. I think if Tottenham can back him up with what they're already doing already, if they can back him up, I think it's going to like at least improve Tottenham and bring them maybe to a top 7, top 6 finish, for this season. But look at the other managers. Xabi Alonso, last time he was in the Premier League was as a player with Liverpool. Now he's back as a manager. He has a big job ahead of him. Yes, you could say Chelsea, they didn't make it to Europe at all. Now they have a game a week, playing in England in the cup competitions, right? So I think the first thing, bare minimum, is to bring them back into the top 4, top 5. They have to qualify for the Champions League because they're not playing many games. He has a big job ahead of him with the players as well, the quality of players. Will you also be given a backing by the board? That also waits to be seen. He's going to make some massive decisions as well at Chelsea. And as for Andoni Iraola as well, good job he did at Bournemouth, but this is Liverpool. It's also a bigger job. You can't compare both of them, right? Yes, you could say he's the closest thing to that heavy metal football they used to play on that Jurgen Klopp, but right now there's no Mohamed Salah, one of the legends of the club, right? And of course, there's no Robertson as well. How will he improve with the new signings that Arne Slot made? How is he going to improve them? Because you can't compare Liverpool. You can't just compare Liverpool and Bournemouth. For Enzo Maresca as well, he is filling big shoes. These are managers that you say, okay, at some point they've done really well, but this time they are filling big shoes. So if you look at it, eventually, even Michael Carrick that people are even praising,
it's going to be a different kettle of fish next season.
It's a different kettle of fish because
all eyes will be on him.
From the role that Alonso is taking now, playing a game a week last season, we saw how he finished Manchester United. Now he has to think about the Champions League, right? He has to travel. The depth of players. If you have, let's say, a Bayern Munich and you have a Chelsea to determine your title race, what squad will you put out, right? This is not just one game a week. So Michael Carrick also has a big job. This is a very, very big job ahead of him now for the new season. So I think it is still on Mikel Arteta. It's still their title to lose. He's been there, right? He's been second about 3 times. Then he finally won the league. He knows what it means. He has seen it all. And now he has challenges, different challenges now. It's not just Pep Guardiola and his slot. Alonso wants to prove himself as well because of Chelsea's number of games. Iraola will also say, okay, I've done it at Bournemouth. I can also do it at Liverpool. So Mikel Arteta has challenges, but I think he's been there. He's dragged it with Pep. He's dragged it with Arne Slot, and I think he's ready for the challenge. So for me, I think he still has Arsenal's title to lose. Coming into the new season.
I agree with you that Mikel Arteta seems to be the most experienced, at this stage right there, in the Premier League. But it's going to be quite an interesting battle. Enzo Maresca is a tactical genius. He's a man who's shown that.
And there are some managers behind the
He understands, a lot of tactics. But the league is actually a different level of football. And Arsenal, with the way they actually push themselves this season, they also should be wary. Injuries might come calling. But then,
do you think any team can win outside of this?
No, I don't think.
You think the league is still going to be decided?
Yes, very much among these guys because that's exactly what it's going to be. But then we can actually rule out, the Leicester incident that happened. But hey,
that one happens in once in a very blue moon.
But then this is exactly what it's going to be like, and these guys will most likely produce the next time. I feel this is exactly what we'll be leaving it up on this episode of the Locker Room.
Absolutely, and of course with the World Cup still coming, the buzz is still expected to be lighting up in our hearts. But then, what is going on off the pitch? They need to solve that before the tournament starts.
Absolutely. America is a country where drama is made and exactly where the World Cup is going to be played. So you expect to see a lot of drama. It's going to be a World Cup where you will look back and remember, even in years to come, how Nigerians talk about US 94 Nigeria. People will keep talking about the World Cup in 2026 because that's exactly what America brings. This is exactly what we're leaving it up on today's episode of the Locker Room. Do well to actually join the next program. It is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I'm Ikechukwu Agu. Locker Room returns tomorrow. Stay safe.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the people.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Tonight on Political Lens, we examine the shifting fault lines of Nigeria's democracy as the 2027 elections approach. From factional crisis rocking the ADC, PDP, LP, and SDP to the controversial submission of multiple presidential candidates lists to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, questions of credibility take center stage, where allegations of selective rulings and institutional bias have put the spotlight on INEC. Meanwhile, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, faces its own storm after disputed primaries triggered resignations and high-profile defections. From Delta to Benue, political heavyweights are abandoning the party, reshaping the opposition landscape ahead of 2027. And in the National Assembly, Senate President Godswill Akpabio defends rejecting a probe into military spending amid worsening insecurity. He insists oversight must not weaken troops' morale or embolden insurgents. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us. Now let's bring in our guest. We have in the studio here Prince Francis Chilaka, a political affairs analyst. Join us for the next 50 minutes or so. Good evening, Prince, and good to have you on the show.
Yes.
We appreciate your presence.
Yes, good evening, Okoro. How are you?
Very well. Thanks very much for coming. Now let's run into it. 4 opposition political parties, the African Democratic Party, ADC, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Labour Party, LP, and Social Democratic Party, SDP, submitted multiple presidential candidates, their list to the Independent National Electoral Commission after factional disputes led to parallel primaries. While critics say INEC's role in it has worsened internal party instability and raised concerns about bias, weak regulation, and the credibility of the electoral process as the 2027 elections draw nearer. The controversy is heightened by INEC's handling of leadership and legal disputes, especially within the LP, that's Labour Party, where decisions are widely linked to the political influence of Peter Obi, that is before Peter Obi left the Labour Party, while opposition figures and civil society groups accuse INEC and sections of the judiciary of selective interpretation of court rulings, warning that such actions could undermine democracy and advantage the ruling party, the APC. Figures like Atiku Abubakar argue this trend could ease the path for Bola Tinubu's re-election, prompting renewed calls for transparency, consistency, and independence from the Electoral Commission. The Prince, 4 political parties, major political parties, submitted multiple presidential candidates lists to INEC. INEC, well, we don't know at this moment whether INEC has accepted those lists. And INEC says, well, we are going to release the list by July. Can you tell us the presidential candidates of the ADC, the PDP, LP, and SDP? Which of them do you know? At least we know the candidates of the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president.
We know the president of the NDC.
Presidential candidate of the NDC, Peter Obi.
Now,
That of ADC.
When it comes to ADC has 3 major candidates, and it's so
no,
funny.
I'd like for you to take that again. ADC has
3 candidates.
3 candidates.
Yes. We have Alhaji Atiku Abubakar,
okay,
that comes under the wings of David Mark. We have Dumebi Kachukwu that comes under a new chairman of the party, one Alhaji, Abdulkadir Mohammed Bashir. Then we have Chris Oba, who just joined in under Balagombe on a few. So it's like people or the political class, they're turning the whole thing into a joke. It's like where nursery students are picking stones and throwing at each other. So as it is now, we don't even know who stands where and who is who. Then when you move from them, you now move into the PDP.
Okay.
We don't even know who the PDP candidate is because we've just been hearing rumor. This this is the first time in the history of Nigerian politicking that somebody else is picking up forms for a presidential candidate and submitting form and accepting, to be the candidate of the party. So, and interestingly, our former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has not said one word. He hasn't come out to say, I am for PDP or I am against PDP, I am contesting or I am not contesting. He's more or less adopting the style of the late president. I am for you, I am for everybody. So it's quite interesting. Now, when we move down to...
Sorry, Prince. Before we move on to another party, you have talked about the ADC, the PDP. Before we move to Labour Party and the SDP, I'd like for us to... I like the Jonathan silence. What does it tell you?
For me, as an observer and political enthusiast, I would say, with all sense of responsibility, that Jonathan is not interested in what is going on.
But why has he not spoken out? Why is he saying, I'm in or I'm not in?
In the first
he says,
place,
I'm still consulting.
In the first place, he never told anybody he wanted to contest.
But he has not told any. As a matter of fact, never telling anybody that he wants to contest. He was the one that went to court to defend his eligibility.
No. That is his right. He needed to have a clean slate.
Okay.
Anybody would want that. If I were in his shoes, I would also want to do that. But in doing that does not imply that he wants to contest. Except you're saying that he's contesting in absentia.
So what is difficult in Jonathan coming out to say, hey, gentlemen, stop all of this with my name. I am not in for this. Please, stop using my name. Why is it difficult for him to say that?
You should understand how the Nigerian political terrain works. Everybody is looking out for themselves. It's not about the Nigerian people. Everybody's looking out for themselves. They're looking at, how do I jump? If I take this position, how will it favor me at the end of the day? So it's more like, permutation. That's what he's doing. But I would say that in all honesty, the same people who are today singing the praises of Jonathan were the same people who most of them gathered in Ojota to demonize him.
And maybe they've all repented.
To call him clueless.
They've seen the difference, maybe.
Well, when you say repented, Nigeria has become more religious than even the Vatican. Because it's only in Nigeria you find a bandit, a terrorist, who has been involved in kidnapping and killing and collecting ransom. And he comes and says, oh, I have repented. And you say, okay, you welcome him back. I remember somebody used the phrase of the prodigal son. But the mistake, the person who used it didn't realize that the prodigal son did not take what doesn't belong to him. He took his own share of the inheritance and used it the way he wanted. So unfortunately, Nigeria has become that kind of a country where we're quick to forgive, but we do not ask those who have suffered in the hands of that person, what does it stand to benefit?
The consequences and all
that is it.
Okay, let's move on. Let's treat other political parties.
So we'll talk about
PDP.
Then when you come to Labour Party, interestingly, Labour Party, I'm shocked. Labour Party has...
I'm sorry, Prince. In the meantime, PDP will have Sandy Ono that was elected by against Omuke faction. So PDP has two.
No. Nobody hears about that. I'm not interested in... I've not seen his name anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe he's in the pocket of Wike as usual.
Wike has submitted his name.
Wike has a lot of...
Wike has submitted his name.
Wike is a magician in Nigeria.
So as a matter of fact, PDP, ADC 3, PDP 2. Let's move on.
Okay. So when you come to Labour Party, interestingly, I would say that it appears that some people in this country, they don't read. They just feel that impunity is a way to go. There's a ruling, a Supreme Court ruling, that has removed Abure from the scene completely. Abure is a lawyer, so I'm made to understand. And I'm shocked that he would be the one to want to, find another interpretation to the rulings of the court. He actually gave out forms free to those who wanted to. And interestingly, gullible Nigerians, jumped at it. And so in Labour Party, you have two candidates. You have one from Abure, who is Kenneth Hanotu. And then you have Chibuzo Okereke from Ninadi Usman. Now, this is what is playing out, interestingly. All the parties, as you can see, other than ADC, seem to have Southerners as candidates. The only party that seems to have a Northerner as a candidate is ADC. And it's been questioned, it's been challenged. And that is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. For me, I think that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the gamble, he misfired at this time. Yes, I had expected more from him as an elder statesman. I had expected that the gentleman agreement amongst them, because I wasn't part of it, but that the gentleman agreement amongst them should have been obeyed. And that agreement is 8 years to the north, 8 years to the south. But it appears that he has this mindset that, the only person that can defeat the incumbent president must be somebody from the north. And I ask myself, where is that coming from? What is pushing him to believe in that? Isn't he trying to say that it is only the north that can decide who becomes the president of this country? And I take exception to that.
Well, that's the position of a lot of northerners.
Because, no, not a lot of northerners. It's few northerners who are misguided.
I have not heard any other a northerner say, well, you can go it all alone without the north.
Well, I've also not heard...
That's a myth anyway.
No, when you say you've not heard, but I've also heard several northerners saying that it is not the time for the north.
Okay, there's a difference now between northerners saying it is not the turn of the north and northerners saying, well, you cannot produce a president of Nigeria without the consent of
you
the
cannot
north, without the block vote from the north.
No, you cannot have a president of Nigeria without the three zones getting involved: the north, the south, and the east.
But the north carries itself as well. Try as you can. You cannot do without it.
It's because of the problem we have with our constitution. And that's why I keep saying that document is an obnoxious document that should have been shredded by now. If you say Nigeria is united, one united Nigeria, and you have you should have a balance where if there are 19 states in the north, the total number of states in the south should also be 19.
How will you divide the population as well?
Well, we will divide it accordingly.
Accordingly.
Yes.
And so out of the 230 million Nigerians,
we'll divide it accordingly.
You split it into two.
Into three.
One half, one half to the north and one half to the south.
When you have a situation where some region seems to have more states than the other region, it's not balanced. Okay. And that's why you have, even in the National Assembly, even in the House of Rep, even when it comes to local governments. So we must have a semblance of balance to say it's uniform, that everybody is equal. That is what we need. You can't have, take the Southeast for example. How many states do you have in the Southeast? Is it not 5?
5 states.
How many states do you have in the South?
6.
How many do you have in the Southwest?
6.
So why is the Southeast 5?
And so it affects the number of legislators they have at the National Assembly and senators.
So why do you have that dysfunction? Why are we allowing that to play out? It is because of such dysfunctions that a particular region will tell you we have an advantage.
And that advantage is what is playing out now. Atiku Abubakar says, well, I'm the most popular politician in the north, and well, let me go and try, despite the fact that there is this agreement that is
I think Alhaji Atiku Abubakar thinks so highly of himself. And it's very unfortunate. He that the gods want to destroy, they first make go mad. if you look at the North today, Elijah Abubakar cannot claim to be the only popular politician in the North. Don't forget.
Say the most popular.
Don't forget you have Alhaji Rabiu Kwakwanso there.
Okay.
Whether we want to say he's only in Kano or not, but he has his movement. So tell me the movement, the movement of Alhaji Abubakar.
The articulate.
Where are they based?
He said he inherited Buhari's 12 million votes.
And you believe that?
Well, he said.
No. You want us to believe that?
No, he said.
If he inherited 12 million votes, how many votes brought him back, returned him as a candidate of the ADC?
But those people might not be card-carrying members.
No. If we're looking at it from the point that he believes that, the North only can make him president, how come we have only less than 2 million votes returning him as the candidate? 12 million. So what happened to the other millions? You see, the thing is, politicians, they have this mindset of saying they will always win, even when they know they are losing.
Okay, incurable optimists, we call them. Now, Prince, let's move on. What is the role of the INEC in all of this, especially in the leadership crisis of political parties? We see INEC go out to monitor the primaries of 2 factions of the same party, 3 factions of the same party. These factions notify INEC. INEC goes to observe the primaries. These parties submit lists to INEC. INEC accepts them, stamps, acknowledged, and all of that. So, because people like Atiku Abubakar and Adewale Adebayo, he was on Political Lens the other day and said, well, that Tinubu is still trying to be the sole candidate of the PDP, the Labour Party, and the SDP. And so what is the role of INEC in all of this? Especially when INEC comes out to say, hey, there are multiple court judgments, court rulings, and court orders. We don't even know which one to obey. And the Supreme Court gives order, INEC doesn't obey it until when the Supreme Court or another court gives an order that probably favors some interest within the INEC. So what is the role of the umpire in all of this? People are accusing INEC. Well, INEC, you are surreptitiously working to present Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the sole candidate of 2027. Atiku Abubakar has said that. Adewale Adebayo has said that. Chukwu Mokoro didn't make it up. So what is the role of INEC in all of this? Do you think that the impartiality of INEC is something that should be called to question, or is it intact? What do you think?
If you ask me what is the role of INEC, I would say that, I'll start by saying that double standards are the refuge of those who lack principles. And from what is playing out, it is obvious that INEC is playing double standards, and it shows that INEC lacks principles. You cannot go to A today, dine with A. B will call you on the same matter, you dine with B. And then when they now tell you to give a verdict, you're like, well, I want to stay in the middle. But you have encouraged the 2 people to go to war. It's unfortunate that each time we have all these issues, we keep bringing it back to the doorsteps of the judiciary. You cannot exonerate the judiciary, neither can you exonerate INEC. Because INEC now is playing like, how do I put it? INEC is giving Nigerians the impression that, it is not about us, it's about the judiciary. And then the judiciary will now say, we've passed a judgment. And like I've always said, it is in this dispensation, or from the last dispensation to this dispensation, that we're seeing judgments that are not very clear, judgments that individuals will now have to be the ones finding a way to translate it. And it is not good for our democracy. It is not good for our country. Because what it means is that if a judgment is given, the lawyers of every party has a right to, break it down the way they want. We shouldn't allow that. The court should be able to give straightforward judgments to say, you are not allowed to do A, B, C, D. And everybody will understand that language. We know that it is written and spoken in English. But you see, sometimes the judgments come across as in, you may not be able to. It's not the same thing as you cannot. So, the judges should stop giving room for people to misinterpret what they are saying.
Now, talking about the judges giving room for misinterpretation, Atiku Abubakar is very clear. He says INEC and the judiciary are colluding to take me out of the ballot in 2027. Is that what it looks like?
Well, it's one way it looks like that, and the other way is the party too has its own problem, because the internal workings of the party is also a big problem. They're not agreeing. I mean, there has been too many rumors that the ruling party has infiltrated other political parties. Okay. You know, but in a warfare like this, in a guerrilla warfare, you must also find a way to infiltrate the camp of your enemy.
Your enemies. Okay. Now, while we talk about infiltrating the camp of your enemies, something happened this morning. You recall that the Supreme Court ordered, INEC to reinstate David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola as the authentic leadership of the ADC, but then referred the substantive matter to the High Court. And now, when the case went to the High Court, after a few days, Nafiu Bala, filed a process saying, well, I want the judge to be changed, that is Peter Lifu, and took the matter to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court instead of registrar to reassign, and it was adjourned indefinitely. At some point, they brought it up until January 5th, which was on Friday. Now it was moved to January 8th, which is today. June 8th, which is today. Now, the court sat today, and it is the issue of whether Peter Lifu should recuse himself from that case. Now, Justice Peter Lifu of a Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on Monday, fixed July 16th. They have moved it to July 16th, from June 8th. 1 month, 8 days apart, to rule on applications seeking his withdrawal from a suit filed by Nafiu Bala Gombe against the Senator Mark-led leadership of the ADC. The court fixed the date for ruling after parties in the suit moved their various motions for or against the application, seeking the withdrawal of the trial judge from the case. On the order of the court on Monday, for counsel to move the application for recusal of the judge and that parties should respond orally, counsel to the ADC, Shaibu Arewa, senior advocate of Nigeria, moved this application filed on June 2, seeking the withdrawal of Justice Lifu from hearing this suit, blah, 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 and all of that. So the matter has been moved from June 8th to July 16th. Meanwhile, by July 16th, INEC will have released the list of presidential candidates and list of senatorial candidates, global candidates, and all of that. And so when Atiku Abubakar comes to say, well, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC, the judiciary, and INEC are colluding to take me out of ballot in 2027. Will this serve as some piece of evidence?
Okoro, when the Supreme Court gave that judgment, reaffirming David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola as chairman and secretary of ADC, and referred them back to the High Court, I said, this is exactly what happened with the case of Nnamdi Kanu. So we're having a repetition of that. It simply means that the Supreme Court didn't want there to be a vacuum when it comes to leadership of the party. But the Supreme Court is telling you that you have a case in High Court. Go and resolve it. And, well, Bala Gombe, knowing very well that there's a time limit for candidates to be announced and all of that, I think he's also taking advantage of that. But then, first and foremost, the indefinite adjournment of the case was really uncalled for. Initially it was. Because there are some cases you need to attend to ASAP. Now you're moving the case again for 1 month. And you know that in the next 1 month, a lot of things would have happened. Now, when the David Mark-led faction went to do their primaries, Kachukwu-led faction went to do their primaries, Bala Gombe faction went to do their primaries, all I said was that they are all gambling. waiting to see who that judgment will favor. That's what they do. That's what the three of them have done. And as it is now, I do not think that INEC will release anybody's name.
Okay, so technically speaking, ADC might not be on the ballot.
ADC might not be on the ballot.
Now, talking about ADC not being on the ballot, I mean, there are a lot of talking points. This morning, supporters of David Mark-led National Working Committee, which is the Atiku faction, on Monday, that's this morning, occupied the entrance of the Federal High Court in Abuja, urging the judiciary not to allow itself to be used to stifle opposition parties in Nigeria. Well, the protest comes amid the ongoing legal battle between the ADC National Working Committee, led by Nafiu Bala Gombe, and that headed by Senator David Mark. The demonstrators alleged that the matter which the Supreme Court referred back to the High Court is a ploy to distract the opposition political party. It has gotten to a point, it has reached a point where the Atiku faction, David Mark faction, the group, members of the National Working Committee are protesting in front of the Federal High Court.
Are they saying they didn't see it?
This is
no, are they saying they didn't see it coming?
And
no, but you see, a lot of us who analyze political issues, we saw it coming.
But at that point, Atiku said, hey, he's not here to huru. When the Supreme Court gave that judgment, people were rejoicing. Atiku said, it is not over yet.
We said that there was nothing to rejoice about that judgment.
And so that is what is playing out.
That is what is playing out. There is nothing to rejoice. If a woman is pregnant and enters the labor room, until you hear the cry of the mother and the child, you cannot rejoice. If you hear the cry of the baby and no noise from the mother, something has gone wrong. So what the Supreme Court has done is to say, okay, mother and child entered. And they looked at it and said, okay, let us release the mother first and hold the child down.
And which there's still problem.
Then, so we've come back to...
Now, in the midst of all of this, we saw Dele Momodu this morning put up a tweet, in his X handle and said, well, I am the running mate to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar for the 2027 presidential race. Dele Momodu from Edo State, former presidential candidate in the PDP, now profiling himself as the running mate to Atiku Abubakar. How do you see that?
Well, he's the one profiling himself. The Atiku himself has not said that to us, and ADC has not said that.
He's very close to Atiku Abubakar.
It doesn't matter how close you
are.
So
do you think that he will do that without...
When NDC was, you recall, when Peter Obi and Alhaji Rabiu Kwankwaso joined the NDC, and everybody kept saying, oh, he's his running mate, Not until Peter Obi announced it. You understand? It has to be announced. It must come out from the party structure.
It must come out from the party.
Not from I can wake up tomorrow and say, I am the running mate of...
Now, so Dele Momodu might be flying a kite, testing the pulse. And so do you think that Atiku will choose Dele Momodu as his running mate?
Well...
Interrogate the electoral value of Dele Momodu from the South, from Edo State, by the way. Former presidential candidate of the PDP. Or you think...
Was he a candidate?
He was a candidate.
Or an aspirant?
Sorry, an aspirant. Aspirant. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, let me be very frank with you. 2027 is not going to be all commerce anymore. Because if you look at it, you ask yourself, who are actually the gladiators? Today, you have one person who everybody knows is a candidate. And everybody knows that his own candidacy is not shaken. That is Alhaji Atiku. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of APC. We also know that NDC has his own candidate and his own vice, which is Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. Now, the rest of them, where do they stand? Where do they stand? We may end up having just two parties for presidential election.
That's APC and NDC.
APC and NDC.
How would that pan out?
It will be sweet because what will happen is that the other parties who lost that will just have no choice than to decide whether they want to support the opposition or they want to support the ruling party. And then that is when Nigerians will now know who their friends are and who their family members are.
Quite interesting. Now, let's move on. Let's talk about the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, because the party is facing growing internal instability following controversial primaries for governorship, National Assembly, and the State Assembly positions ahead of the 2027 general elections. Discontent over alleged imposition, lack of transparency, and disputed outcomes has triggered resignations and defections by influential party members, including federal and state lawmakers. Well, as political realignments intensify in line with the timetable released by the INEC, analysts warn that the primaries may mark the beginning of a deeper implosion within the ruling party. Several high-profile figures have already exited the APC, notably former speakers of the State House of Assembly in Delta, Jigawa, and Benue states, alongside sitting and former senators who failed to secure return tickets. Among them is former Deputy Senate President Ovier Omoagege, who defected to the NDC after losing the APC senatorial primary in Delta. With more defections looming, the APC risks entering the 2027 elections weakened as aggrieved party heavyweights strengthen opposition platforms. Now, the primaries of the political parties took the same shape. What hope do we have for and in democracy? When the APC conducted their own primaries, well, it was, a lot of people said it was a charade. When the ADC did their own, Nigerians say, oh, APC and ADC are the same thing. When the NDC did their own, there was no much difference. And Nigerians are saying, what hope do we have for the survival of democracy if all the major political parties cannot conduct simple, credible, transparent primaries that will be devoid of bickerings and all of that? Prince, where are we headed in this country?
First and foremost, let us get one thing straightened out. All the political parties still have the same old cargoes. Old cargoes who believe that Nigeria is up for grabs. The old cargoes who believe that there should be no rule of law. The old cargoes who believe that it's either them or nobody. So they all have their fangs in all the political parties. Now, APC, anybody in APC that is not happy with the primaries, the way it has played out, maybe somebody who is not used to the way APC organizes its primaries. You know, especially you will take from Lagos, where it has been said that the president have a stronghold. Primaries in Lagos have never been by delegates, have never been by election. It has always been by what? Consensus candidacy. And one man dictates. In Lagos, you have the GAC that decides who becomes what, who takes what. Now, that is what has been moved from Lagos to the national level. So anybody who feels aggrieved, who feels shortchanged, it simply shows that the person does not understand the way Mr. President plays his own politics.
Now, in all of this, when high-profile politicians lose tickets, what does that portend for the party? You see, former Deputy Senate President of Vie Omoagege, who lost, and he's gone to the NDC. So by political calculations, a lot of people believe that he had the structure of the APC in Delta State until Ifeanyi Okowa and Sherry Oborowere, met on the seat and all of that. There's been this problem. And so he has that structure. He has taken it to the NDC. In Benue State, the former speaker lost. He's moved. In Delta State, the same thing.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Let us take it from Omoagege's point of view.
Okay.
When Okowa, the current governor, Oborowere, Sheriff, when he won the election, he won it under PDP.
Okay.
And because he won it under PDP, Omoagege was in the opposition. And he built the APC structure in that state. And Omoagege was, prompting himself to become a governor. He was preparing himself because he had the structure of the party. And he believes that if they go into the next election, that he was going to win. Now, the defection of governors from different parties into APC created a problem. And that's why I keep saying that we need to understand how it works out. A governor in a state is the leader of the party in that state. So no matter who you are, once a governor that comes from his own party to your own party, he becomes the leader of that party as they come into. And that was what played out in Delta State. And initially, everybody said, that there was going to be peace, there was going to... And I remember I said, I think it was on VOP or when I said, look, the storm in Delta State is gathering. That there is no way a man who has worked to put a structure in place will not take that structure and give to another person. So that's why I played out in Delta State.
Okay,
Now, bringing it down to other states, the same thing, because every governor that decamped from their own party to the ruling party, they have people who are with them, who are working with them. And these people also have a right to test the goodies of the parties.
Now talking about the structure. Now, as from your position, Amu Agege built the APC structure, and now he was shortchanged. They took the senatorial seat away from him, and now he has pulled out, his own chunk of that structure. How strong will that structure remain ahead of the election? And as a matter of fact, he's not the only dissatisfied person. At last count, there are 74 National Assembly members who didn't return, or who are not returning because they lost tickets. What is the effect of that? That mass, 74, on the party?
The effect of that is it could be very daring for APC if it's not well managed.
Okay.
But knowing, they say you have a master strategist as your president. I've always said that President Bola Tinubu is one man that we need to study when it comes to political manipulations and calculations. But when it comes to governance, I still put him on one side because I'm still trying to understand his style of governance. But when it comes to playing politics, in terms of party politics, I give it to him.
Okay.
Now, knowing him very well, I know that he's gonna pull out the olive branch and he's gonna say, look, okay, you lost this one, take this one. Now, some of them will agree because a lot of Nigerian politicians are greedy, selfish, and wicked. They just want to remain relevant. They don't want to, they just believe that national cake, they have set a lifestyle for themselves and they must maintain that lifestyle. And the only way that lifestyle can be maintained is when they are close to power. So a lot of them will look at it and say, okay, maybe I should just take this board appointment. Maybe I should just take this ministerial slot. Maybe I should take this. But those who believe in the people, in the power of the people, those who believe that sovereignty belongs to the people, will be the ones that would say, I don't want. Because the people will not ask you questions. When you were leaving the party, you took us with you. You told us you were leaving because you were shortchanged. Why are you not accepting this and going this way? And so, other than holding our leaders, who we call leaders, other than holding them accountable and responsible, we also need to hold the politicians accountable. It is totally unacceptable that you become a governor in a party A, PDP, and you decamp to party APC without consulting the people that voted for you.
All right. Well, I think we need a lot of rejigging in our political structure in Nigeria. Now, the Prince, let's talk about political insecurity. I don't know if you have heard that word before, political insecurity, or the politics of insecurity. Now, Godswill Akpabio has defended the Senate's decision to reject a motion probing military spending, arguing that a public investigation at a time when Nigerian troops are battling terrorism, banditry, and other security threats could undermine the morale and operational effectiveness of the military. He said that while legislative oversight remains a constitutional duty, the current situation calls for support, collaboration, and closer engagements with the armed forces rather than a public scrutiny that could distract or embolden adversaries. Akpabio also dismissed reports claiming he promised automatic senatorial tickets to lawmakers who lost during the APC primary, describing such claims as false and misleading. He clarified as his comments
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts,
And welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and apologies for starting a little bit behind schedule. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Atiku commanding rescue of 360 abductees as Borno denies ransom payment, to NDC talking tough, insisting on parties' control of all donations. Also, ADC crisis deepens as protesters storm Abuja court. Finally, Iyabo Obasanjo resigns from APC. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The rescue of hundreds of abductees in Borno State by troops of Operation Hardin Kai has continued to draw national attention amid ongoing concerns over insecurity in the country. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar commended security agencies and all those involved in the rescue operation, describing the development as encouraging. He, however, urged authorities to sustain efforts aimed at securing the freedom of other Nigerians still being held by kidnappers and insurgent groups. Meanwhile, the Borno state government dismissed reports suggesting ransom payments were made to facilitate the release of the abductors. State officials insisted the rescue operation was carried out through coordinated security efforts and cooperation among relevant agencies. Development comes as authorities continue to battle terrorism, kidnappings, and armed violence in parts of the country. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one guest here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. He is a development economist and also an author of a very, very interesting book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. I'm trying to get you there.
Abuse of power, how democracy turned into tyranny of the few.
Of the few, yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. So I was able to get it offhand. Glad to have you
Thank
join
you for
us.
having me.
Yes, sir. Okay, Adatano CK, it looks like we had a win. I don't know if you would say that's a win over the weekend. 360 abductees were released. Do you see this as a win for the Nigerian military?
Well, it's a very big win. Understand, because these people can now reunite with their families, because I always imagine what the relatives of these people will be thinking, understand, with their loved ones in the hands of bandits, terrorists. So bringing them back home, to me, is a very good development. So I commend the Nigeria Army or the security that's for being able to achieve that. However, they should make sure that they will not return back there anymore. Because as we are saying this, today also 50 people were kidnapped in Zamfara. Understand? So we are doing a one step forward, back, 4 steps backwards. So for me, it is a victory, but they should also ensure that they will not go back to those terrorists anymore.
Well, you know what? You said they should not go back to the terrorists. Okay, but there's this thing that people have been saying, and it's just obvious. If we can get these people released, why haven't you been able to, get others released? Especially these Orire people, these are your state, children and teachers that are in the custody of the abductors for more than 3 weeks.
I want to still stay on Boronu with what the government said, that there were no, that ransom was not paid. We are not dumb in this country. When you rescue, understand, rescue means force. How many of the terrorists were arrested? That's the question. So there's a very big difference between releasing and being rescued. So since none of the bandits or none of the terrorists were arrested, to me, they were released. Understand? And for them to be released, something must exchange hands. Because they are not for the Christmas. They are not just having fun. Understand? For those number of people to be released, something must have exchanged hands. So we shouldn't be confusing words here, saying that they were rescued. For them to be rescued, there must be element of fought, there must be element of fighting. And some people that must get injured, some would die. So if they were rescued, how many of the bandits did they kill? How many of the bandits did they arrest? They don't tell us that side of the story. So for me, they were released, and if they were released, something must have exchanged hands.
You know, it's good that you brought us to this point, because that would have been the next question I wanted to ask you. That because when you get to hear of these abductions, oftentimes we do not get to hear of any death, of any arrest, of anything, probably injuries, or some persons were injured, some persons died. Well, you just get to just hear that there are people who have been freed, or there are some persons who have been freed, and nothing about the terrorists, no news of the terrorists that have kept these people in captivity. So it begs the question, like you said, what happened to those people? Did they just, did they fled, or there are so many questions that need to be answered. But the thing I want to ask, one of the, like Borno State has said, it did not pay any ransom for this. But is there a reason why the government want to hide this? Do you think that it's just a way of not wanting to make this become a very lucrative, or make it lucrative to others, and others just see it as, okay, if ransom can be paid, then no, maybe we should just get into this. Do you think that might be a reason why many instances we get to see governments not being able to, tell us the truth that ransom was paid in these cases?
They want to give impression that they are not negotiating with the bandits. Understand? That they are not overwhelmed. That's with activities of the bandits. That the state is still in control. But we know that they have started paying bandits. They have started paying terrorists. And once you start paying, you continue paying, because there will always be a reference point. Understand? And the election is coming very, very near. So, and it's becoming that's embarrassing to the APC government. So the thing now is they must do everything that to make sure that these people are set free, in order that to get a bit of a good name. And the only way that they can do it is take this, give me this. Otherwise, there's no way, because those 300 and something people cannot be kept at a particular position. What they normally do is that they separate them, maybe 20, 30, into different areas. Understand? And for you to get that number of people, you must have surrendered there where they are, understand me, in a commando style, storm there. And for you that to storm there, people must die, people must get injured. So now saying that you rescued without arresting anybody, then it was not a rescue, it was a release. It was a release. And for me, the most important thing is for these people to be reunited with their family. Understand? Most important thing is for these people to be reunited with their family. I'm not in support of negotiating with bandits. I'm not in support of paying ransom. But you can see those who are saying don't pay ransom is because it is not them. Understand me? Those who are saying that you shouldn't pay ransom is because it is not them. If his mother and his daughter is in the forest, he will be ready to sell all that he has, all that she has, to make sure that the daughter reunites with him, with her. So that is it.
So, you made mention of the fact that every time, or if these things, if the victory, if this victory or this win that the military has, it's a way of actually being impact on the administration, and like, of course, it speaks well of the administration. But let's look at it this way: if the military keeps up with this, and we get to have this, this rescue or release, or anyone want to call it, do you think that this would actually, help the Tinubu's administration and help him better when it comes to 2027 elections?
One, he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Understand? If he fails in the area of security, he has failed in every area. So, if these people are getting released, he can go out there and campaign that security is getting better under his administration. Understand? So it's something positive for him. It is something very, 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 very positive of him. That of his administration.
Okay, let's move on to our next issue on ground. The Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC) says it will not allow itself to be treated as a temporary political platform, insisting that all donations meant for the party must go directly through official party structures. In a statement issued by its National Publicity Secretary, NDC said it would enforce transparency in all funds received, noting that candidates at all levels are required to fully disclose the funds, the source, and the contributions made to their campaign account. The party further stated that the party's supreme and programs, policies, and appointments by governments elected on its platform must be made in consultation with the party. Meanwhile, an ADH chieftain has filed a suit against INEC, challenging the registration of the NDC as a political party. The suit is expected to further test the legal and political standing of the party as preparation for the next general elections continue. Honestly, again, before we move into this statement by the NDC, let me ask you. I'm sure it's been a talk that has been going on and on. Of course, in the media, even last week we had a guest who was here and who was really, really almost exploding because of the primaries, NDC primaries. And up till now, the results have still not been released. Why do you think that, looking at what is happening in NDC, what do you make of it? Do you feel disappointed in what you're saying in the NDC?
One, NDC made an announcement that the results will be released by 10th of June. Have we gotten to 10th of June? We have not. Mind you, even the Lagos APC primaries that came before that of NDC, the results have not been released. So, and there's a lot of petitions that many people they set what they call the appeal panel. They also set a reconciliation committee. So as far as I'm not the spokesperson of NDC, but I feel that they want to differentiate the party from the other ones. They want to make sure that the right things are done. Understand? They don't want to go, that's the ways of APC, PDP, and others. So there was an official announcement that the results will be announced, on the 10th of June, and we have not gotten to the 10th of June. Understand?
Okay, so you're actually saying that since we've not gone to the 10th of June, there's really no problem. But I'll come back to the Thunders. Okay, I understand that our virtual guest is on ground. Good evening. Glad to have you, Barrister Ejiofor. Can you hear me? Okay, we seem not to have been able to. Can you hear me? Please unmute your device if you can hear me, Barrister Ejiofor.
Hello, hello.
Yeah,
I can't get the volume. Volume.
We can hear you, please. Can you hear us properly? We'll get to fix the connection with him. Let me come back to the Tanosike. Tanosike, like I was saying before I tried to connect with our virtual guest. So you're trying to say that NDC, it's not, that it has not done anything, that it's on the right track. Since June 10 hasn't come, and it's not a problem. Let's wait, or let Nigerians wait until June 10 rather than these small talks that we're having everywhere. That's what you're trying to say, right?
That is what I feel. They announced that their results will be coming up on 10th of June. And before that, they set up an appeal panel and a reconciliation committee that to make sure that all the gray matters are resolved before that 10. Understand? So for me, we will begin to become anxious after 10th of June, and then no announcement was that or is made.
Okay.
Understand? So for me, I have not I will not found them guilty now.
Okay, until June 10. Well, let's hope and see. We're saying, and this is saying that it's not a special purpose vehicle for anyone. What do you make of this? Is there something happening? Or do you think, this statement, does it show, it seems like a very pregnant statement for anybody, for a party to be making?
In 2023, a lot of people use the Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle. Understand? They flew that's under the wings of P2B that to get what they want, and now defected to other political parties. So NDC now want to gather against that attitude. So saying that it is not a special purpose vehicle means that you have come, if you've come in, you must stay. Understand? If you come in, you must stay. Even though that is easier said than done, because in political parties, it's a free entry and a free exit. Understand? When someone say, I'm okay with you, you cannot stop him from exiting. Understand? So there's no mechanism under the Constitution that you use and pin somebody in one political party, because even the Constitution said they're free association. So you are free to join any political party and you are free to exit anytime that you want. So Siriaki Dixon wanted that to sound a warning, but Nigandi, it doesn't hold the waters.
Legally does not hold water. But do you really, one of the things they talked about was donations. What do you make of that? Donations is saying that donations of any kind has to be controlled by the party structure rather. Isn't that, asking for too much? Especially when you know that we have like the obedience movement. Do you think that they're trying to, or the NDC is trying to avoid what happened? At some point, the Labour Party in 2023 actually said they didn't have money. But we know that the obedient movement, from what was, from what we know from the media, has had so much for the campaign. But the Labour Party
From
did
the
not
media was media their treasury of
treasure.
so all these are
just speculations.
fabricated stories. So for me, ordinary, I remember in the days of UPN, understand, members contribute their widow's minds for the running of the party. Understand? People members pay party dues. Understand? That's for the running of the party. And they're saying that all donations, understand, is a bogus statement, because there's a very big difference between donating money to an individual and donating to the party. Understand? Maybe somebody is running for the House of Representatives. I can say, this guy is my friend, I'm giving him 10 million. This is different from giving NDC 10 million. If I say I'm giving to NDC, it should go to the coffers of NDC. But if I say I'm giving this guy to help him fund his campaign, it is for him. So this thing should be streamlined to know which is which. Understand? Because if the party is going to fund their elections, understand? So saying that every donation should go to the party, I don't think it is it is very, very possible. Money that is meant for the party should go to the party's account, but money that is meant for the individual should go to the individual, unless they have decided that once you are a card carrying, once you are a candidate of the party is going to fund your election. So these are two different issues.
But when you look at this, especially this when it comes to this donation thing, and all of what is in this statement that has been sent by the NDC, do you really think that so some persons have actually said that Seriake Dixon begin to act very authoritative? Do you think that that's what it is, and do you think he's going to eventually cause problems for this party eventually?
Well, he is behaving like a headmaster now. Last time, Seriake Dixon is behaving like a headmaster. And he should also know that he's not talking to children. Understand? You cannot be a member of any political party unless you are from 18 years and above. So he is not talking to kids. Understand? And
sorry.
And whoever has gotten to the age of aspiring that for any political position is not hungry. Understand? So this is his headmaster, that attitude. He should stop it. Understand? It will not go well. All of them should be reasoning together to chart a way forward for the party and for the candidates.
Okay. One of the things the party said, they talked about members aligning their personal interest, with those of the party. And if you hear Aisha Yusuf, who said some days ago, sometime last week, she said, when she was talking about this, the fact that the primaries were not transparent, she said, paraphrasing now, she said, the most important thing is the political ambition of Peter Obi. That is what is most important at this point, and not whatever her personal thing. So is that, is this thing key, what the party is saying, that members should align their personal interest with, we have the obedient movement in the NDC, we have the Kwakwasia movement in the NDC. Is this actually very possible for these people to just, align their personal interest really with the party?
The purpose of forming political party is to win an election. Understand? And you have a presidential candidates. Understand? Who, if he wins, your party will become the ruling party. So every focus should be on that presidential candidate, the person flying the destiny of the party. Understand? So if you have a a different ambition other than that of your party, then it's what they call the anti-party. So the focus should be, how do we become the ruling party? Understand? And the only way you can become the ruling party is supporting your presidential candidate to win. Understand? And if he wins, just like what the Bible said, that's seek the kingdom of God, and other things will be added unto it. So seeking the kingdom of God is for your party to become the ruling party. Understand? Then once your party becomes the ruling party, other things will now be added. So so what Aisha Yusuf said is the right thing. Understand?
Okay, there's been talks of the exclusion of some persons who are loyal to Kwankwaso, and somebody just Bashir Ahmed, someone just said that if he feels like if he feels he's being treated unfairly, he should leave the NDC. Do you really see that happening? You see, with all of these little things happening, that eventually Kwankwaso might decide to.
I read that report from beginning to the end, and I saw. I'm a journalist myself for over 30 years. We have written different kinds of stories. Understand? So I saw a lot of concussions. I wanted to see where Kwankwaso was quoted in this. I didn't see anything there. Understand me? So, and this APC, they are now jittery. They are now in a panic situation. So they can be coining all kinds of stories that to create this harmony between the P2B and Kwankwaso. But the truth is that these guys are adults. Understand me? There are no more children. So, when P2B was announced as the presidential candidate of the party, he immediately announced Kwankwaso. Understand? And so that I'm not bringing him as a spectator, I'm bringing him as a partner. Understand? So Kwankwaso will get whatever he needs in the north. Understand? Kwankwaso is going to get whatever he needs that's up there. So I don't see any misunderstanding coming up between him and P2B.
Talking about Peter Obi, let's dwell on Peter Obi a little. Recently, Kenneth Okonkwo came out to say that any vote for Peter Obi, or any vote that is made for Peter Obi, is indirectly being made for Tinubu. And do you agree with that kind of statement?
Kenneth is broke as we speak. Understand? Kenneth and myself did it from primary 2 to primary 5 in the soccer. Understand? So I know him right from time up to today. He is broke, just like Zach Orji. Zach Orji is broke. Kenneth is broke. Nollywood has funded. They couldn't reinvent themselves. So the only way they can get money is what they are doing now. Understand? Being a spokesperson for rich and politicians. And P2B doesn't dash individuals money. Understand me? P2B cannot be giving Kenneth Okonkwo money. Atiku can be given. So that's why he has turned to Atiku's spokesperson. Understand? The same way P2B cannot give Zach Orji money, Zach Orji has turned to Tinubu's spokesperson. Using Nollywood, we know that it's dead. To be endorsing Tinubu.
Wait, can I come here? I said Nollywood is dead, or they are not very much relevant.
Nollywood is dead. Nollywood is dead.
But that
how much?
Many persons will contest that.
How much are actors and actresses being paid?
But we see many of them thriving.
not from Nollywood. How much are they
But
being
some
paid?
of them have YouTube channels now that that they
That's
get to.
that's not from Nollywood in this country. When Andy Best and others were in the business, actors were being paid 5 million, 10 million. But today, how much are they being paid? Some people are even paying now just to act. So Nollywood is dead. Understand me? Whoever is making money as an actor or actress is not making that money from the films he is making. Anaba self, go to Anaba, film business is no more doing well. So they are broke, understand? And P2B cannot be taking care of adults. Understand me? P2B cannot be taking care of adults. So I don't see anyhow vote for P2B is indirectly vote for Tinubu. If you know, you can tell me.
But so another veteran journalist has come out to say as well that he only sees just two people in the race. There is just a two-horse race. He sees just Atiku and Tinubu.
Veteran journalist. All of us are veteran journalists.
All of us are veterans.
So, Dene Momudu, he said Ovation Magazine. Where is it?
So he's saying that the same thing applies to him?
I'm telling you, just like we know that OBM Kobana's business is not doing well. Go to Banogu in trade fair. He's owing a lot of people that have given him money for him to supply them this thing. His distance, his stuff. Understand? His bar in Abuja is now under lock and key. He was evicted. So these guys are, even OBM Kobana himself said that they are hustlers. So that's what all of them are. Understand? That is what all of them are. What happened? Atiku approached Ihedioha to become his vice presidential candidate. Are you aware of that? Ihedioha said he will not because of P2B and Igbo presidency. Understand? So, and up to today, Atiku is still searching for a vice presidential candidate, even though right now they have ADC has 3 presidential candidates now. The Nafiu Bana Gombe
We're actually going to
faction.
move to that. That was thinking, just hold on, let's just move to ADC because that's like our next conversation. Let's not jump the gun. Supporters of the David Mark-led National Working Committee, NWC, of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, gathered at the Federal High Court in Abuja amid deepening disagreement within the ADC. The protest comes amid the ongoing legal battle between the ADC National Working Committee, led by Nafiu Balagombe, and that headed by Senator David Mark. Demonstrators alleged that the matter, which the Supreme Court referred back to the Federal High Court, is a ploy to distract the opposition political party. The protesters further urged the judiciary not to allow itself to be used to stifle opposition parties in Nigeria. Before we come to this court case, let me allow you to continue what you're saying. We have more than one faction in the ADC.
3 factions.
Yes, and it looks like, every day, it looks like there are more sorrows or more issues arising in ADC. Do you see Atiku, do you see them coming on top? The David Mark-led NWC coming out on top amidst all of these issues?
Like I said, I read today that the Nafiu
Balagombe
made Chris Oba. Can you still remember Chris Oba?
Yeah.
Chris Oba, the brother of Andy Oba. The one that financing the election in 2003. They are sole presidential candidates. And Ibe Kachuku is also a presidential candidate under ADC. Understand me? So, and their case is still in the first court. That's High Court, and they still have an appeal court that to go in the future. The Supreme Court, and what this brings is frustration. Understand? You don't know whether you are going back or front. Understand me? So with this, you cannot even do anything. So what they are doing is to distract article. Understand me? What they are doing is to distract the article. And nobody really knows how this case will end. Understand me? Nobody really knows. Now, imagine the David Mark faction going back to court to stage a protest. That shows a frustration. Understand? That shows a frustration. So, for me, I wish them well.
You wish them well. But where does this leave someone like Atiku? Being a presidential candidate of one of the factions and an elder statesman that he is, doesn't
that
this...
what will happen?
No. Doesn't this, isn't this a way of, like you talked about, frustration? But isn't this kind of, I'm trying to get the better word to describe it, but it just feels somehow having to be in the midst of this kind of situation where you have different facts. Isn't he able, as someone who is very who is experienced, an experienced politician, can't he come together and ensure that he brings these factions together?
Assuming that they're acting on their own, it will be easy. But they are being sponsored.
But when they were, you say they are being sponsored, people used to say that it was because Peter Obi was there. But Peter Obi has left now. Don't you think that this sponsorship should have ended?
They are being sponsored. Just as we speak, Atiku is the only giant presidential candidate standing in the north. Understand? Why in the south we are having more than 10 presidential candidates. So you can see all the fragmentation in the south. Understand? But oneness in the north. So Atiku is a very big threat. That's if the north decide to say not for north. Understand me? If the north decide to say not for north, Atiku is a very big threat to the Tinubu second term. Understand? So it would have been easy if those people are just acting on their own. You can call them and talk sense into them. Remember, Kwankwaso, when he was in ADC, he called that guy Gombe to come and see him, and waited for the whole day. The young man did not come, because if he stop doing what he is doing, the money he is getting will stop coming. The security that he has will be taken away from him. Understand me? So they are not acting on their own.
Let's have your concluding thoughts on the discussions, on the topics of discussion.
Let me start with the release, because that's what happened in Borno State, not rescue. The release of 360 captives is a victory that's for the families first, for the families who have their loved ones have been in the forest. Understand? And for the Nigerian army, they should also try to extend that to other parts of the country, like what happened in Oyo. That should be extended to other parts of the country. And they should ensure that when they are released, they will not go back there anymore. Understand? So on the issue of ADC, justice should take its course. That's my take.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of, for being a guest on the issues and for being a part of it. And that's all we have for today's episode of the Issues Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for being a part of it. And don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parabuta of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power.
Welcome. It is hashtag on Vop TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. Now, if this is your first time, accept a very, very warm welcome from us because it's the whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. On that note, I'll say long time no see. Well, it's so good to be back. And again, if this is your first time, this is where I get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. That said, we begin with the very, very first hashtag. I'm going to give you a sneak peek, right? A sneak peek at our very first hashtag, and then we'll take a short break. Kwankwaso is threatening to quit the NDC. And netizens are saying, oh my gosh, isn't this too early? What happens to the OK ticket? What happens to the mega opposition party if the heavyweight Kwankwaso from the north quits? Now, why is he threatening to quit? Now, this has sparked a huge debate online. Some saying, in a way, others saying he may have a point, right? Not to jump the gun rather. I'll just give you a sneak peek and then we'll take a break. When we come back, the discussion continues. Now, Kwankwaso threatens to quit NDC over Kano ticket changes. Nigeria's opposition NDC enforced a 60-40 power sharing formula in Kano State, giving Kwankwaso's Kwankwasiya block 60% of the tickets and offices, while the original party structure keeps 40%. A memo from Kano chairman Honorable Hussaini Isa Mairiga listed the new candidates for federal and state seats, citing breaches by Kwankwaso's group, which party officials accused of blocking non-aligned members. Kwankwaso has threatened to leave if the changes hold, testing the unity of the Obi Kwankwaso ticket ahead of 2027 primaries amid ongoing negotiations. So many netizens are saying if this happens, then they're going to give the ruling party some major foothold, ahead of 2027 general elections. Now, we'll take a break. When we come back, we are going to really dissect this issue, and I'm going to give you more meat to the gist because there is more meat to the gist. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us.